Bob, Doge just got to be careful here. Doge is struggling to not play out this M pattern. Right, kind of threatened earlier, got above, trying to get above its 50 now. If it can't get above its 50 and its 200, it's going to get pushed down into the rest of this vector. Measured move for that would be 14.6, so that's not a good thing. You want this to hold. All right, I'll look at ADA and then I gotta go, guys. If not, I'm gonna lose all motivation to go to the gym. And then I'm gonna get fat, and then I'm gonna get sick, and then I won't be able to give anybody TA. And then y'all will call me stupid for not taking care of myself. Honestly, ADA look kind of similar to Doge, bro. Right? Really similar layout. Got its M pattern formed. It tried to break underneath it, but couldn't. Measured move would be about 60 cents, 59 cents. Basically be coming back down to support. That's what you'd be looking for, something like that. Now, all of this is unless Bitcoin catches a bid, right? Money comes in. Everything pops back above their 50s, then you can avoid some of this nastiness. But I'm just assuming that they're going to continue to get rejected here on low volatility. All right, as far as Bitcoin goes, if we break out and we retest, we can start looking at some of those top targets. Until that happens, we've got to assume that we're just ranging, right? Same range we were in before. If we come back down to the bottom of this flag and can't hold the can't hold the 200 here, we're going to come through these vectors. So I hate to take us from one 50-50 situation and drop us into another 50-50 situation, but that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Right? Same sort of deal as what we had when we were here. Literally sideways until you pick a side, and there's motivation on both sides. Right? So before we had a CME gap above and liquidations below. Now we've got liquidations above and a vector gap and liquidations below. Not to mention our old CME gap, which is still down here. So only real important things to watch right now is, do we get above this bull flag and retest it and hold? Or do we break out of the bottom of this thing? As long as we're going sideways, you can play with the alts or something, but just be careful. Yeah, it's pretty close. All right, I'll be back, y'all. I'm just going to bang out about an hour at the gym. Trade carefully. Wait for confirmation. Let me leave it on the 5 minutes so it's not such a boring watch. Actually, no. That's not enough. We need the 15. The little game that I play every time I walk away from the computer, the don't let it go off the screen until I come back game. Y'all realize that, right? Like, before I leave, I have to do TA every time I leave and judge it by how many hours I'm going to be gone to keep the price from going off the screen. So if you ever see price go off the screen, know that I failed somewhere deep down inside. Yeah, definitely don't use the top and bottom of my screen as support and resistance. Let that be my failure, not yours. All right, guys, trade safe. I'll be back in a bit.
Let's go.
Yo, Rooney, where you at, man? New Hampshire, they just became the first U.S. state to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. That's right next to you, huh? Oh, is that where? Wait, Rooney's in Maine, right? Or no, he's in New Hampshire or something? Or is he Rhode Island?
Hey, are you all in?
Man, of course.
Hell yeah, all in, bro. I'm all in. Shit.
I got a fat bag of Bitcoin, fat bag of Ethereum, fat bag of Doge, and a fat bag of RSR. I just hope they don't dump on my head because they unlocked a little bit of coins not too long ago. But it seems like the unlock didn't hit it too bad. It's half already diluted, so I'm like, all right. XRP was in this scenario too, and everyone's like, oh, XRP is diluted. It's got to dilute more. And you saw XRP pump too, so I'm like, all right, let's see if this could try to do something. But yeah, got me some Bitcoin, some Ethereum, some Doge, and some RSR stacked up and ready to go. Seeing if we break this 97,400 stones on Bitcoin. If we do,
Okay, I think we're gonna break it. We're gonna bounce down to 96.5 area, and then go back up. That's
hey,
where my head's at.
hey, either way, I still think we're gonna touch that 99. I'm telling you, we gotta touch 99.
I believe. Dude, okay, this has never happened. I freaking longed Bitcoin at 96,000. I had my stop loss set at 95,735. Price came down to 95,738. I had basically, well, I
That's
had
what
some,
we call the skin of your teeth.
bro. It's one of those positions where I'm like, I'm gonna kind of go, well, not kind of, I'm gonna go heavy here because I gotta stop. And if it's just risk to return. It's like, all right, either I get stopped out or I ride it to 99, bro. And it came within $3, bro. Hey, you know what that means? I'm all in.
Let's go, baby. Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Hell yeah.
The vampire whales in Romania might be buying this evening.
Rocket Man. Yeah, we're in a bull flag right here.
Yeah, it's not too easy to get up above this 97.4, but right now, of course, I'm looking at the small time frame. I think if we do, considering it's before 7 p.m. on Eastern time, got that daily coming in soon. Bulls probably want to make this daily look pretty nice. So if they got any little pep left in their step for this day, they're going to want to close that daily probably. Let me pull that daily back up. At least maybe to match up a few days ago at 97,435. That's very close to us. If we get a close above that, it kind of gives that feeling that the momentum is up because we're above the not previous high, but the high before that. If we do get above, geez, let me see, get above 97,888, that's the sweet spot. If we do that, I think the boys are going to really step in to push it to 99,000, probably 100. Once you get towards that 100K 99, it's like you got a magnet pulling it. There's some resistance there, but then at 100K, you know someone's going to want to step in there and just show off and be like, watch me break this 100K resistance. Hold up.
Hell yeah, dude.
Pass the mic. Let me show them what I'm about to do and throw in like, half a billy real quick.
Sheesh. Bro, did you see that person, that whale moving $500 million today?
That's what I'm saying. Those half a billy
Yeah.
shots, man, they could break it as these stones pretty easy.
Bro, dude, as soon as I saw that come across, I was like, I'm all in. Let's go.
A half a billy there, a half a billy there. And all of a sudden it's like you think, and it's sometimes you're like, oh man, this looks like retail moving somehow, because we'll be straight up on spot, Binance or Coinbase or something. But the thing is, Coinbase, even when they're doing their custodial services, that can show up on the order book, and it's weird. I think it's at their discretion, which is crazy. Like they can throw orders from the custodial side of things, and I think they're already there 24/7. But I think at their discretion they can take them out, which is nuts. It's crazy, but yeah, Coinbase got it on lock.
Dude, them assholes.
Yeah, but they did what they had to do, man. But they pushed crypto, so they were I think a key component to get crypto to where it was today. If anyone out of all these crypto exchanges, of course they made a lot of money, but still, other
And they
ones made
still
money
are.
while they weren't. Yeah, but they're making money. But the thing is, they did push back, like, and kind of gave back, not necessarily to the community, but to really push for some kind of regulations, like to really get into the Congress and the laws and the Senate and all those paths and try to get their users to have easy avenues to be represented. I got to give them hats off, because like I was able to vote everyone in my area that was pro crypto friendly because it was just like I signed up to this Coinbase thing and it was like bang, bang, bang. And now all of a sudden I'm getting like emails and phone calls like, oh, thank you for being, whatever. It's,
Till they
it's a
till they
hustle.
try to withdraw it.
But I think that, it's good that they're around. And even if they are sucking a lot of money, the other companies, they're just sucking money without giving too much back. At least Coinbase did something to set up some kind of blueprint on what's going on with crypto and some legislation. Like they helped a lot.
I hear you. I hear you. I wish I agreed. I really do.
I mean, they're all vampires at the end of the day, right?
That's right. That's why you're in Romania.
Transylvania. I'll be back in the States pretty soon, though.
I'll be back. Why, is it going to be a full moon? I don't know what vampires do.
Oh, we just go out and play.
Hell yeah. Oh, I didn't even see that. It's so funny. I got like all these different charts and accounts and stuff, and like each one for Bitcoin has like different lines drawn. And like I go back between each like old lines, and then I go back between like the different charts, and I'm looking at them, and it's like on one chart there's nothing. Then I look at another one, it's like we're sitting right at resistance, we're sitting right on top of support. Like, yeah, I think we're gonna break this resistance. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah, well, we got some angulars too, not just regular horizontals. We got a bunch around here.
Yeah, no, that the resistance I'm talking about is angular. There were some buys sitting right on top of us. I gotta refresh this. Yeah, I think like I think that we go up, we break through this angular or the like we break through the line that Dbloc's got there right above us, and I think that we come down to that psychological high, basically, maybe a little bit above that, and then we pump back up. But
Yeah,
um, obviously, I have no idea.
I'm looking at the 6 hour,
Yep.
and it is looking very feisty. I mean, if this closes anywhere close to this, we got a super nice bullish engulfing. It's off of a bull flag that looks like not only a bull flag, it's a bullish megaphone on top of a bull, like on the post, and the pennant is the bullish megaphone. It's not just like that downward channel. sometimes you don't want to see an upwards bull flag, but if you see a bullish megaphone type of formation, that's kind of nice in my opinion. So we got a bullish engulfing plus a bullish megaphone. Bang, bang, bang. Woogie on the 6 hour. We just hit that local high. We got to get above like 97,900, somewhere around there. Pop the champagne. 99 is easy peasy.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're going up.
Can I do the Kool-Aid Man instead? Oh yeah. All right.
Chicka boom boom.
97 340. Wait, am I thinking of this right? Oh, let me give me a second.
Oh, I just got a phone call. Big Boy's coming in. Hold up.
Up.
Hey, give me the news.
Coinbase won't even let me buy anymore, man. I'm maxed out, dude. My money's no good at Coinbase.
If this chart was inverted, this would be a bear flag that we're waiting to break down, right?
Yeah, kind of.
So an inverted bear flag would be this bull flag. I think Dbloc mentioned that before. I'm not taking credit for that. I think he mentioned it before, but that would be sick. I always forget to invert the chart.
Oh, well, there's a little. If you go to the 5-minute, like the last 15 candles are making a bull flag too. We're right at the top of it almost for that third tap. Unless I'm dumb, I mean, which I is.
So is I.
Hell yeah, man.
All right, boys. You guys know what to do.
Is that my cousin Billy? 224. Okay. Hey,
a little bit of Bitcoin here, a little bit of Bitcoin there.
Doubles.
Bitcoin for everybody. You get a Bitcoin. You get a Bitcoin. You get a Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. The fresh maker.
97 950.
Wow.
What was the other name for Bitcoin? One of the, was it Maxine Waters call it? Funny name.
Bitcoin?
No. It was something.
Rich
Bitcoin.
coin.
Bitcoin?
Bitcoin. There you go. Bitcoin. Everybody gets a Bitcoin.
Everybody get a Bitcoin.
Hell yeah.
Do I get some RSR? Keep my rights reserved for the DTS and DFTs and RWAs and AWR. We'll bring it backwards and the forward to the up and the down.
Yeah.
Sound.
Go Drew. Go Drew.
No autographs, please. Step off these.
No autographs. Oh. All right, Biddy. Do me a solid here. Go up, tap that. Come down.
Dip, dab, doo.
Yeah. Just need a little tap here, a little tap there.
A little tap everywhere.
A little bit of tap, yeah.
You sound like Kronk from the Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, thank you. Seriously, nobody's ever said that. Actually, everybody these days says Family Guy. It's the same guy. But yeah, it's, hey, if you sing Goose Go, Queen Poisoning, Talking Llama. Goose Go. You seen him?
Squeaker.
I need Phil Warburton. That's the guy who does the voice. I need him to get sick or lose his voice or something so they can I'll have a really nice, easy, fun job.
His sons can speak just like him. I've seen a meme video recently where it's like father and sons, and they all can sound just like him.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm having a good day, and you just ruined my dreams.
Oh, you know what? I was going to say earlier you sounded like Dr. Hibbert from The Simpsons.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have to look that up. I would love. God, dude. I wish I could. Anybody got any auditions for voice acting? I would, even if I am not hired. I would love the opportunity.
If you're
All I need's a chance, man.
look up Bang Zoom, they do a lot of voiceover.
Bang Zoom?
Mm-hmm.
Can I look that up on a work computer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like that's not too safe on a work computer.
Okay. Bang Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna click that.
I'm not asking for financial advice, but finally, for a long time, I'm broke even on my crap coin EOS. So I'm ready to get out of it because I'm broke even. What would be the next good one? I would say Sui, or that's Sui kind of ran for a while.
The
Just
next
for
good one, in
money.
my opinion, is anyone as long as Bitcoin does what it's got to do. So keep your eyes steady on Bitcoin. And I'd say, you know, I'm not going to say they're all the same, but pick
I'm
one of your
usually against Dogecoin, but
pick one of
I
your
was just
favorite
not.
ones, whether it's Sui, whether it's Doge, maybe split it up. You usually follow your gut, but keep your eye on Bitcoin and Ethereum, especially Bitcoin, because that's going to tell you when it's time to buy. And if we break out here, you might have a nice little breakout trade. It's risky. If we don't break out and retrace, just be patient, in my opinion. Wait. We might touch 96, we might not. But it's it's all up to Bitcoin, in my opinion.
I'm
So
scared to
get whatever you
sell.
want.
I always do a round trip.
Well, yeah, if you're already in your EOS and you made it back, man, just in my opinion,
I
infuse-
just, I,
yeah,
I
take
just,
profit.
wait, let me check. I'm up 0.11%. So I'm not even
Yeah,
percent up, but I finally broke
that's
even
still
where I,
profit. Yeah, that's still a little profit. You know, you're not losing money.
but you know how it goes. I want more. I want more.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
now if
I
you've
want
been
to
trying to
double.
fight and if you felt bad in this trade, unless you think there's momentum enough to push it higher because obviously it had to work to get you back out. So now you might as well, in my opinion, on financial advice, just start, rolling out and reconsidering what your next move is and just being patient with your next trade.
So next couple days could be bullish. Well, we don't know, but I
Yeah,
think up to the weekend and
anytime,
the
yeah,
weekend
man.
again.
It could pop off any day. We could have a black swan event. It's like you got to have your guard up 24/7, in my opinion.
24/7 crypto don't sleep. Sheesh.
Exactly.
Stop
Oh
loss.
man, I'm happy.
Take profit.
Yeah,
And my birthday's
I
on
love
Sunday.
I love breaking even after our
Hell
stretch,
yeah.
and I break even, no matter what. Even if it's bound to pump after stuff, it's just like being able to step out and like, whoo, okay, I dodged
Oh
that
yeah,
bullet. You dodge a
I was
bullet.
down $6,000.
Yeah.
What?
That was yeah, I was down $6,000.
On
That's what I'm
what
saying.
coin?
You just dodged the bullet.
EOS.
Yeah, you just dodged a
What
6 grand bullet.
what coin was it?
EOS.
That's old school.
Yeah, that's like old school. But apparently they rebranded. They're about to change name to Walta and blah 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 blah. Web3 finance, all that crap. But I don't care. I ain't
Yeah, I
holding it.
think old school needs to stop trying to rebrand and just keep it old school. I think that's like what makes them cool. They should stop trying to rebrand and everything. Just keep it whatever.
Hey, I heard that. Okay, well at least it wasn't a meme coin.
No. It's actually utility. But so if I understand it right, it was like 6 years ago. They were one of the most popular coins, and the development team stole all the money from the guys that actually made the project. And for like 4 years, it was in bear market, and finally the coin starts to move. And I don't know. It's a
How long have you
typical.
been in that position?
Well, long story short, I made quite a bit of money in Dogecoin in December, and I sold it. And I noticed on my brokerage that EOS was ripping for like 3 days. When EOS goes, it goes like 150% without dipping. And I bought the top, and then I wrote it down till like February, and then I bought back in. So it's a roller coaster, but when it goes, and that's Dogecoin doesn't go no more, but Doge is where I made my money. So
I hear you.
I don't know what to do, but I think I'll ride it out
Doge,
maybe to like 90 cents.
yeah, Doge goes once you look away. Once you're like, oh, it's not running, and suddenly something happens.
What happened to SHIB? It used to be
Ship is dead.
it's dead as a doorknob.
Ship is dead. Try
You think
see
it's
what
gonna
Doge
stay like
is gonna
that, or
do.
shit might
Yep,
come back to life?
dead. It's done. But its head's cut off and it's can't even
Kaput.
breathe anymore. It's done. There's blood everywhere, guts and bones and flies, and it's
Well,
already
now's there's maggots all over it. Ain't no
yeah,
blood
it's
anymore.
done. It's done. Kick it to the curb, in my opinion.
Put a fork in it. It's done.
Yeah, it's what's that called? Road rash? I mean road trash? No, roadkill? Yeah, it's roadkill.
Road burn.
Road burn, whatever. Yeah.
I don't
Big
know.
buy- Hold up. I'm about to buy some more Bitcoin. 1 sec. I'll be right back.
I tried to tell you. I don't want to, but I don't want to listen. No, I'm just kidding. What do I know? Nothing.
I hope tomorrow I don't have emotional damage.
I called my guy today. He's actually out for back surgery, by the way, in Houston. So
Okay.
it'll be a couple weeks, but I won't forget. I promise.
I hope so, brother.
Yeah,
We'll give it a shot or two.
for sure though.
What state you're from?
Georgia.
Oh, okay. I just moved from Florida, so we're the
Oh,
Southern
nice.
boys.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Them Georgia peaches, though.
I've literally never eaten a peach in my life, and I've lived here
Say
my whole life.
what?
Yeah, true story. Never eaten a peach. Never eaten a banana.
Is there a reason?
Yeah, when I look at them, I'm like, nah, dog, I'm good.
So what, you just gonna die and like you're gonna ride that wave? Like, yeah, I never did a peach.
Yeah, it's gonna be on
Come
my
on, man.
headstone. This guy never ate a banana or a peach.
I'm sure you have eaten a couple peaches.
How you like them apples? Oh yeah.
Them nice peaches.
I mean, you know,
Just a couple. As long
I've
as you
had
don't eat banana.
I've had my day in the sun. I peaked in college. Of course, they probably did too, if you know what I mean.
Well,
I puked in college.
All right, come on, Biddy.
keep on going. Don't stop now.
Hey, I think it's just gonna play some games with us. That's all. That's all. That's all it's gonna do. It's just gonna play a little bit. It's just gonna play a little game or two with us. I was born for this, though. I was born for this, though.
Yeah.
This is like my favorite. This is my favorite. Dude, this is what I live for. Is like today and like yesterday.
Yeah, 20% in one day for me. Amazing.
Nice.
I should probably sell, to be honest. But you
Oh,
know
mean
the
Bitcoin?
game? No. I'm on that crap coin EOS.
Oh. Well, I mean,
Hey, man, I'll buy a bag of shit if you can give me 20% return.
yeah. The show.
Sell it to the next guy.
Yes, sir.
Tell him it's Abraham Lincoln's.
Hey. Oh, man.
Oh, baby. Back in the money.
Almost 9 a.m. in Sydney.
Nice. Oh, shoot. Nice. Nice. Nice.
Look
Nice.
out. Look out. Look out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, come on, baby. Oh, come on, bitty, 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 bitty.
Come on.
No, come on. Oh, come on. Because we
Nah,
are
come on.
your friends. Oh, that was Rihanna, wasn't it? Oh, no, no,
Nah,
come on.
come on.
Eh. It's funny reading. So on that Webull brokerage, you can there's like chat, live chat, and it's funny how every time I click on Shiba, they're like, "Oh, you ready to get millionaires, guys?" So yeah, guys, from all the coins.
They still gonna drop all those zeros?
Yeah, right. Doge killer.
Ooh.
I ran out of mayonnaise.
I hate to hear that.
I'm speechless. No mayonnaise.
I just went to the market. I didn't buy any, and then I go to make a sandwich, and there was no mayonnaise.
Do you have butter?
Not even any of that Japanese mustard mayonnaise. Just anything like.
I got spicy brown mustard.
That was one of my culture shocks when I came to America, and now I do too. But I was like, "You eat mayonnaise with a sandwich?" And they're like, "Hell yeah, we use butter."
Yeah. Well, my butter pretty much stays in my fridge, so it wouldn't be spreadable.
Hey, Fly.
Yo, Shawnee, how's your birthday? Did you recover, bro?
Batter dip, batter dip, batter dip.
Man, everyone's pumped up today. What's going on?
Something's in the air.
Batter dip,
I
batter
can
dip.
feel it coming in the air tonight.
Dun, 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 dun.
Come on, Betty. Let's break through. Let's do a little pushy push up there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm ready. Hey, what are you doing? Go back up. No, the other way. The other way. What are you doing?
Did Drew
Turn
call his boys
around.
yet?
I think they were calling him.
For permission?
Hey, I don't know.
A bad low, I'ma sell high. Blood red Ferrari when you see me drive by.
By the dip, by the dip.
Do any of you watch Crypto Lifer?
He sucked.
You think so?
I used to watch him all the time. He just too emotional and he be rude to people and he just like a little crybaby. He gets on my nerves.
Ain't no crying in crypto, cuz.
Man.
He's always bullish though. That's what pisses me off. Every time I turn his channel on, he's got the next leg up. And
You know what? It ain't that he even be bullish. He just flip and flop every 2
that is
minutes.
true. Yeah.
I see we're about to go down. Looks like we're going down for the rest of the day. And 2 minutes later, he drawn out a bull flag. Oh, we're going up.
Spiritual buys here, guys. Watch that ticket tape here.
At a dip.
Shout out to Tame. With it, he's probably drew some red blocks too today.
Don't trip. Don't trip.
Whatever Tame did, you do the opposite.
Lame.
Hey, they playing
Big buy.
games with
Big
us
buy.
right now.
112. 112. That's a big one.
There's 105. What's about to happen here? I'd get ready for a quick up and a quick down. Maybe a slowdown. Whoa.
Bitcoin, ETH, XRP. That's a threesome.
How about no down?
Are those block? Okay.
It's a threesome
there
and a
goes my
two-seater.
baby. There goes my baby. Today's a good day.
I heard that. All right. Just move this cell
VWAP.
wall, little man. Just move the
We
cell
should make
wall
a
out the
song
way.
called F the VWAP.
Yeah, I mean, you might be onto something, dog.
From the top, Sean.
Just batter coin. F the VWAP. Let's go. Let's go. F the VWAP.
Bro, they are playing games with us. They're playing games out here.
Got XRP in my wallet nonstop.
F the VWAP. Make it drop. F the VWAP.
Drop.
Big
drop.
buys here. Oh yeah. Come on, baby.
Big green pickle incoming.
371. That's a big buy, guys.
Biggest pickle I ever seen.
It's not being followed by that many big sells.
They're playing games. They're playing games. Quit playing games with my heart. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Go on. Push up there. We know what you're gonna do. Get on up there now. Go on.
Bad low, I'ma sell high.
Oh,
Bloody
you know what?
red Ferrari
This
when you see
could
me fly.
actually be where we top and then come down. All right, I'm about to take profit.
Well, I wonder is the foreign cars prices up right now with the tariffs going on.
Quit playing games with my heart. All right, here the deal is. It's the dealio for realio. Dang, bro. That is literally the littlest push I was looking for me to take profit and see what I thought was going to happen. And that would be crazy if we literally just did what we just did and then retrace here to like the 96.5, 96.6 area.
Bitcoin only goes up.
Rockets, rockets.
Oh, it's gonna go down. It's gonna go up after it goes down. It's a bullish. It's a bullish down. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I think we're gonna touch at least 97.491 personally. But I mean, hell, man, there ain't no telling. Y'all know how Biddy do this. We playing these games and stuff, man.
Come on, Bitcoin. Where's Drew?
He had to go take a phone call. Apparently, Bitcoin's back in town.
Ooh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Bitcoin
Bitcoin's
never
back in
left
town.
town.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Alrighty.
All right, all right, all right.
Alright. Man, I get older and they stay the same age. Sound more like Bill Clinton and then Matthew McConaughey. I don't know. I have sexual relations with that woman.
I definitely did not inhale.
I hate low leverage. I'm only up 7.5%. Suck.
Man, I got no leverage. I don't trust myself with leverage. I can even trade spot. Buy high, sell low.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, bro, dude, it's a losing and learning game, I think.
You would think, but I'm an inbred.
Me too.
You gotta pay for the experience.
Shit, my experience has been expensive.
I bought a whole
Yeah.
lot yesterday.
You know, I'll be honest though. If I didn't lose it in crypto, I'd have spent it on something that
Exactly.
it
On a
probably
day.
would have been some cold beer. You know,
Cheap whores in the parking lot.
I
Man
don't
would
know
be
about
like,
cheap,
yeah, leverage. We need leverage.
I'll go medium ho.
He hanging out at the truck stop.
yeah, bro.
Okay.
Hell yeah, man. I'm all about that. Buy one get one free. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
Lot lizards are the best.
the lot lizards. You speaking my language, man.
You're
Let me
lizard.
I want to use that one at work tomorrow.
Eddie got some candy for you, girl.
I'm in my truck.
Just get up right on in.
My door's always open.
Big buys.
Hey, back.
He's back.
How was the phone call?
It was very productive, actually.
Bye.
Big. Bye.
Oh yeah.
Bye.
Not bye. Like bye, you know?
Bye, ching, bye, ching.
Bye, bye.
Harold, bye.
Oh, Bitcoin Cash is blowing up a little bit too. Oh, ooh. Nice little candle.
This
Yeah,
came
that
out.
was. They had something going on yesterday. I can't remember. I saw it on some. I kept seeing it on those crypto bubbles for whatever reason. I was pretty drunk though. I won't lie.
I think people that are new to crypto think it's actually Bitcoin because that's what I did. when I first time when I was into crypto, I was like Bitcoin Cash sounds better and it's cheaper, so I'll just buy Bitcoin. Well, wrong one.
Dang, dude, that's so interesting. I never thought about it.
Sounds better. The logo is green and it's cheaper.
No, right. I just remember Bitcoin and Ethereum being a thing, and then Bitcoin Cash came out, and then whatever.
But I think Bitcoin
Classic or
Cash
whatever.
was part of Bitcoin, wasn't it? They just broke off, or that's not true.
I
Yeah, it
don't
was
know.
a fork. It was a Block Wars fork.
They're both on Robinhood, so new traders who are coming in or investors are more likely to see Bitcoin Cash. And the same thing with ETH Classic.
I like how you
Yeah.
call them traders and investors. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'd hire you. That was good. I bet you could sell anything. I'm buying.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's the little things like that that really make the world a difference.
Yes, some people's minds work that way.
Yeah. Mine does.
And does too. Every thought I have is filled with amendments and additions.
And exceptions.
Yes, and exceptions,
Right.
especially exceptions.
Yeah. Same. Because it's
Discretion.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically just a good human being.
Are you guys getting mushy in here?
Come on in.
There are two people who are talking, you know, the third person who's coming who's also talking. You need a girlfriend.
Well,
Are
then
you
what
in
am I? Am I just a fourth person?
Yes.
Hey,
Well, you're
now
not
it's a
just,
party. Now it's a party.
you're an amazing fourth person.
Another
And we have-
girlfriend? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ha.
Uh-oh.
As long as I've got amazing in my title, I'm okay.
Hey, do that cat bite?
It got invalidated.
Very.
Well, it filled out the face. Wait. No, it might have been right. The bounce was its arm and claw extending. Let me go look at
Big
it.
sell there. Big sell there.
How big?
156.
Oh, I ain't scared.
I ain't scared either.
We inbred.
Sheesh. I'm normally the only one that makes those jokes in any scenario in my life. So to hear somebody else make it, it's just a new thing for me.
Nah, it's the southern thing.
Oh yeah. I had a feeling it was gonna play these little games like this.
Yeah, boy.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, that cat TA I put up. Yeah. So I didn't put the bounce in the right spot, but he gave me half a face.
Where is it?
All
What are
right,
you
which
talking about?
one is
Is it
that?
in the chat or something?
Oh, I had posted this funny like TA chart in the TA chat earlier. It's basically like a Homer Simpson, or a Bart Simpson. Sorry, it's a Bart Simpson, but it's when it has pointy ears, so it's either a Batman or it's a cat, pointy ears, and it usually just becomes a Bart Simpson with less pointy hair.
What about Cardano?
Oh, nice. Oh,
My cat ran away.
Is it possible that Cardano could have a rip like XRP? Because, I mean,
yes.
right?
Not financial advice.
I don't know.
If they would put out some good news, they don't put out no news, Harley.
I was buying that stuff, man. In 2021, we were at $3, and then $2, and then $1.
You were
and
buying it then?
47
Oh, snap.
Yep. Well, I didn't know the difference between a bull and bear market back then. So
I remember the days.
I was like, ooh, a dip.
Yeah, I remember getting rich off selling it at 80 cents.
Yeah, no. I mean, I
Not
tried
really.
to average down. Like I was buying still at 30 cents, and it brought
Mm.
down my cost average tremendously.
Mhm.
But I ended up taking, and I was so bullish on it. I told an inner circle person that was close to me to get some too. And it was when Coinbase first came out with their mobile app, and I was like, look how easy it is to buy crypto now. And then the bear market started, and she's like, I got $1,000. And then Coinbase like errored out on her 4 times when she was trying to buy Cardano, and she ended up buying Cardano 4 times at $600 or something like that. No, like $100 each time. Anyways, fast forward to now, I took that Cardano, turned it into Sui, and then turned her horrible potential loss into an basically I took her oopsie and we made a poopsie. Big baby.
Ooh, I like that. That's
Yeah, it turned into
fire.
like $3 grand.
Oh yeah.
So
Little
that's my feelings
oopsie
about
into
Cardano.
what'd you say? Oopsie into what?
Oopsie into a poopsie. I don't know.
Whatever it was, it rhymed.
Oops.
Poopsies are good.
Yeah, I heard that.
You
Well,
were
I'm
pretty
still
much
waiting for silver to go to $1,000.
China May. You were pretty much like Michael Saylor of Cardano.
Well, I didn't know the guy and all that stuff. I didn't know how to research. It was just I just had YouTuber influencers, and that's it. That's all I
Yeah,
knew.
I remember the days.
I get in
You,
the crypto
yeah.
thing.
What's a TA?
Well, I still thank him though, like, because I wouldn't be here today. I mean, without myself, but also without the beginning part.
Ooh, I
Baby, the
Preaching
pain
to the
builds us.
choir. You're preaching to the choir, China May.
I said I brought
Right.
3.
All right, gentlemen and 5 ladies. I'll see you in a few hours. I'll be back with a millionaire.
Later.
But then I think you're gonna eat food.
Hey, man, said buy the dip, y'all.
What dip?
Man said buy the dip. Don't trip.
Yeah, but what dip is there to buy?
I don't know, man. I mean, we did have a little one here, just the last 24, 48 hours.
He must be shorting.
Just got out of a short on Alpaca again. This thing is a little friend and turd on the short side. Thank you, Alpaca. Carry on.
Matt, do you trade from your computer or do you trade from your phone?
Right now I'm on the phone, but usually the computer.
And that Weeks lets you like click and drag your stop loss and stuff?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you use TradingView or do you just use the Weeks chart?
Weeks. I only do small plays. I just mainly do spot. But nobody cares about that.
No, I hear you. I'm the same way, but I don't know. You seem to be pretty good at picking out these like these shitters.
Yeah, like man, you just sit there and you just sit there and wait and they appear. And you'll be like, oh, what's this? 150% up. Go look at this chart. Green vector all the way up. Let it gas out, jump in. I'll do like 1%. I mean, 1x. I'm sorry, 1x. But they can't do that BS. I don't even want to do 3x.
Yeah,
1x. I got it.
They're usually volatile enough where you don't really need high leverage on like the lower market cap altcoins.
Shit. I don't need no leverage on them damn things. 150% up. I'll jump in 1x up at the top. Come on down 50%. Put a couple $100. I'm good. Good. Keep on doing it. Look at Alpaca.
So is that like part of your strategy where you just look for like do you have like sort of that filters out like, oh, this thing's up 100% today, this thing's up 150%?
Nah, I just go on there and look and I put it in order or whatever is up the most. Go look at go to chat GBT, find out what it is, find out why, as quick as I can, and then look at the chart and make sure it's not something that like most of the time. I mean, Alpaca is pretty horrible though, but generally I don't like when something is just like pumping from the bottom. I like it to be like just listed or delisted and then appears on weeks and then catch it. It's like almost for sure thing that you're gonna get that. And not a lot of money, just a little bit, $200-300 in the leverage account. Take it, rinse, repeat. No big deal. Nothing big. Sit in spot.
Do you enter
You know,
on the 1x short with all $300, or do you leave it?
it depends. Depends on what I see on the chart. If it looks like it's topped out, I might gamble and put most of it in. But if not, I think there's a chance it's going to go against me. I'll come with like 25%. If it comes up, I'll hit it with another 25. Comes up, I hit it with another 25. Comes up, I'll put the rest in. Keep enough money for fees and 1x, and I'll just sit there and wait till I win. Make sure the funding rate's not high. If the funding rate's really high, I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm not paying that crap. So I might need to wait.
Word.
I already learned that lesson. High ass funding rate, screw that. I'm sitting there, I'm paying, screw that. I ain't doing that. And usually the funding rate I'll be paying because I'm doing a short and the thing is all pumped up and everybody wants a short.
So when you say so what's up the most? You go on weeks and like you just look at like you pull down the list. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And then you
Go to futures and put it in order of highest gainer in the day. Sit around, stare at it all day, wait for crazy, crappy coins that are like crazy pumped up to appear. Or some of them you could do a couple times, rinse and repeat on them, and pretty much it. It's that easy.
Yeah, I used to do something with like MEXC. Like MEXC, I could pull the list down and see like what had the highest volume for the day, and then like I go.
But the thing is, most people aren't going to do 1x short. Who even does that? Most people, they're going to come in, they're going to see it up there. Okay, everybody's going to want a short, so you're going to have to worry about a short squeeze, even if it's all the way up to an extent. Keep in mind, it's like pumped up 150, 200, 300% or whatever. Generally, like 100 to 150% up already before I even look at it. And then, see, I'm not going to look at some regular coin like Chill Guy or something and see it's up 40%. I'm going to go short that just so I could use high leverage. Hell no, I'm looking for something that's up like 150% or higher. I'll come in with 1x. They'll come in with like 20, 30, 50x, something crazy. They'll get liquidated. It'll just go against them, and I'll be on 1x just eating it. And then eventually it'll just turn around and completely tank. So that's the strategy, 1x, man. If you do 1x, you do $200, $300, 1x, it comes down 50%. You make quick $75. Or $50, $75,
As long as it doesn't go up another 100%.
Good luck. It's going to go up another 100% when it's already up like 150 to 200.
Yeah,
chances are it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be able to judge it. You should know what you're going into. You're not going to it blindly. If there's some type of narrative that's causing it, yeah, maybe. But you should know that before you even put the trade in. Go to ChatGPT, find out what's going on. If the narrative is just listed, it's money. If the narrative is it got delisted from Binance and just listed over here, that's money. So those two things for sure. If there's some type of other narrative, whatever coin's doing that, then Well, that might be another case. You might want to leave that alone. But even at that, that's still anything's going to gas out. Nothing's going to pump forever. We all know that. Now, keep in mind, this is only $200 to $300 at the most. So don't think about putting a lot of money into this strategy. Because if it does go against you, so that's the worst case scenario. You lose $200 to $300. But in my opinion, the chances are it's not going to go against you. Even when it did go against me, I was on 1x. It didn't matter. It was just a matter of time before it reversed. Came back to me, and then once it.
If you're on 1x, say you have $100 in your account, and you go in with the $400 on 1x. If it goes up 100%, you get liquidated. But if you have,
of course,
if you have $200 in your account, and then you you only position yourself with 100, then you leave the rest in your account's margin, then it can go up 200% before you get liquidated.
Yeah, I don't do cross though. I do isolated. If I don't put a quarter in, isolated, or half in. If it goes against you and it does something like that, then you could just leave that there and take another isolated entry, and it'll take your liquidation way up. But I mean, in my opinion, the chances are in your favor that it's going to crash.
So you leave it on isolated, and then if it goes up a lot, you just double down on the position.
Yep. I'll just add to the position, isolate, and bring my liquidation way up. But I won't add unless it's going to have to go against me a lot. I'm not going to just add little by little by little. It's going to have to go really against me, which I've had to do, and I still won. Matter of fact, I don't even think I've ever lost. Not like this. Only when it was high leverage.
Yeah, what's cool about low leverage is that you can get pretty close to your liquidation and you still have time to add to it. If the leverage is really high, you get barely any time to even think about if you should add to it or not.
Oh, you're screwed. High leverage and isolated is a no. You're done. Doesn't even work. I don't even know why they allow you to do it. Well, we know why they allow you to do it. Go ahead. Nah, I'm happy with it. It's working. But it's not serious money. So say that off jump.
All money serious.
Making $75 pretty good. And if you could do it in a day, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's nothing that's gonna get me anywhere. I gotta have 10 to 20,000 in spot and try to do a 10x to get where I want to get.
$75 a day. $75 a day for 40 years. It's like $1 million, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you just you get an extra $75 a day, like 50, 75, 100, whatever, add it to the spot, then you're Gucci. Because you'll eventually build up that much on spot. After however many days of doing it, you just keep adding, and it eventually adds up.
Maybe Tajay, not Gucci. I'm not sure about Gucci. Yippee Rari.
I don't even know what the hell Tajay is. Sounds like an Asian restaurant.
You got Target. They call it Tajay.
All right. I see what you did there.
Lost in translation. It's almost 9:15 in Tokyo. Asia time.
You know what time it is.
I was just about to say something, just in case people aren't watching. Look at your charts. It's going up.
I always got one eye open.
Do the dang thing, Betty. Let it go. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on.
They seem to be sending it, huh? Full send?
Yeah, yeah. We got Powell out the way. Give us
Yep.
what we thought.
Give us today our daily bread. Let's go.
He's silly, dude. Still gonna send it.
Could be a big move.
Yeah, come on. Don't tease. Bring it. I want to see prices above 98,000.
All right.
That's the hourly close.
Yep. 5 minute.
Solid hourly close.
5 minute, leaving a little thick liquidation vector zone. Might come back
there
get
we
half
go.
of it.
I think that was a new high.
Yeah.
Technically. Yeah.
That's Trump
Yes,
tweeting.
sir.
What did he tweet?
Big news. Conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at the Oval Office concerning a major trade deal with a representative of a big and high respected country, the first of many.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, works for me.
Just give a reason to pump it.
Look at the ticker tape. Shit. They didn't believe.
Wow, guys.
They didn't believe.
We're so close. Can you believe we're so close to 100,000 again? That's just so wild to me. We've been through it. We've been through a lot.
Hell yeah.
Been very patient with it.
Along the top and along the bottom. I've been here.
You're along all of it.
I'm so long right now.
It's the way to be.
Nice. I'm talking about.
Yeah, shorts are fleeting, is what I was gonna say. Like they happen, but they don't stay around forever. Shorts and like downside. I feel like everything is a return to growth eventually, you know. At least for Bitcoin. So the last day that we were at this level was the 21st of February. 76 days ago.
Let's go.
98.2.
Let's go. Trump got him woken up. He said big news. Huh. Was Trump like this like last go around? I can't remember. I rather him in the market like that when he was around. So get that pop through. Let's go. $99.
Y'all know what time it is. All right, come on. Come on.
All right, see if we can stack on top of this last week's high here. Should be nice. Start to build on out. They're taking this one little zone at a time.
Hey, get your popcorn ready.
Very pretty bull. A little bull flagging on the 1 minute. Hold your head up. Yeah, we're gonna come back and recover a little bit of this. At least half of this vector zone here that we left.
Oh man, of course I sold. Looks like we're ripping, huh?
I mean, we're broke up higher here. We just kind of wicked through. We're coming back in. We've already come back in last week's high, so let's see if we can hang up here.
Right before I went for a massage, I sold it.
Looks okay though, you know.
You think it's not going to continue all night long? Once Asia comes in? Well, we don't.
Well, what Trump out here and the boys, you know, trying to put out good news, you know, this and that. I don't know. It seemed proper that after Powell we could start to do what we needed to start to do. So start moving upwards more.
I just don't want to miss a train because I've been holding for too long, and I sold it right before I got massage, and because I don't know,
Well,
it was
you know.
starting to dip like an hour ago. Man, I'm sad again. What the hell?
Hey,
It's
bucker up,
emotional roller
Buttercup. We
coaster.
got this. Together, we can do anything.
You sold in profit, correct?
Well, because I have high fees, I had to pay $200, but I mean, it's better than being down $6,000. So I got my money's
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But it went another. So it went from, I sold it at 80 cents. And I think right now, let me check real quick. It's at 84 cents. Man.
What was this on?
It was
What coin?
EOS.
Okay.
Man,
Uh, there's always another trade, my brother. You know that.
well,
No, there's always another trade. You ain't missed nothing.
I hope not, because I was waiting for months, man, for this moment. At least I got my money back, but
I heard that.
ay. What about Trump coin? You think it's a good buy? I mean,
What coin?
Trump coin. I need to get my money back. I need to. What is it called? Revenge trade.
I wouldn't be going to go look to try and get my money back on Trump coin, but that's just me.
Trump owes me $6,000.
Hey, you mess with Bitcoin a little bit.
Huh?
Do you trade Bitcoin?
No, not at all. It's too
It's what?
expensive.
I mean,
I know I'm not a good trader or anything. I just thinking like it's so much easier to get 10% somewhere else. Because for
I hear
Bitcoin to do
you.
10%
Yeah, on an alt, yeah, you can get 10%,
within like
6,
2
7%,
hours,
like it
if
ain't.
you're lucky.
Yeah, 5, 6%, like it ain't nothing.
Yeah, you can lose 40% like it ain't nothing too.
That is very, very true. Yeah, but
Well, that's the high risk,
I'm
high
used to
reward.
losing.
That's what
It
he
doesn't
wants to.
scare me.
Yeah.
But yeah, Trump owes me $6,000, so I kind of feel like. But hey, what there was some kind of well, not catalyst, but there was some dinner coming up, right? For Trump coin.
Couldn't tell you. I don't pay attention to it. I don't trade it or nothing. Like
I can't believe he pulled a rug on his own supporters, but it's all right. I'll get over it.
yeah, you got to, man, because that shouldn't be no surprise.
I mean, I guess, yeah. Oh, massage was good though. I needed it. Strong hands, strong hands. I wouldn't mind buying in Dogecoin, but Dogecoin's been kind of dead lately. That's been my lucky one every time. I mean, it's not exciting right now. What kind of coin would you look into, or you think during the nighttime it's gonna retrace a little bit because it's been
During
going up.
nighttime. Okay, I mean, what I've been this Pingu, I've been dealing with this. It's had a pretty good flow to it. It's making moves. It hasn't been no dead coin, that's for sure. I've been trading on Pingu and Bitcoin. I've been going back and forth. So let's just put it like that here last week or so.
Do you mind if I give you? So I'm on that Webull brokerage. I give you a couple coins, and what do you think of? So what we have is Bitcoin Cash, Pepe, BAT, Arbitrum, Cosmos, Solana, Algorand, Bonk, Classic, Dog with Hat, Chainlink, Adera, Stellar, Cardano, Ethereum, Sui.
Yeah, I mean,
Avalanche. And they're pretty good coins, what they have there. It's just, I kind of like Sui, but Sui's been going up for a good while, And the higher it goes,
well,
Friend is your friend.
Sui's been a hot play for sure.
What about Avalanche? Because that one hasn't been ripping yet.
I bought earlier at like 19 something. I mean, that's where I've been, buying and selling and then buying back.
It's getting bought back up a little bit. Come on, Bitcoin. Let's go.
I'm going to keep degenning. Probably going to buy into either Pepe or Bonk.
Do you have Pingu?
No, it's not on my brokerage.
Oh man, this thing's been nice. I'm not going on.
I know what I'm not gonna buy. Shiba.
Baby.
I'd say H bar, Sui.
I got
Well,
H bar.
they move pretty good percentages. I mean, Cardano's not bad.
You know what? H bar actually does like to rip here and there.
Mm-hmm.
It's got pretty nice candles. It's just for me, in that brokerage, it's really high fees, so I can't really do quick trades. It's kind of like if I buy it, I gotta hold it for a couple of days at least. Roughly speaking, if I put 20K, I'll be paying $400 to $500. Man.
Has Bonk been moving? Have you been looking at Bonk any?
Well, that's what I was thinking, either Bonk or Pepe, because Bonk, yeah, those are pretty good. They get their
Yeah.
moment.
Especially when Bitcoin starts doing this thing.
Yeah. So
Moment I noticed with Bonk.
Bonk has been for like last, I would say a few weeks, I would say it has better moves than Pepe. So Pepe could be the next one. No?
Okay, we're breaking through last week's high, everybody. So let's see if we can try to stay above this. Let's start stacking a little bit.
Might build a flag here.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like a bull flag.
Oh, so it means, okay. A next leg up kind of thing?
Yeah, we can tighten up here and spring out. Possibly. I'm coming with the good news. Got good news, y'all.
Yeah, he was saying he's got a big announcement, right? Did he ever announce it?
Oh, he just gassing. He gassing the whole thing up, man. It's what's up. You can make a play on it. He gassing the markets up. Got good news coming. Yeah.
I wonder if it's the China trade deal. All right. I'm gonna split between Bank and Pepe. Pepe. Why not?
Go Bitcoin. I'm on.
Okay, I put my orders in.
I'm probably gonna buy back into Bitcoin if it comes down here to like 97.4. Lord willing. I mean, I've got other positions still long. I'm just looking for another position in or long. So
10-4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. I already took a lot of I took a lot of damn profit.
Oh, you put the profit?
Oh, hell yeah, I've taken profit like 3 times now. And that was just off that bounce off like 95.8.
So you don't pay any fees when you buy in? Let's say if you put 10 grand, like, how much would you pay in fees?
I don't know. It'd be pretty minimal. It wouldn't be $400. I can tell you that. I'd go to Robinhood. I'd go to Robinhood, deposit cash in Robinhood, buy XLM, send XLM to the exchange that has the cheapest rate, and then
Interesting.
Yeah, send the XLM to your spot account, sell the XLM, transfer the XLM, transfer the cash or USDT to your funding account, and then trade from there.
So I put 5K in Pepe and I had to pay $50. So it really depends on the day, I guess. Sometimes it's horrible, but ain't too bad, $50.
Are you paying fees? Are you paying just fees, or are you also paying a spread?
Well, no, so whenever I buy in, I'm already like a certain percentage down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
Sorry,
you're
that's
paying a
called
fee
spread?
and a spread. Yeah, probably. I mean, like if Bitcoin's at 98,000. If you were to go buy it right now, would it charge you like 99,000?
I don't know. All I know is that I bought in and let me see. Like H bar, I put 5K, and right now I am negative 1%, which is $55. Well, $50.
Yeah, but what was your buy price?
Well, that's my buy price was 0.17926, and the price right now is 777. So
Yeah. So
17.
you're unless it just went down in between
No,
then to what?
no, it didn't go down. It's just
Yeah, so
you automatic
you're paying a spread.
spread. Okay, and
You're
that's
paying
something everybody's
so
paying, right?
that's a spread, and then you're also probably paying a fee on top of that.
And I also pay when I sell, so it doesn't let me sell for the price it is.
Correct. You also pay a spread whenever you sell. So, like if you bought Bitcoin at $99,000, it's going to charge you $100,000, and if you sell it for 101, you're going to sell it for 100. So on that $2,000, you net zero.
Is that normal? Is everybody got to pay, right? Or that's just
That's
really
what
extreme?
I don't. I mean, it's not. I don't know how it's affordable to. I don't know how you can trade. To me, you'd have to be trading on a freaking 2-week to monthly time frame, which would be cool to only take like a trade or two every 2 weeks or a month or whatever. Don't get me wrong,
Well,
but
that's exactly what I'm
based
doing,
off
kind
the
of.
fees and based off the fees and the spread, I mean, I don't see how you could ever actually trade anything well.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna
I
be
mean,
about position.
I've
Yeah,
done
that's
the
gonna
math.
be that's about your position. If you get a good position, it's well worth it. But if
Oh
not,
yeah,
it can
yeah.
that fee if you can't, and that fee that fee that fee can get you, especially over
If
time. Yeah.
yeah, if it was the perfect place to buy and I had no other option, I don't care what the fee is if I believe in the coin kind of thing. Because I don't care about the cash, I care about the coin. I mean, the goal isn't dollars, the goal is coins. Whatever like coin you believe in, but yeah. A lot of coins have unlimited there's not a cap on the circulating supply, so it's just like the US dollar. Theoretically it could be infinite and they could print as much as they want to. So I mean, so you'd have to burn to be able to stabilize it if you can print as much as you want. But anyway, you're in Texas?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never used Webull, but I don't know. I'd hate to recommend Coinbase, but to do Coinbase, you have to use Coinbase Advanced.
Right, bro, because Coinbase is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it
The
sounds like
last bull run, hey, bro,
Mhm.
the last bull run, I didn't know there was a spot where you could see your cumulative fees for trading. Bro, after about 6-7 months of trading, I found where you could see how many what your fees been. I had spent like $1,300 in fees just because I was trading in and out of stuff all the time.
Well,
Didn't
that's
realize
just
they're charging.
and that's just fees. That's not even the spread. Were you using Coinbase Advanced?
No, at that time it was just a regular app.
Yeah, bro, you were paying a spread and a fee. So that $1,300 ain't shit. It's the 1% above market that you pay when you buy, and it's the 1% below market you sell it at whenever you sell.
Right.
Yeah,
Plus your
dude.
slippage. Sometimes you get a slippage. But
Yeah.
yo, man, you guys see that? We almost hit that 99.
Yeah, I'm a buyer here at I'm a buyer at 97.4.
Because I'm a bad low and sell high.
That was a big buy that came in not too long ago, huh? Around what was it? 5, 10, 15, 20, about an hour ago.
Yeah. Someone got a little frisky.
It was the vampires.
I accidentally hit a extra number on my keypad.
I'll be right back.
Man, this was beautiful. I went down the street to buy some tacos, come back, we up $1,000.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Wow, I'm glad you said $1,000 because then I did the math based off where it just topped, based off where my buy is at, and it's literally exactly $1,000. That's freaking nuts.
We was
Actually,
right
go
at
ahead.
97 when I left the house.
Nice.
I only been gone for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's trying to
It
build
looks
out on.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's building on last week's high that we just broke here. So hopefully we can stay.
I think it's
So
playing
last
NVIDIA
shot.
games right now. Oh, bro, you're the guy who said Biddy. Dude, I kept trying not to say it after I heard you on here, but dude, I can't help it because I've always just loved like hearing that.
Yo, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, what's up?
I got a question. You know how you guys were just talking about Coinbase and fees and stuff? Where do we go and look and see how much you paid for Coinbase fees?
I think you can just like ask ChatGPT, honestly.
Not ChatGPT. Where do you go look in your Coinbase account?
Yeah, he
I
did.
don't know, dude.
It's a spot.
We don't use Coinbase actually. That was also part of the conversation.
Right. It's been so long since I used it. I couldn't tell you, but I know if you search around in the in your info. It used to be in there.
Yeah, I think they took it out. They used to have it on Coinbase Pro too, and they'd show it right up there on the top on one of the pages, but they don't have that anymore.
I'm pretty sure they did, because that was when I seen how much I had spent, that was it. I instantly got off.
If you're using Coinbase Advanced, it should show it down in the bottom of the trading panel on the right hand side.
Well, yeah, that just shows you on your particular trade, but he's asking like for a total overall.
Right. They used to give you like a full 6 months or whatever.
Remember Coinbase Pro used to have a whole list? Like you could just click on that tab that said fees and it gave you the whole list of all the fees you paid.
Yeah, that was awesome. They should still have that.
Why did they
There's
change?
reason
Like,
because they
why
didn't
did
want to. They didn't want
They
to
probably
scare people.
scared too many people
Yeah,
away.
scare people. Yeah, they're like, oh my god, I'm spending this much. Yo, there was months I was spending minimum $30,000 a month. I was like, yo, this is crazy, because I was just swinging in and out of $100,000 positions, and the fees just bang in and out, in and out, in and out every time. It's like another $400, $400, $400.
That's why they made the Coinbase one where you just pay a monthly fee. But it's like, I mean, dude, they should.
You don't have to have Coinbase One. You actually just have to have Coinbase Advanced.
Guys, I have Coinbase One, but then I also paid $290. I paid $299 a month now, and that's what I'm curious. I want to see.
Yeah, no,
where
Coinbase. Yeah, Coinbase One
How
is
do I
definitely
find
worth
that?
it. If you trade a lot, Coinbase One is definitely worth it, especially to onboard and offboard. Like when you're purchasing USDC and you have Coinbase One, like me, instead, like I pay $29 for Coinbase One, but the money you save by onboarding without having to pay the tax when you onboard a USDC is like, I'd say you save about $500, $600 every month. Just
Yeah,
by
but
doing
also
the
that
30
$290, that $299 one, I get a lot lower rates though too when I'm making larger trades though, because I am, like you're saying, we're in and out $100,000 here, it adds up. So when I'm paying $299 a month, when I've been trading in and out, moving $50,000 to $100,000 daily, it's way less. But I'm just curious, where in the world do I find this? I'll keep digging. I'll be back.
But he used to do that on every trade. But like, so that's why he's had so many fees. But friggin', like, if
I
you're
move that much in every trade almost now, guys. That's what I'm saying.
well, then get Coinbase One for sure.
I
But
have
yeah,
the Coinbase Advanced is what I'm saying. It's $299, not $29. It's $299 a month is what I pay for Coinbase One.
Coinbase Advanced is free.
Yeah, but if you're moving,
okay, dig deeper is what I'm saying.
Hey,
I'm the one who did the math in the first place. I've already done all the math. That's what
if
I'm
you're
saying.
moving fees every day, then you should have Coinbase One, not just the Advanced. Coinbase One is that
Correct.
extra fee.
You get up to $150 in rebates a month.
But yeah, dude, Drew, do you remember how sick Coinbase Pro was? Like, I'm so mad that they got rid of Coinbase Pro because that was the best platform to like trade and scalp on. Like they nerfed, like they completely ruined it.
Yeah, that's when I stopped after one. When I heard one was ending, I was just kind of done with Coinbase after that.
Oh, it was Coinbase Pro. Coinbase
Pro,
Pro
excuse me. Pro,
was
excuse me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
And then they merged them into one thing, and then they came out with they had the advanced trader, and then they had Coinbase One, where you could opt in for a monthly fee. But
I literally bought off Coinbase one time, and I was like, "Holy crap, this is stupid!" And then
dude,
I figured it out from there.
If you just use the regular app, even if you're trying to buy $1 or something, not only will it give it to you, not only will it market buy, but it'll be like the worst. They'll give you like the worst price, like a ton of slippage. Plus, they charge you $1 for. So there's the slippage, the spread on a market, and like even if you're only trying to buy $1 of something, they still charge you $1 for every single transaction. Like when you're just using the regular app, it rips people off so bad. Like with advanced,
it's
you
ridiculous.
can do like the limit orders and stuff, and the fees are like pretty nominal if you're not really moving huge weight all at once. And if you're looking to hold for a while, like if you're not just scalping and you're looking to hold for at least a couple days, a couple weeks or whatever, like I'd say Coinbase Advanced is pretty good. because you don't have too many fees for like opening and closing if you're doing like a swing trade. But scalping used to be sick on Coinbase Pro because you could use just smaller amounts of money. You could get in and out so quick. Like there was so much like liquidity, and there was a bunch of like everything in the market was moving. So there was no like there was always orders to match. Like you never really got a bad price. Like you could always get in and out of the price that you wanted. But what I miss doing that. I miss just trading like high frequency trading on Coinbase Pro because when I moved to like these leverage exchanges, like there was a few that you could use that had like really small fees, but for the most part, they charge like enormous fees to like enter and exit a trade. And then there's like the funding rate and stuff that ties into it as well that you have to deal with all that when it comes to perps. But like MEXC was sick because it was like zero maker taker fees. Like you didn't really have to pay fees at all on MEXC. Like there technically were fees, but they weren't like they were so small that it didn't even matter. So like you could put your stop loss at break even and not even like you wouldn't lose anything if you got stopped out.
Can you guys quickly explain how does leverage work? So if I do $1,000 and I put 10x leverage, that means for every 1%, I get 10% out of that $1,000, right?
It's so you get 10% of whatever you put in. But
Right.
yeah, like a
1% is 10%, really, right? Out of that $1,000.
yeah, 1% in the price, but it's because your position. It's because your position is larger, so you're
Yeah,
leveraging.
it's a $10,000 trade.
When you put in $1,000 on 10x, it becomes a $10,000 trade, but you're
Yeah, just
borrowing
look
someone.
at yeah.
So what happens if I do 10x leverage on $1,000? What will be my liquidation? So if I go under 10%, they automatically liquidate me, right? So I
Yeah.
can only lose 10% before I get stopped out, right?
Yeah,
More
if the
like
price
9%.
if you're on
How much?
10x and the price drops 10%.
More like 9%.
Yeah, there's a little bit of room where they actually put in like because of the fees that are involved, like they'll take it before it even drops 10%. So it could be like 9%, 9.5%.
So for you to trade leverage, you got to be really freaking good.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I
can get
wouldn't even.
liquidated. Like, what if you do 100x? So you lose a 0.001, you're out.
You have
1%.
1%. Okay. So how do people trade? Like, what I think the biggest one I heard was like 500x. How's that even possible?
It's not you put your go to if you want to know, go to the casino. Just go
As
to the
soon as you
casino.
click the button, you get liquidated. Just put it like that.
Right. The moment you buy in, you're out.
I'm gonna tell you this is how you trade 500x. When you see a big dumbass green candle shooting up, you just buy into it and then hit sell.
Yeah. Actually, buy sell.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't do that, and don't do that with meme coins either. You're talking about pay and bonk and all that. Don't.
No. I can't even do 2x leverage because, like I said, I can't even do spot. So that's why I'm not even. It just makes me realize that you really got to know what the hell you're doing, even with like 5x.
Yeah, I would recommend. I never looked at Bitcoin until I came to this channel, and now it's the only thing I look at, and I hate it, but that's where I should have started, and I knew it the whole time, and I just didn't do it. So that's a lesson I learned. Not
Right.
financial
You're gonna
advice.
trade high leverage. Pick a coin,
So,
barely moves.
You're not going to get rich trading meme coins. I mean, you could be this statistic, but
For me,
I
it's just
just
I have a full-time job and I don't have the luxury of, actually doing research and stuff like that. So the way I do it, I buy it and then
yeah,
wait for
and
it
you're
to go
gonna
up.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you're gonna have to wait for these meme coins.
And then I watch Dbloc's channel. And I'm like, yeah, I could do it. And I'm negative.
Yeah, you're busy, so like work if you yeah, you might want to yes, do spot sounds probably more
That's
would be
all I do.
much
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's just better
I
for
mean,
you. Unless you're going to take more time and actually watch charts and try to
well, that's the
trade.
thing.
That
I wouldn't
that's the
mind
only
quitting
way
my
that's
job
all
and
well,
trading, but that's a hell of a step. And if I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
if I
Keep working
can't do
with it.
spot, then I
Yeah.
Uh,
You can have a good life, we keep on working and build that spot bag.
You could start now and make a lot of money, and then once the bear market hits, lose everything, maybe literally, and then learn that lesson the hard way too. You know, it's to me, it's always just easy when it's going up, and it's hard when it's going down.
I can't believe that we're not even at the top of the bull market and we already have people talking about quitting their job. Do not quit your job.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, man. I would never do that. I was thinking if I could make a career out of trading eventually. Of course not. I mean, that's stupid.
Well, make
Hopefully that's all where all our heads are at.
my man make that decision in 5 years.
Well, that's
Uh,
I totally agree, man. No, yeah, because I've been following cryptos for 4 years now, and I'm still see. That's the thing. I don't really invest my time. I kind of like, but when I have any free time, I always watch some videos about like like Dbloc mostly. To be honest, it gives me that little like, hey man, maybe you should try it. But of course, I would not quit my job. I mean, if
I
I
was
yeah no
go ahead, bro. Yeah, I was
that
gonna tell him the same thing. Wait 5 years and then contemplate it as a thought.
so all of you guys are doing this full time. That's what it sounds like.
Hell no.
I
Oh,
trade
No,
every
no.
time.
I run my own company, business. But I do get good bit of time to do this now since I do run my own thing. So
I used to do it full time. I did it for like more than a year full time. Wasn't worth it. Not in the slightest. Being glued to the charts all the time and like never like it was really hard to sleep. Like I never slept well. Like I would
oh
always
wow.
wake up I would always wake up, my heart would be pounding. The first thing I had to do is check the charts and stuff. Like you could wake up. Sometimes you wake up, you're down $300. Sometimes you wake up, you're down $5,000. Like you're
yeah,
just it's really stressful. Like it's way too stressful. It's like I was like, I need this to be like
Stable.
a side income. Like I can't like like unless you can actually like be disciplined enough to just set aside like a few hours a day to trade, and you're like, okay, I'm only going to trade for 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day. It's going to be at between this time and this time, and then that's the only time you trade. And if you make money, then good. And if but you might lose money too. So there's going to be days where like you're losing money and you're down and you have to just stop. And then there's going to be days where you're making money and you're like up and you're happy about it, but then you got to just stop. Like so
Yeah.
a lot of people like that are disciplined enough to only trade for a couple hours a day tend to make it work overall. They might one day they might be down $600, but then the next day they might be up like $1,400. And then if as long as you get more days like that than losses, then you're technically good.
Right.
But it takes a lot of hard work and discipline and staring at charts and technical
It
analysis
takes
and
more.
understanding and validation. You got to find a strategy that works for you. You got to like
Even technical analysis is not always 100%, right? It's kind of like a
no,
Right.
educated guess.
it's not even close to 100%.
Bro,
Right.
it takes more discipline than anything else.
Yeah, you need confluence, so like a bunch of different stuff telling you the same story. But also,
Yeah.
whenever you see that, you need to look for every reason why that story that it's telling is BS.
But check this
Well,
out, man.
but
Let me
also
tell you.
there could be like a bearish catalyst that comes out of nowhere, or a bullish like a lot of it's news driven. Like some crazy news could come out that could either just send the price soaring or send it crashing, and you don't even know what's happening for the first 30 seconds to 5 minutes, and you're like, what the hell? And then you find out later when it's too late, your trade's already wrecked. But the biggest thing is like trading psychology, understanding, so it takes a lot of time to actually build the discipline that it takes to trade full time, because it's like you have to understand that you're taking losses is part of it, and you have to understand where your losses are small enough to where they're manageable and they're not too big. But if you hold on to a trade too long and you get wrecked, it screws up your whole mind state and your whole psychology, and then you just go into a downward spiral sometimes. So you have to make sure also that you're sleeping well, and you've got to I don't know, you got to make sure that you're on you're in a good mind space.
It's just
that,
discipline, bro. It's all about discipline.
Man, yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, it's
When I
don't
said
make
it,
it too
I would want to
complicated.
quit
It's
my
just
job.
discipline, bro.
I was
You
talking more
gotta
like
you gotta learn how to take small wins more often instead of trying to get big wins less
Yep.
often.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it.
If you make $25 an hour on your job, you got to break that down in an hour.
Yeah, I heard
It's,
Dbloc talking about that.
Yep.
it's nothing to make $5 profit, bro, but you got to take it. You can't say, oh, it's going to go to
That's
10,
another
15,
thing.
20.
Yeah.
You got to take that 5
On is right. Take that 5
and
and
start
run,
over.
Holmes.
Just keep taking it. You can
Yep.
If you can
Say
grab 5 trades
you
in
work
an hour at $5 a pop, that's your $25 an hour.
say you work 8 hours a day for $25 an hour. Well, dude, sometimes there's days, and so you make $200, right? For a good day's work. There's days where you're gonna sit there in front of the computer all day and lose $1,000. You'll be sitting at the computer for 12 hours, and all you did was lose $1,000. There are days like that sometimes if you're working with big money, which you kind of have to if you're a full-time day trader. But I mean, it's not impossible. It's just there's days where you're gonna lose and there's days where you're gonna win. Sometimes people go on losing streaks for weeks at a time. So you kind of have to have enough capital to back you up to the point where you can keep trading, and you have to keep your losses manageable, because the smaller percentage losses, they're easier to win back. But if you have a huge percentage loss, it's much more difficult to gain that back. Plus, it takes your whole ego and freaking psychology takes a huge hit, and you lose confidence and stuff. So it's really difficult to try to master all those things. I don't even think there is anyone that ever are a psychopath. I can see how a psychopath could be a really good trader because they just don't even have any emotion or whatever. But people are emotional about money. It's really difficult. The most difficult part is the psychology of all of it, and you have to be able to sleep well and be well rested and focused and in a good mind state, being okay with sitting there waiting and being patient for an entry, and not when the entry presents itself, not hesitating to take it, and not hesitating to get stopped out if you're wrong, and all this stuff, man. It's so hard. It really is. That's why I couldn't do it anymore, because I was like, yo, this is too much. I'm like, this is too much pressure for me to be able to handle, trying to make an income off of this. And then also I never would go out and do anything. I would just be sitting in front of the computer all day, every day. And it was terrible. It was really unhealthy. It was really stressful and unhealthy.
It differs from person to person, though. Depends on your mentality.
I mean, different people could there are people, there's loads of people that go out there and they do it successfully, and they love it. I thought I loved trading until I started trying to do it full time, and I was just like, nah, I'm not doing this. But I mean, it's still a great hobby, and it's awesome for if you put a lot of time into learning technical analysis and learning about the market structure, and all the other things that go into it, like the news, like monetary policy, macroeconomic stuff, then like it's fun and it's a great thing to learn about it and stuff that's really useful and important. But I mean, just like you can use all of that to make extra money on the side, but a steady, reliable income is what you kind of like need, and then trading on top of it, because if you don't do it like that, like it's just too much pressure, and it's not like when you're trading, it's not like you get paid for your time. Like it's not like you're getting paid a certain amount an hour to trade. Like you have to win. Like you have to win to get paid at all. Like you could spend a bunch of time and lose money. So like it's totally it's like really stressful. It's too stressful for me. I'll just say that. I might try it again later on in life, but for me personally, like the situation I was in, it was too stressful for me.
You
But
got to
I
move
still
to
love
Mexico, where your rent is only $500 a month.
Yeah, I think everybody's got different perspective on it, but depends on what you want from it too, right?
That's what I said.
But
It
I
differs
don't
from
think and nobody starts out, like a superstar at it, right? So like unless you're magically able to just get in there and
Just
make
naturally
money.
gifted, and you see it like that. You know, that's all. That's just like
Yeah,
a skill.
yeah.
Your skill
I
set
mean,
is naturally you can just see it.
and if you are, like, good for you, start a business, right? Like,
Yeah, for
like
sure.
manage accounts. But but like I think some people like, because I have heard this perspective before. Like, I consider it like kind of like trying to be a rock star, right? Like, you probably shouldn't quit your day job, but for some people that transition too, like if you're at the point where you've been studying it and like you've been putting yourself to the fire and you've gotten good at it. For some people, it does take that step of like, I think, kind of just like having that direct fire underneath you, because like, everybody has different. I would say like risk levels and motivations, right? So for some people, that motivation is kind of what takes it, and I think you see that a lot with the folks that end up working at different brokerages and working with banks and stuff, doing this full time. It's like kind of
my
once
advice would be
they're not using their
anybody
own
that's
money.
considering quitting their job, find a real mentor that can prove that they know how to trade and profit every day, and learn from them. Spend that money on them instead of losing it in the market trying to learn the hard way.
Yep,
Trying to do it
and
on your own is not the way to go.
100%. And I say that like you shouldn't be like just jumping into it without like having some proof on paper that like you really can do this. I wouldn't just wouldn't suggest that to somebody. Like it's real easy to get ate up like that.
You really need good strategy that you can prove to yourself like that it has a high enough win rate where your gains are going to outweigh your losses, and like depending on how like high the frequency of trading is going to be. So you need a good strategy, and you need a plan, and you need really good risk management. Like in order, like, so you already have to have, in order to like start doing it full time, you already have to have like good trading habits. Like I would just work on trying to build good trading habits, like risk management, understanding like your like what you're risking and like what your personal risk tolerance is, and like just practicing risk management and practicing those good habits, so that if you ever do decide to start doing it full time, you'll already have those habits built. But if you go into it without like habits built already, then you're going to get wrecked, because like if you have bad trading habits and you try to do it and you're relying on it for income, you'll just make a bunch of bad decisions because it's based off emotion. But if you have high enough risk tolerance and you've already built good habits and good risk management and you've practiced it for a while, then and you have a good strategy that you can prove can be profitable, like over time, then you can go for it. But there's steps that definitely need to be taken first, in my opinion. Like,
Yep, I do agree with that, and I think like it's like if you start out jumping without a parachute, you're definitely gonna get wrecked, right? Like that's the easy way to splat. Now, you know, if you have a plan, you know, like
Bro, just hang out
you
here until the
still
bear
might get
market,
wrecked.
man. Just
You know
hang
what I
out here to the
mean?
bear market. We're gonna make a lot of money down the
Yeah.
line here. Just hang out, bro. Don't go nowhere.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
and
just
I mean
just
like
chill. Just chill. Wait to the bear market. That's where you're gonna make all your money, and you can chill and go to work. You can chill for several years and just see your bag just grow and grow and grow.
Stack them
Hell yeah.
dollar bills.
That's
and
what it
I
is.
do think it's just like anything else, you know, use any resources you have available to you, and this is a great resource to have for sure.
Also, one more thing that's really important. You don't always have to be in a trade. Like, you
Yeah,
don't always have to be in a trade.
for
Sometimes
real.
the best trade is no trade at all.
Yeah. This is coming from like
Most of the time.
I made my decision to do this full time back in the pandemic, right? Because I had a couple businesses and I realized, like, you know, you weren't really in control of the money you had. The pandemic cut off all the profits I had. But I think the biggest lesson coming from my mentors and is before you really jump on this full time, really educate yourself, like really know what you're getting yourself into. Like everything they said was actually on point. That one of the most important parts is having good habits. That means you have to do this repetitively to actually create these new habits. Having good trading habits, like, do you know what happens during the Asia session? Do you know what happens during the US session? Like, I live in Asia, but most of my trading happens during the US session because I notice that my gains and the coins that I work with have the most volume during that session. Now, for me to do that, I also have to change my trading habits, which means I have to be awake during the US hours, like right now, right? It's early morning here in Asia. Well, not early morning anymore. It's 10 a.m. But I usually start my trading right before the US session around 6 a.m. Eastern time. And that's when I notice like some whales start to choose their positions and start putting in their bets. And these are the habits that you'll start to understand later on. Another thing is also like my number one advice to you is never trade alone. What you're doing right now, asking the right questions and having these guys actually give you advice and like guide you along the way, that is one of the major reasons why I don't get wrecked. Imagine if I wasn't on this channel and I'd be trading on my own and just looking at the candles and the charts, I'd get wrecked in no time. Having Dbloc and the boys around, like when I hear them and I hear their sentiment, it kind of tells me, okay, this is something I shouldn't do today. This is something I should be doing today. Okay, most of the guys are bullish. What's the news? You know, one of the guys said confluence. That's one of the things that you're gonna look for, and one of your major confluences is really listening to your community. That's why the other guy was also asking you just keep coming back here every day. Just ride this entire cycle with us,
I
and you'll
refer
just
to it all the time, like us being in a boat. If you try and jump in a boat by yourself on the ocean and go
oh
paddle
my
out
god.
there, it's really tough. But when you're on a boat with a couple hundred people,
Look,
that
you
are
have
almost
someone to eat.
Vikings now, that we're all used to being on this boat, paddling, looking in all directions. That's a lot
Yeah,
more comfortable being on a boat with a bunch of shipmates, if you know what I mean, than
I
being
I'm
out
on
there
a
by
boat.
yourself.
I'm
Being
on a
out there by
boat,
yourself
man.
with one oar with some waves and wind and current being crazy at you.
Yeah,
yeah. When you have a view, it's
I'm
also
gonna
human psychology.
I want to
Like,
mention too, like I've uh I've been here you know, several months now, and I've learned an immense amount that I've applied on multiple levels of my life, and I still get wrecked like daily. So, and you know,
Look
my
at those
risk
big
mitigation
whales,
is much better.
those
You know what
idiots
I
that
mean?
make done moves and they come out with by themselves on this huge cruise ship. We're just a 300-person vessel, but when
Yep.
these big guys jump in this market and think they're running the ship, it's like, bro, this is a massive vessel. You can't just run the entire thing with the wheel. And sometimes people get wrecked for tens of millions of dollars because they're not in a ship with other people. They just think they can get out there in their huge vessel that they can afford.
Catch
They
me
don't
on
realize.
land. How about that?
And a lot of times, you know, when I am getting wrecked, a lot of it's silly mistakes that I've been, you know, like I've been made aware, like don't fall asleep with trades, right? Like, you know,
Exactly.
these are
We're a
things that
bunch
are.
of good traders. We're a
Yep.
bunch of good guys, fishermen, a bunch of lobster
Yep.
guys that have been on boats
Yeah.
for years, can do it in all conditions, understand. We are there to back each other up.
Mhm.
Give a better piece of advice when you see an occasion happen. It's like, don't you dare do it that way. You're going to lose a finger.
Never trade
Yep.
alone, man. Never trade alone. Your ego is your greatest enemy in a trade. Your ego, your emotions, and like the guy, like one of the boys said, right? Like when you're in a when you get wrecked and you're in a lifeboat and you have other guys with you, it's human psychology. When you have another human being with you, egging you on, you survive. You learn how. Okay, I shouldn't be doing this again. Like my boy
Calm
here.
down, breathe. Your heart rate goes down. You're not sitting there in panic mode, finger bleeding. You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
watching candles. You're actually watching.
Plus you gotta
I got this. Should
plus you
buff
got
out.
another set of, you got other sets of eyes on it, and you're like, oh yeah, like if
Yeah,
you're like,
man.
what do you guys think about this? It's like people will give you their opinion, and then you're like, oh well, I didn't see that before, so like yeah, maybe I shouldn't enter this trade, or maybe I should get out of this before it's too late, or whatever.
Mhm.
But they can also say, they can also reassure you that you've done the right thing, or whatever, like, you know what I mean? So but
Absolutely,
somebody was
absolutely.
talking about, like, or a few people were talking about like stick with it like until the bear market and through the bear market, because dude, the bear market is where you make all your money. You have a bunch of time to invest, but also like it's so much more relaxed, and like trading is easier. Like the I think the bear market is way more fun. Like honestly, I think bull markets suck. Like I think the
Bear
bear
market's
market
a
is
fun
way more
breeze.
fun.
Yeah,
Bull
patient
markets.
breeze rolling through it. It's
All right,
easy to do.
yeah, dude. Because you already have a range in the bear market. You know that range. Um, yeah, I think that really helped me being a better trader. You know, having a community. That's one of the first things my mentors taught me. Like, find a community, stick to it. I have multiple communities that, and I found Dbloc's community, and it just made sense. Uh, like I said, like if everybody's longing, the long that you took, you have confidence enough to write it out. You have levels, you have targets. Then you learn how to make your own targets. You learn how to make your own decisions also.
And it
It's
hurts us
really
when one of us is in a long and one of us is in a short. It hurts us when the other one's losing. Even if we're winning, it hurts us.
like
If
I
you're
felt for
getting
our
wrecked,
guy.
I
yeah,
think
if you're
that
getting
comes with
wrecked, you just need to chill. If you're getting wrecked right now, stop trading.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
And that comes
yeah.
with being in a community too. I will say like too, there's different philosophies. I think if you're interested in, you know, in crypto, there's kind of a different like you've got to be extra careful here, you know, because it's the volatility is much higher, I would say, although right now in the world everything's a little crazy anyways. So um I've heard different things from folks in forex, but I mean, I do know that the range of experience in this community is not limited to crypto. Is I mean, it's insane, the things that I've learned just about really any topic under the sun here. So it's definitely worthwhile.
And
Just
even larger than the sun, all the way out to the universe. It's cool
yeah,
what we learn here.
absolutely, and these things will be applicable to more than just trading, and like the mindsets that you interact with here are so there's so many different facets of life that you can apply the knowledge that you could gain here too. Um, so yeah,
Yeah, like
Yeah.
dump on them. Like whenever we're at the top.
Take your profits, man. The profits you take belong to you, dude.
Yeah, when all the new guys show up that don't know what the hell they're doing, you take their money.
Oh, nice. A little hazing.
Yeah, if you can affect the charts, but mostly, yeah. So just
Hey,
keep coming
no,
back. If you
I
have
did. They all did it to us. We all were there.
Yeah,
We've
they
all
sure
lost.
did. Come think of it.
Well, look at it,
Yeah.
guys. There's all kinds of different fields. There's like plumbers, and then there's all these different fields. There's electricians. There's all these different things that you have to go out in the field and truly learn with your hands. I mean, you could go to school for stuff and do all that, but what we learned
Welding.
here is a whole different aspect. I mean, you can't really go to school for it on the levels which we learn and have taught one another and have guided each other through. It's words almost have a tough time explaining what we're always here educationally absorbing every day.
Yeah, these groups, this is a priceless education.
Yeah, you can't pay for this. Where do you go pay for it? You know what I'm trying to say? It's like, where do you go meet a bunch of people that are all in the same like mindset too? It's really hard to find a bunch of people that are all in the same kind of boat. Electricians are different than guys that are doing concrete that are building. You know what I'm trying to say? So there's it's a lot of different ways to look at it. But I just feel like we're all on the same page pretty much.
Like these crypto Discord groups, yeah, like I've noticed that there's a lot of just really like-minded people. Like everyone still has their own unique individual personalities, but like more or less people are pretty much like-minded in these groups, I've noticed. And if
It's
they're
like we have
not, then they don't really if they're not, they don't really stick around. You know?
Yeah. We have a language. Like we might disagree. You'll hear it a lot in this channel. Like we disagree on a lot of current events and like where aliens come from and whatever. But when we start talking about the chart, we have a language that we agree on, and that's where confidence is. Like that's where confidence as a trader comes from. Like once everybody starts agreeing, like entirely on because the language we talk when we're talking about the charts and talking about our coins, you'll never hear it anywhere else. I guarantee you use crypto language and talk about it in another topic with another group of people, they'll totally you're alien to them.
Yeah,
But when
and
you're
it's not even just us guys. It's like there are thousands or like possibly even millions of groups like just like this that are all doing sort of the same thing. There's different Discord groups, there's people on Telegram, there's people on Reddit, like there's people on people in WhatsApp groups that do sort of the same type of thing. Like I mean there's a ton of groups that are just like us that I mean, I think like, this group and this sort of community is pretty unique. Like the whole thing that like sort of stemmed from the Tame days, like that this sort of like area and this community is pretty unique, but like and everything that bubbled off from there. But like, I mean, there are a ton of other like groups of people that do this as well, that have like trading groups, like in
How
Discords
many
and Telegrams and stuff.
how many other groups, I haven't seen one, like, are out there though that this week when we're riding out that gully, we're ranging, everybody's scared. We ain't scared. You know why? Because we ain't close CME and we see it above us and they're going to be like, oh, well, it was the news. It was the news. Hell no. It was Dbloc on them charts, cuz.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Let me
I'm
get a
part of
hell
Whale
yeah.
Club and
Hell
Chart Hack.
yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah, brother.
So they're paid groups. They're really good traders. I'm part of the Crypto Banter group. I'm part of the internal team as well. My mentors are there, but like when I trade with them, you have a lot of people in that group because since it's a paid group, there's a level of expectation, and when there's expectations, there's actually a level of toxicity as well. Like I
Oh
made
yeah.
more money than you, and I did this, and you didn't, and like your trade was bad and my trade was good.
Yeah, it becomes a
Like
piston match too, and
yeah,
everyone's like,
yeah,
"Oh, my TA is
agree with
better."
that. I don't join the
Bruh,
general chat
I've
because I
lost more
agree with
money. I've lost
yeah.
more money in this shit than I will make this year. Straight up. Actually, you know what? Ever since I got on Dbloc chart, no, we gonna make it all back.
But I learned
I got a
so
new
much
goal.
from people arguing back and forth in the pissing
Yeah.
contests, and I learned when to pull it out to not pee into the wind. It's like if you're good
Yes,
at pushing
sir.
on, you can pee real far, but man, don't pee into
Yeah.
the wind sometimes.
I'd
So
rather be pissed off than pissed on any day.
it's way easier just to turn around and piss with the wind. It's like not into it.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like,
but
damn.
these guys are like they'll haze each other and like and ridicule each other and make fun of each other like really bad, like for like
Oh, I'm guilty of it too. I do it all the time.
like just for having a bad
Hell
trade.
yeah.
It's like they like someone will get completely wrecked and lose like $10,000 or $100,000, and then everyone will like freaking make fun of him and like be like, "Oh, well, you freaking idiot! You should have listened to me and blah blah blah." And like you've done this instead. You know, it's like, and then like you're already kind of kicking them when they're down. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're already down. Like, and then you kick them when they're down. It's not
And you
like
know what I love is we are all honest about our trades too. We are not
Yeah.
BSers around here. We're all like, I'm in it to win it. I'm down in the dirt. You know what I'm trying to say? So there's honesty, which goes so much further than what the words were saying even
That's
today.
exactly
You know,
what
and,
yeah,
and
like
that's how
even
we're.
earlier, I had to like I felt like I needed to vent, and I was like, yeah, so freaking, I'm so pissed, you guys, because I got a really good entry on the long, and I sold it too early. I wish I just held that because like I tried to short it because I thought it was going to be a short, and I got stopped out 3 times. I gave back all the profits I made on the first trade, but if I had just held the first trade, I would have made double. And then
Push-ups.
like
Push-ups.
so
We ain't never scared,
but
cuz.
no, but I mean, I'm saying like, after I vented about it, I felt better. Like, because I was like all in a shitty mindset and I was like, oh man, like I shouldn't have done all this and that and blah, blah, blah. But then like once I vented about it, like I felt a lot better. And a
But it
buddy
wasn't
of
just
mine
venting.
told,
You saying those words, we all learned from where that possibility happened. You took that trade there. You could have waited a little longer, and we all watched what you were saying. We looked at the charts, and we also learned a little bit from it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Like here in Dbloc, I mean, it's practically free except for, of course, the YT membership. But like, you
We're
have
all
this group
practicing
here.
together. We're
Yeah,
watching. We're swinging it. We're out there hitting buckets of balls at the driving range. Turn it this way. Move your hand a little bit. Quit bending your elbows so bad. You know what I'm saying? And you can hit it a
yeah,
little better. We're all hitting it the right direction. There's a better way to hit the ball every time, and we're just watching each other and learning from each and every time we're making
Keep
strokes.
your eye on the ball,
yeah,
son.
it's easier to practice as a team. And like, that's the
Yeah.
thing is that like, if even when stuff is going bad, right? Like, so you could be doing really good and you could be celebrating with people, or if something's going really bad for you and you just need support, that's here too. So it's like you're like a buddy of mine, a really good friend of mine who was actually like a mentor, like in my early 20s, he told me something and um he was like, if you're holding on to something like emotionally and you hold it inside and whatever else, or like if you're going through a hard time and you're just like keeping it all inside and dealing with it internally, it's gonna suck and like fester in you. And if you share it with somebody, it makes it so much easier to process and deal with, and like you feel better about it. He's like, it's just like if you're trying to lift something heavy and you're trying to do it all by yourself, then it's going to be really hard. But if you have like a friend that's there to help you lift it, then it becomes lighter, and because you're not the only one lifting it
And then
anymore.
if you have a friend that's there to help you, and you have those like little straps that go around your arm and then go to the bottom of the wash, you're not even pick it up. It's like easy. All that weight is right on your arms, and then the other buddy's there to help you. It's like the extra support that's there from the community. It's like more than a third
Yeah.
person.
Especially if
you know
if your buddy is like, oh
what?
hey, yeah, no, I've done this before. Like I know an easier way to do it. Like watch this and blah blah blah, and like do this, do that, and then like and then you know it for the next time. And then you can tell your buddy if you find it somebody that needs help lifting something.
And
You can
the
tell them the
300
easier way
people
to
that
do
are
it.
on the Viking ship are all listening at the same time. We're all grabbing
Get
data.
them
We're all
buys,
Yeah,
cuz.
we're
Get
about to
them
pop
buys.
right here. We're about to hit this local
There.
resistance. I just popped in 50 Ethereum here. I'm about
There's
to pop
Drewski.
50
Let's
more
go,
Ethereum right
Drew.
here at the top. Watch me break this Ethereum resistance right now. I'm going
Let's
all in
go.
100K right now.
You did it, cuz.
Ethereum, dude.
You know what? You know what's that called? That's called validation. It's like when you nurture a kid. You nurture the sport that he loves, right? You have to nurture
Guys,
him when he wins, when he loses.
look at
'Cause when
dominance.
you
We have
Hey,
hit
let's nurture this chart.
our 65.5 on our
I've
dominance.
been
That's a
nurturing this.
very
I've
smart
been
play
nurturing
if you
this
look
sport
at it.
all morning.
A lot of money's going to go into Ethereum pretty soon, and Drew might have made a correct play, like right on the
All right,
money here, guys.
let's get volume.
I already bought my Ethereum bag. I'm just waiting. All we
Sweet.
got to do now is sit tight, sit on your hands, and see where we go.
Hey, Houston. We have
Doge Optimus XRP. What's Kaito?
Kaito is a new layer 1 that came out.
Good thing is
So
we're
there's a lot of layer 1s
3.01
that are
trillion. We are above 3 trillion. I think we're going to start building up some true volume here.
on my beard.
So, dude, yeah, this thing looks scary right now, but yeah, I
one
don't
of the
know.
big
I can't touch
plays.
it.
that are gonna come out this with this new cycle going up is one is gaming. Second,
I sure
second
hope so.
is layer ones trying to unseat Solana. It's just like last cycle. You have to look at history. Last cycle, everybody looked at Ethereum, what it could do, and wanted to do better. Solana took that seat. So now you have to look for layer ones. Layer
What about
ones
Bitcoin?
are
What about Bitcoin?
Bitcoin's Bitcoin, man.
Who's going to be
Bitcoin
that
is,
one?
I mean,
I call
we might touch
Bitcoin the
100,000 here in a minute, gentlemen. All right, we might touch 100. We might not.
100.
Who knows? But
Yeah, we should
but
probably
I'm-
Those,
I'm
probably
look at
talk
those
about the
gaps up there.
price.
Look at those vector gaps still right up there to 100. Jeez.
Telling you guys we're gonna do it. We're going to the moon. I'm a moon boy. Let's go.
Fly me to.
Drew, I give you credit for jumping into that 50. Most I ever did was 25 ETH at one time.
I just did 2 buys, one for 54 and another one for 53. So I got it.
Look at you, cuz.
Yeah, more than 100 ETH right now.
Drew, either way, I'm glad you got your checks. It sounds like you got paid, bro.
Yeah, finally, man. I can't really talk
Deal.
about it, but
He's
yeah,
back
let's go,
in
baby.
action. He's not fishing with a pole and bobber, man. You're back on the fishing boat.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go.
So yeah, just keep coming back, buddy. Yeah, tomorrow you look at the chart, something you don't understand, ask the community.
I always
Answer
say, let
any-
it rip, tater chip. Let it rip.
Is anybody thinking we might go down here?
We do need a correction. We need to hit a range top first. We need to hit a top of a range so that we know that we have a range. Right now the range is still being built. So the longs that we took, we write it out, see how far we go. Then we'll know, okay, this is the top, this is the bottom of the trend. Then we know what we're going to be dealing with. That's why there's a lot of people that change into bear.
I mean, that's a.
I will
there's a
say too,
W,
my
right?
my Monte Carlo simulation, we are like literally writing the best possible right now.
Scenario, yeah.
Yeah, scenario going
Is that a
up.
coin?
So,
Drew,
Huh?
you know I'm also really stoked. You
that a
didn't go
coin?
all in on one trade. You did it in two at least. You're in on two spots on there, Tucker. Wasn't all
I
in.
still got.
Bro,
Yeah,
that right there was a jingle
RSR.
in my ears, bro. He at least spread it out, half here, half there, or something. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
dude.
saying?
Usually it's just bidding. You got Ethereum.
For whoever was asking, the Monte Carlo simulation is it's a indicator that you can find on TradingView.
Okay. Thank you.
And it gives you, so when you first, you'll have to set it up a bit, but it'll give you like a million possible paths with polylines. But you can switch it to have like the best and the worst kind of performance, and that's what I found useful from it.
Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We got a little W.
I do. So I'll tell you this. I combine that with, but myself personally, I've been combining it with the D wave. Or what is it called? It's called the
Cypher?
D-shaped breakout
Dbloc?
signals.
Uh-huh.
And with the Ichimoku theories from Lux Algo, and that sort of gives me like kind of the different levels that it is likely to like go through, and sort of like on a short time frame, like support and resistance areas that I should pay attention to.
Ichimoku does that, yeah, correct. Yeah, it gives you a proper range, a visual range. Because like I'm a visual guy, so like I want to see like my indicators in TradingView. It helps me visualize like what I'm dealing with. Is it a tight range? Is it something that, you know?
Yeah, especially like because I'm pretty new, so I like that. And then I also have a auto GAN box, but I get rid of most of the points, I guess. And that's sort of like it sort of gives me like a short term what could happen and what to pay attention to. And then I combine that with looking at order blocks and liquidation levels. and then I have like at the bottom I have this relative crypto dominance thing. So like I have like a little pie chart at the bottom. So I'm looking at it. Now if you don't pay for all for TradingView, you could set this up a little differently through having multiple windows. But yeah.
Let's go. Bitcoin is pushing. These bulls aren't giving up. You pussy ass bears, you better run. Excuse my French.
It was perfect.
Let's go, baby. Sprint.
That was French.
I'm just
How
curious
did I
what this
understand it
dominance.
so well?
Let's watch what dominance is really going to do here. I think this might be like a pivotal point. If not, I don't know what to do.
Biddy.
Benjamin said like Benjamin Collins said like I think we're gonna do like something like
69. Didn't somebody say 69? And that kind of rung a bell. I was like, it might be a good one.
Hey, Dbloc's
Bitcoin wants to
back.
press up into the 100,000s and sit there for a minute, and I think that dominance might start shifting over if money starts really coming into there, back into the crypto market. We start really sticking above 3 trillion. Where's it going to flow into? So we got to start really paying attention to.
Big buzz.
So on a $100,000 trade, Coinbase gives you $70 rebate on a $248 fee. That's not bad. So they take out of the $248, they take out $70 from the fees. That brings your fee down to about $160 for a $100,000.
Yeah,
trade.
you get a
Not bad.
USDC.
You can only get up to $100 in rebates a month.
That's
new
not
highs.
true.
Come on, new highs.
That's
Come
not
on.
true.
Well, maybe it's 150. There was a
No,
limit
that's
based
not
off
true at all.
Coinbase. Okay.
Big buys
Dude,
coming in. Let's go.
Come on, new highs.
Rockets.
Come on.
It's your time right now, boys. If you got any balls left right now, it's time to put your balls on the table.
You're supposed to get severely reduced fees with one. Well, that was the whole idea.
Even put your balls on the table. Come on, big guys. Put your billions on the table. Let's see it.
That's what I'm telling. That's what the balls are.
Oh,
Billions.
yeah.
Let's go. Big buys. Big buys.
We haven't been here since bloody February. That's pretty cool.
All right, we just broke that local high. Just a little bit on
21st.
finance.
We even get a retest on that bull flag?
No. It's like, I don't need no retest, man.
Nah, it was like, yeah, screw that, man. I'm just gonna go. Rick,
I'm just
check
gonna
out
send it.
check
I'm
out
just gonna
Kaito.
fucking-
Kaito.
Kaito?
Yep.
Kaito?
One.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been trading that for a couple months.
It's up 30% today, but like it looks pretty scary right now. But like there is kind of like a little bit of a not bull pennant, but sort of like a flag here on the 1 minute. I have no idea what this thing's gonna do.
It is on a bull flag. It is on a bull flag. It's trying to complete it though. I think it's about to move up right now.
Drew, give me a reference. What was your average on the ETH on those two?
Terrible, dude. I just bought I bought this top here, man. I just bought
18 what? What was
big
your
ass
entry?
1831 and 1828.
Okay, all right, 29 area. We'll call it that 2930 area.
1,828 was my first one, and 1,832 was my second one.
No, I just always like to get a reference, so I kind of know where you're at.
Yeah, that's where I'm
I'm
at.
not gonna lie. Just at a first glance, this thing kind of reminds me of Sui.
Yeah, Kaito is actually trying to beat Sui in terms of tech, because Sui. Okay, so Solana is the benchmark currently, and Sui has proven to beat Solana in whatever benchmark Solana is trying to make, and Sui is trying to make a run for it through gaming. So now Kaito, there's Supra, there's other layer ones right now. What they're trying to do is beat Sui in whatever Sui is trying to do. So Kaito, and there's also of course Sonic. Sonic used to be FTM. So Sonic now is currently the fastest layer one in the market. But see, it's not just about speed; it's also about community and like if more people, if you're actually popular, that's actually what's important. And if you get retail, that's the holy grail. That's what Solana has. So retail
It
eyes
may
on
be
it.
fast. It may be fast, but is it cheap and secure?
Yes, it's cheap and secure. Sonic used to be FTM. FTM was already established layer 1, but they had to
Yeah,
rebrand
that thing
because
got wrecked.
system.
I still
Yeah,
holding some of that sucker.
yeah.
This is a
Oh,
good
I had
candle for
FTM since
Bitcoin.
last cycle. I bought FTM at $2.40. I diamond handed that. See, those were
Bitcoin's
one of my
ripping,
biggest.
dude.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Rick.
diamond hands don't really work. That's for retail.
Hold on
We're
to your
getting
bootstraps.
getting to this point where we can like normalize like
Man,
100K.
that's what you
Yeah,
tell the
just
people that you're trying to
We
sell
gotta
to.
normalize 100K, Rick. Last time we did, we were like,
100.
yeah, 100K. Like we
Yeah,
finally did. Now it's just like, oh, okay, we're
Normal,
getting
yeah.
100,
Bring
100K.
the level up to
100K,
6 digits
100,
or the level of the
100K
C.
needs to be our support. That's what I think.
It
100K
needs to
needs
be
to be a
normalized in
support.
people's
100K should be
minds as
C
well.
level.
That's right.
Should
It
be
just needs to
C
be meh.
level is 100K.
That's right. It needs to be sea level. Yep.
Bitcoin's gonna hang out on 100K, and Ethereum's gonna hang out at 20K. Let's go.
Y'all don't think it's too much too
Dang.
fast?
And XRP is gonna rip to $12. I hope.
Let's go.
Fucking right.
Can you
Fucking
imagine
right.
that?
Is he gonna have $1 trillion market cap?
Yeah, maybe. What's Bitcoin's current market cap? Is it like
I
2?
think 1.6, 1.7.
65% of $3 trillion.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, it's
I might be wrong
1.945.
about that. Let me.
Yeah,
1.9.
1.9. It's almost 2, man. Not too far off.
Damn.
Yeah.
65% of $3 trillion is a lot. It's 2/3. It's
Yeah.
basic. Once you hit 66%, it's $2 trillion.
Dude, it's 2/3 of the way towards the top of the
Exactly what
entire
I'm
crypto
mumbling at.
market cap.
66% is 2/3 of the
Yeah,
entire
66.
market cap, you guys. We are
Yeah,
tapping
yeah, yeah.
at
60,
that button
66%
on.
Big bad, big
dominant.
bad.
I'm saying
bad.
that it's
Guys,
2/3 of the.
guys.
Jesus Christ! Who's at the
Ooh,
God
casino?
she
dang.
rip. She rip.
What I'm saying is that
What up,
last
Dbloc?
cycle,
Let's just watch
the
this.
absolute
This
top
one you
of
supposed to
the
push that
total crypto
400x,
market
but
cap, the
Was,
absolute
yeah.
top of the total crypto market cap was $3,000. Bitcoin is 2/3 of the way towards that market cap now. Or not $3,000, 3 trillion. Total
3
was
trillion.
3 trillion.
Yeah.
Bitcoin alone is already 2/3 of the way towards that.
Exactly. 2/3 of it, 66.6% would be
Oh yeah,
exactly
Dominant.
$2
Yeah.
trillion at 3 trillion
Yeah.
market cap where we're sitting
all
at.
right, get
That's
ready
a
for
big
you to
difference.
flip Bitcoin. Get ready.
Yeah. Just send it Bitcoin. 100,000 is like right there. It's like right
This
next
is a
door.
really
All you have to
smart
do is
point when you want to start converting Bitcoin possibly into altcoins. You know,
All right.
D-Block's always saying, I'm just saying, when it's at its highest percentage, isn't that closer to when you might have our best targets too?
I don't know how we're not talking about the chart. I mean, this is like what we've been waiting for. Can we all enjoy this
Yeah,
moment,
dude.
please?
Shorts are getting
Yeah,
getting absolutely wrecked right now.
yeah, shorts are
98,700
getting
days.
wrecked.
Can we get a 98,800 coming around? 98,769.
Come on,
Let's
Rocky
go.
man. Come on, Rocky man.
The new guy, my last best advice to you: never ever cancel family time. Whatever your life is in trading, when it's your family and your real life relationships, you keep that. That keeps
Man,
you
you
safe.
guys are my family, though. You guys are my
Man,
family.
That's more
Bitcoin
important
is my
than
family.
You
trading.
gotta keep yourself sane, buddy. Real life
Man, you're my
relationships.
family.
Bitcoin's my
Imagine,
dad. Sorry.
imagine we went on that whole like 2-hour conversation. That dude left like an hour ago.
How about that vector under us?
It's the guy we were talking to
Well,
even still
Dude,
here.
I just
we're
went.
almost
I just went.
99.
We don't
Hey,
do
I
We're
just
vectors.
went and
almost
took a
99
whole
grand,
shower.
dude.
IX long
Vectors,
too.
vectors are very 2024.
Dude,
You know,
this is
and how about this?
hectic.
We got to remember, in a bull market, we only got to recover 50% of those vectors. Or once we get into the bull market, that might be our trigger too. And only half of a vector gets recovered and keeps going.
Once we get in the
Nike
bull,
after
baby. Once
Nike
we get
after
there.
Nike.
Vectors are so passe.
Everybody get that shit out of their system already? Jesus Christ. Yo, what are y'all on right now?
I'm on Bitcoin, man.
Vectors.
We're on price action, baby.
Holy shit. Emotional
Dude, yeah, so-
regulation, y'all. Jesus.
We just had like a 2-hour conversation about emotional regulation.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for y'all to finish so I could jump in.
And then of course Drew came back.
Calm down, calm down, calm down. I need you to calm down. Everybody speaking one at a time.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Lord have mercy.
All right, go ahead, Dbloc.
Just sit and enjoy the candles.
I heard that, Coach. I heard that.
Yeah, without a recap, candles.
Can
someone
Just enjoy it.
someone stream
So,
What's
yeah,
going
calm
on,
down.
yo?
If
I
you're
just
if you're
got back. I'm
long,
talking shit. I wasn't here for
congratulations.
2 hours listening to y'all. I just got back home.
That's great.
I don't know, man. Target
yeah.
5 looks like it might actually be a thing. More importantly, it brings us back to the top of the range.
Man, we were only staring at your bull flag, Dbloc, like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
We were inside it, and now we're bust right
Right.
through it. It's
It was just
incredible.
a twinkle in your father's eye, like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Hell
It's just
yeah.
it was just a little idea.
A
And
little
now it's
baby
like,
pattern.
holy moly. Yeah. Now it's actually happening.
We
That's
are pretty much done with all the gas that we had on the way up, though. If we're going to be completely honest here. We turn on the
What
dead
up, bro?
bodies and look at what got liquidated already.
I still got some gas.
until it encourages
See
any
that
amount
right
of
there?
gas to just
All of
step
that
in.
is... Yeah, they took all of that already. Well, you saw what happened last time. We came up, we came down. It
Yeah.
didn't take long for those shorts to reappear above. So we'll probably do the same thing. Come down, clear some of this vector. Let some of these shorts pile up above. And then rip it again.
Yeah.
Unless the FOMO comes in.
Yeah, dude, institutional FOMO, Wall Street FOMO, pension fund FOMO.
Yeah, more of those people below us in longs will be taking profit up here too. You know, so more of those things down below us, those red guys down there, might thin out as the top guys dense up.
All right, this is where we're gonna have to start selling Bitcoin and buying Ethereum. It's like, no, just kidding.
I want to look at the daily liquidation volume.
Oh, big bucks.
119 Bitcoin at the top. Who's that guy, bro? I want to have a drink with that guy.
That was Drew.
Sprinkling.
I just
That was
like
one
how
hell
it's
of
in
a
a vector.
sprinkle.
I figured it'd be more vector, but it's not. Not yet.
Somebody's got some background noise. Like a baby or something. I don't know what that is.
It was a pudgy penguin.
Pudgy penguins don't cry.
Uh-oh, Coinbase is sending out alerts that everything's up 5%. I'm just
Time to sell.
start thinking
15
about
minutes.
selling.
We got 15 minutes.
Let's go, baby.
Big buys.
Come on.
That
that number now.
100K magnetism might be enough at this range to just bring us right up there.
Yeah, I feel like
where that arrow's at the top, Coach.
Yeah, that thing passed.
It's
I mean, we're looking at 101.8 for the measured move.
It's magnetic. Let's go.
I just feel like so many people feel like they're at the top of the summit of a mountain again. They're almost like, we're back almost there to the top of the mountain. It just gives true proper incentive. You know what I mean? Good motivation in the right direction.
So it feels like getting home after work and you can smell dinner from the street. You can smell it, man. It's like right there.
I'm eating right now. This
You're
is the first time
starving.
I'm eating today. It's glorious. But yeah, like 209 million wrecked today, or in the last 24 hours. 123 million of that has been shorts.
What did what's ETH taking this? Ugh, whatever.
Oh, ETH.
Why'd I even bother looking at that shit right now? Dominance though. Speaking of bull flags playing out. Remember when I drew this, I was like, I hope for hell like that this shit does not play out. But the alts took it all right. The alts actually went up.
You hit that perfectly.
M2, baby. What you think?
Need
Yo,
Aspen to tell us
somebody-
what chart is missing.
Yo, Dbloc, ever since you stopped doing the hammer and the magnet, Dominant's just been ripping.
Man,
Yeah,
I
he's
got
still
a visit from the SEC. They said I'm not allowed to manipulate the
Stop. You're
market
not
with
serious
emojis anymore.
Let me know, Coach. I know a guy.
I noticed that the other
Bro,
day.
I'll
and I
be
started
real
to
with
feel
you.
bad.
It's not that I stopped doing it. It's that Dominance destroyed every hammer I put in front of it, bro.
You
I
got
ran
tired
out
of
of freaking
scooching.
hammers, bro.
You just got tired of moving it around, man. I was like, oh, we got to put a mallet on this or just get rid of it. We'll just wait for it to happen.
Completely ran out of hammers.
Dude, he had like 50,000 of them on the chart before.
Yeah.
Remember, he was trying to move all of them one day. I'm like, why don't you just
They're still
like,
there somewhere. They're probably
control
sitting
them,
around
dude?
80% or something. I just pushed them all off
Listen,
the
now we
chart.
need an asteroid. Can you put an asteroid on it now? Because we don't even need a hammer. We don't need a mallet. We need an asteroid to knock it down.
We need a friggin' nuke.
But I don't know when and where it's coming from is why I refer to it as an asteroid. It's got to come on us somewhere from some direction with enough speed to give it a
When it
whack.
comes from a planet called Ethereum.
Only thing that's gonna bring that shit down is a Powell emoji.
Ethereum's gonna slowly suck that dominance. Just like
I kind of don't want Bitcoin dominance to top out because that means that probably Bitcoin has topped out, and that means that we could have a left translated cycle. So screw
No,
that.
dominance
I
will
don't even
keep.
care.
Bitcoin will keep going after dominance comes down.
What came out with Ethereum today? Was anything released with updates or what happened with Ethereum? Weren't they supposed to release something today?
Oh yeah, the Pectra upgrade.
Any news on it?
Look at the
Wait,
chart,
dude,
bro.
aren't you the ETH guy?
Just look at
You're
the chart.
the ETH guy. How
Chart
do you
went
not know?
sideways.
I was
Just look
driving
at
across the state today. I just got over to Denver.
Bro, that's wild, dude.
Hey guys,
It went
after this
live on
trade,
mainnet on May 7th, 2025. That's today though.
This morning.
It doesn't say what time.
6
Bingo,
o'clock in the
bango.
morning. Nobody cared.
Yeah, well,
chart
that's
didn't
kind of what I
care.
was saying. The last time they did an upgrade, it pumped into it, and then as soon as the upgrade got like launched, it was like it dumped. The
My
price
whole
just dumped
theory,
completely.
my whole theory about them taking advantage of the upgrade to release the suppression was a complete flop.
Ethereum needs to lower its gas fees. They got to get more bigger boats with less gas fees.
Rich
and
people don't care
really
about gas
speed
fees,
up the
bro.
process. Well, I'm just saying if they want to really make a difference where people will noticeably care.
That's not their market.
All we noticeably hear about is Solana is how it's got cheaper
you're
fees.
worried about the
So
gas fees. Remember, Ethereum's not targeting retail. They know the money is from TradFi. TradFi has trillions of dollars. That's what
Anybody that I
Ethereum.
talk to in retail, like newer guys, are so scared of
Yeah,
Ethereum
like,
because it
if
still is
you have
like too
$500,
expensive for them. But
yeah,
they haven't
they
moved anything yet. They haven't had to pay gas fees, and that's.
They
I
don't
like
care
that
about
15-second chart right there, Coach.
And I have the experience yet with Ethereum
And it's
trying
still
to really
not
make things
moving.
happen.
15 seconds and it's just sitting there.
Hey, Dbloc, but if you check the order book on Ethereum, then it's been lining up quite a lot with the blocks. It's not as bad as it was like we
Yeah,
saw
I
that other
noticed.
week.
Yeah, I noticed.
So your theory still could be on the table. I don't know.
We won't know until
They-
somebody pushes it, right? I guess that's the thing. Like, we won't know if the wall is gone until somebody pushes it.
I'm pushing, I'm trying, god damn it, I'm trying.
Drew's over there by himself pushing. There's a bunch of bears on the other side.
Oh, wait, I'm with you, Drew. I'm trying to push it as well.
He was pounding out. He's making pizzas over there. He's pounding out the dough, man.
Oh,
Cheese and
15
put it in
seconds.
the
I dropped
oven.
big bucks, man. I dropped big bucks tonight.
Let's go, Ethereum. Let's go. I'm on it for you, Drew.
You ever drawn one of them W's on a 15-second, Coach?
Oh, yeah. I'll do T all the way up on this thing.
Hell yeah.
We'll do T on the 5 second if I
Well,
have
that
to.
one looks like an M, right? I know.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
Yeah, that's what
Because you don't like to see, especially at the top of a pump, you don't like to see shit to go dead. We're on the 5 second chart here. Bitcoin's dead right now.
We need that now.
Dbloc, if you look at Bitcoin Ethereum chart, would you say right now if we hit a double top on Bitcoin to ETH chart, the liquidity would, I mean, not liquidity, whatever, dominance would kind of slowly shift if this double top forms resistance?
time.
Bitcoin ETH is just holding
All
on,
the
bro.
superior
Like,
beds are the ones that use in hotels.
yeah.
Seduce it. Ito, superior bed.
Open my.
Bitcoin ETH is
After
just
that,
going sideways in this
then
accumulation range.
you move into the kitchen. You fix the bedroom first.
Hey,
Ghost.
Ghost, you got to open mic.
Who was that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll be back.
So yeah, we're stuck in this accumulation zone. We had one deviation out, but we're riding the bottom of it. It doesn't look great, bro. It doesn't
You
look
mean
great.
the ETH BTC
That's ETH
chart?
BTC, yeah.
Right, but because it doesn't look great, you know how, like, let's say Zeus's point of view, it's like these, it's not, doesn't look like a good entrance, but it seems like, something's got to shift soon, right, for Ethereum?
Yeah. I can see how we would think that looking at it, but it's also important to remember that we sort of felt the same way right here. At the bottom of this massive, we're like, oh, this is it for sure. It's accumulating, it's going sideways, it's holding its ground.
Yeah.
And this is nothing compared to that. I would like to think, I would like to think that we have to be close to the bottom. Just because we're getting close on monetary policy. But, I mean, until it happens...
Somewhere. It's got to be somewhere in this range.
Hey, let's go. Until it happens, you know what I mean?
We're getting some nice buys coming in.
We have to get over... Let me show you. Hold on.
We're probably going to miss the bottom on ETH BTC because we're not going to believe that it actually bottomed.
Oh, I'm 1,000% okay with that. Listen, I'm more than comfortable with catching ETH BTC after it finds the bottom and starts pushing.
Right. I'm just saying, if one of us is guilty of it, then all of us will be.
Yeah. We want to get above 98.7.
Dude, I can't believe Bitcoin's at 98,000.
Is there a world where you see XRP flipping ETH though? So I'm just looking at the market cap.
How many years?
Like this year.
No.
Like it flipped
No.
Solana and everything in a month.
Mm-mm.
If something big blows up, like if they have like a definitive
you need retail.
No.
Retail
Yo, that
loves
shit.
XRP.
If you're asking my opinion, I'm
That's the
telling you
type
no.
of stuff. That's the type of stuff that friggin' you hear at the top.
No, I was just looking at market cap, right? And I know that I mean, obviously, I've been in ETH. It's just slowly bleeding out, but at the same time, everything else is gaining on its market cap. It's the number 2 spot, but there's a chance it could lose that number 2 spot.
Dude, in the last
Our
bull
target
run,
for this
everyone thought that
W
Doge
invalidates the bull flag, but I mean the head and shoulders, by the way.
There's a chance it could lose that number 2 spot and go to the number 1 spot, baby.
In the last bull market, everybody thought that Doge was going to flip Bitcoin. And I'm pretty sure they thought that in the previous bull market to that too.
I've never heard that. I appreciate you mentioning that. That's nuts.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I never thought that once. Never heard it either.
Yeah, I'm not a big XRP fan either. Like I'm just saying, I'm just looking at just straight market cap, and the only thing that's closest to flipping ETH right now just is XRP.
Bro, we thought that we were going to be paying for stuff with Doge. We were going to be walking into the store and paying for bread and milk and eggs with Doge.
I never
I'm
thought
not
that.
even.
I never
I'm
thought
not even
Doge was gonna
bullshitting.
flip. At that time, alts were further away from Ethereum than Ethereum was from Bitcoin. You just realize that? Like a long time.
What was that statement that you said, Quai, that the guys never heard of before? You said
That
something.
that everyone thought that Doge was gonna flip Bitcoin in market cap. And that we thought that we thought that we were gonna be that was gonna replace fiat currency, and we are gonna be walking in the store and buying stuff with Doge, like buying bread and milk and eggs with Dogecoin.
Oh man, I don't remember that, but
Dude, how do you not remember that?
I was Doge
Yeah,
Army, but I was never invited to those meetings.
was one
It
night we
was,
smoked a
dude.
bowl.
It was like a big
I'm
mania thing. Everybody
Oh, I
online was
remember it was
saying that.
Were you
Doge
holding a
to
little
$1 is what I remember, but other
I,
than that,
yeah, I don't
that time.
remember it flipping Bitcoin or anything like that.
no.
Probably gone out,
Unless
Smacker.
we
Don't worry, I
started
got you.
Mostly,
I remember.
Thank you,
because
Drew.
of
Yeah, Drew
mostly because of
remembers.
math and stuff. But
Matt.
Drew remembers, and that's all that matters. Because I know that he truly does.
I was there too, but I never thought it was going to do something crazy like that. I always just thought it was going to hit $1 and you could go buy things at any gas station once it becomes acceptable. But I never thought it was ever going to flip Ethereum or Bitcoin or anything like that. And never thought it was going to be the new dollar.
So every cycle, everyone thinks that Ethereum's going to flip Bitcoin. And then
only
there was
Ethereum
this
people
thing that
think
came
that.
up.
But yeah,
Right, but like Ethereum maxis, but like for real, last cycle so it was called the flippening. Like if Ethereum was to flip BTC and market cap, and they're like dethrone the king, blah blah blah, they called it the flippening, and that's never happened, and it's probably never going to happen. But this thing came out last cycle that was called the Dogening, and it was like they thought that Doge was going to flip not only Ethereum but Bitcoin.
You know that XRP flipped Ethereum back
That's
in
the Shiba
2018.
Inu. The Shiba Inu community. We're
XRP
thinking.
got above Ethereum.
That's right.
Back in
That is
January.
right.
Coach, if we go down off that wick on the 5-second, dog,
we hit
I
the
gotta stay
target
away.
on.
If the wick, if that's the only thing that touches it, Coach, man, you scared me, dog. You scared me.
I mean, we have to invalidate this inverse. I mean, this head and shoulders. So we want to get above that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things when you were doing Doge, on the 5-second, that one day it was like ripping, and you were like all digging down into it with your W's. That thing was the most entertaining thing I think I might have watched in the past 2 years of my life.
Oh, guys! In other news, the conclave is going on to choose a pope. One of the preferees is one is Asian, one is black from Ghana, and those two are so far on top.
Where do I set my stop loss?
Have you seen the movie?
Exactly.
Damn,
I
that's
think,
gonna cause problems.
Bro, here's what I want to know.
As we were ripping through that on Doge, that's right when you were like right about this is when and where we should be selling. It was really important time, and it was just like I learned a tremendous amount, like a pyramid worth of information in like a minute through that stuff. It was great.
Crypto pulls a bigger crowd. Crypto is bigger than Hollywood, man.
We're just a cooler people.
Big buys.
I got a feeling.
You know, they say more Americans own Bitcoin than own gold. That surprised me.
Oh, absolutely. It's easier to access and carry.
Yeah. So here's what I want to know is
Right,
how
we
do you guys not
invalidated the head
remember
and
this?
shoulders.
Do you remember when Elon Musk was tweeting about Doge all the time? You remember that meme he put out where it's the Doge wearing the sunglasses and he was Morpheus and he was talking to Neo, and he goes, and so Neo says to him, he's like, "Are you trying to tell me that I can use Dogecoin to make money?" And then the Doge with the glasses, he says, "No, Neo, I'm trying to tell you that Doge is money." Y'all don't remember that?
Yeah,
That
but that's
meme?
not what you said. You said that we thought Doge was gonna flip Ethereum. That's completely different.
Like a bunch of people back in the mania phase
Back when I do
like
remember
people were
that one.
talking on the internet. That's what people were saying. Not us specifically, but I'm saying that's what people
I
were
mean, I
saying.
guess I'm sure some people in Doge Army would. Yeah, I just don't remember it being a common
Or
thing.
the dust cloud one where it's like
Part of
it
the
looks like a
mania,
Doge
man.
face coming in, like, and it's like a dust cloud with a Doge face rolling in.
But I'll tell you this,
I
we
remember that.
legit thought like, oh, Doge is gonna replace the dollar because like fiat currency and cash is gonna go away and it's gonna be digital and we need to be in this like digital money and like we're gonna invest in it and this is gonna be the new money of the future. Like during the pandemic. During the pandemic, it was like, we didn't know when the hell they were even gonna let us out of our house
That was
again.
all of
Like
us
we thought we were.
retail. We never thought it could go down. We didn't realize that people were going to sell. We always thought that people were just going to keep buying it, and then
It actually doesn't matter because there's no supply cap. So that's what never
when they
makes sense,
had
really.
when they had all the when they had all the like the metaverse stuff coming out and people were like meeting up in the virtual reality and stuff like that, it got weird for a minute, and everyone thought that that's the way that life was going to be for like from now on, and then people eventually like the pandemic subsided a bit, and then eventually people were allowed to go back to work, and everyone went back to work, and like the world kind of more or less went back to normal. I mean, not normal, obviously, it's not normal anymore. Like, I don't think it'll ever return to the way that it was before, but because now it's just a whole new generation that's all screwed up. But like, you get what I'm saying. Like things sort of more or less normalized. Back then, we didn't know what the hell was going to happen, so we had all these like weird theories of like what the future was going to look like, and we were stepping into the future of the virtual age and digital money, and we were going to be meeting up in the metaverse and paying for things and buying things there, and like paying with Dogecoin or whatever. And it was life was going to be this just one big virtual video game. We are going to have meetings inside the metaverse and stuff like that. It was weird. It was a really weird time.
You gotta believe.
I know whatever happened with the metaverse, and everybody was getting into getting goggles and all these things and places you could go. It just like
that was like 5 people. Nobody really thought that.
I mean, look at the billions and billions of dollars that are poured into it. I feel
Guys,
like
you think you
nobody
can just announce the metaverse and it just magically appears?
well, why hasn't it done
How long
anything
does
in
it
the
take
past
to make a
3
AAA video game, a regular AAA console video game?
All right, so why do you release
How
something
many
that's
years does it
3 years
take to
ago?
make? Answer my
Yeah.
question. How many years does it
He
take?
asked the question. Yeah.
I just felt as if it was being introduced then because it was truly coming out,
Joe,
as if they had already put
I'm
Joe,
gonna say 3, Coach.
Joe, how many years does it take?
I think at least 3 years.
Okay, how many years would it take to make a full-fledged interoperable metaverse? Probably
especially in the higher
significantly longer
definition.
than one cycle, right?
And no, and you're right though too. And the high definition that people are expecting out of it too, and the amount of detail and depth that's got to go in it. You're right. It's going to take longer almost than that.
Hey, thanks for drawing that W. I really just want to actually screenshotting this just because
I really just did it to show you that you can pattern out on any time frame. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
I'll go stay
You
on
were
the 15
highlighting the
second. We
M,
got
and
another
I
head
was
and
looking at
shoulders.
the W.
And I
Dude,
already know where
honestly,
the
I
W
might-
invalidation is. Yep, I already can know where to put the W invalidation where he would normally put it right there. I can already see it. Bam.
I think I might have to stop staring at your chart because I don't have any crack.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get off of the 5 second here in a second.
I love
Just
this
mapping out,
No, but it's all
just
good.
mapping out the top.
I love this shit.
We're all rowing in the ocean right now together, seeing the currents coming in.
Just trying to map out the top.
Yo, Dbloc, I was looking at.
Top. Is it? Well, I mean, we're on the 5 second, right?
Well, it's the top of this push. That's what we're trying to see. Will it continue, or is it gonna roll over for a deeper correction?
I ain't scared.
I think you do that just to give the people who aren't paying attention 100% heart attacks.
A little bit of that.
Oh, guys, has anyone heard what country is the highly respected country that's doing the trade deal tomorrow at 10 in the Oval Office?
North Korea.
New trade deals announced with North Korea would be wild.
It's Britain.
That would be so crazy, bro.
Well, we know it's not a third world country if you said it's highly respected.
I don't know anything. I know he would. I know Trump wouldn't say that about a third world country. Yeah.
Yeah, they call them shitholes.
Germany?
It might be Russia. Don't sleep.
I'm telling you guys.
I respect them.
New York Times said Britain.
Yeah, if it's Russia, that's bullish.
I just don't understand the whole earth shattering, like all the buildups. Like, it better be good, bro, because
I don't think that's big news.
Y'all know
though.
how we do this stuff, though, man. Trump, man. That's why you gotta love the show, baby. You gotta love the charts and you gotta love the show.
One thing I don't like about holding a lot of Ethereum, like I can't go out in the trenches and shill Ethereum. It's like it doesn't have that same.
There's no one out there. No one out there in the trenches of Ethereum.
Guys,
Hey, that's
you guys are overestimating the effect of your shilling. I hate to say it. I feel like you waste so much time doing it. I don't know exactly. Unless you're playing on something that's under like 20 mil market cap.
well, that's what I was saying. That it has no point because it's so big. It's like
Yeah.
I'm just like I was thinking. I was like, let me start telling some heads here. Like, yo, let's jump on this ETH. Come on. But it's like,
I
no,
mean, if it's the right heads now, it's
yeah,
a different story, but yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
good
you
to
can start
counter
a
some ETH FUD when you see it, just to keep shit balanced, but
Mm,
a lot of energy.
Yeah, I hear
Did you?
that.
It's
I
not
was
worth
looking at
getting
XRP.
banned on Twitter over, in other words, you know what I mean? Like,
XRP's market cap went from 30 billion to 160 in 23 days. And now it's at 130.
XRP Army.
Pew pew.
No, I'm gonna have some E FUD.
And it looks like it's just flagging. So if XRP breaks out before ETH makes its move, I'm pretty sure it'd be on the heels of ETH's market cap.
Nope, it ain't happening. I'm sorry, not tonight.
Bro, it's close. ETH's at 222, XRP's at 130.
And I was gonna
It's about
say,
to
is
be at
there
300, baby. 300 ETH.
is there a case to be made that XRP topped out for the cycle?
not topped out,
Never.
but had its most explosive move, yeah.
That's
You
what I
think
was
there's like
gonna
a
say. Like, if you ask me right now, what can I use XRP for? I have
It has
no
nothing to
idea.
do with that. None of that matters. When it comes to price appreciation, guys, none of that shit matters. What matters is, do people think that it works? Are people willing to buy it? Is there enough mind share? Is a market cap allowable for a move? Whether it works or not, we're too late into the bull market to care about that. Nobody's gonna have to prove that their shit works within the next 6 months.
dude?
You get what
Check
I
out
mean?
Doge one.
So what
I
matters
don't
is
know
what
how many
people think
times
works.
you can say that and it's not sinking in for people. Like utility is dead, man. No one cares.
Yeah, I mean, in the long run, a 10-year, 2-cycle thing, yeah, definitely pay attention to what is actually doing something because it'll still be here. But in the next 5-6 months, bro, you're not gonna be able to convince somebody that's brand new on the amazing utility that XRP provides. You're either gonna get them hyped up about it moving or not. And it has name recognition. It's not hard to do, right? People know the name. But for other coins, it's gonna be difficult, bro. Nobody cares about that modular blockchain and snarps and roll-ups and 3x in your TPS. Bro, that shit is just lost on people.
Especially after what happened with Luna.
Yeah.
Yo, Dbloc. When
Yeah.
you're done with the 5-second, check out Doge on the 1 hour.
Okay, let me get one more measured move and then I got you.
I just feel like so many people have more caution this series compared to last cycle. It's a lot more cautious the entire time.
Cautious because they've been wrecked 3 times
Exactly, that's
already.
what I'm saying. But I just don't feel like there's enough new retail yet into the market that isn't scared yet.
Bro, if you
Isn't
traded
just
if
ripping
you traded
day after day
altcoins,
ripping up.
if you traded altcoins through this whole thing, you've been
Yes,
through
sir.
you've
I
been
have D-Block. All I'm trying to say is
Joe,
we're
not
not at the
every
point
word is like meant to like it's not talking
How
to you.
about
I'm
this? Let me
speaking in
let out a
general.
word then,
Joe,
D-Block. We're
you're
not at the
super
point of
close to a
pop. See,
timeout, bro. Super close.
all I'm saying is
Super
when people can
close.
put it in for
Really, really
days.
close.
Well, I don't think a lot of people realize how much retail went into meme coins.
What I was trying to say before was people who've been in alts this entire time, they've experienced the emotions of 3 bear markets. Seeing your coin go down 70%, 60%, 80%, that usually is sort of reserved for every 4 years. Right? So the PTSD that comes from that, I think, made some really good sort of rules, hardcore rules that people will follow. Not
Yeah,
easy to
once
forget that feeling.
Yep, I got blue lines on my chart. When it crosses that blue line, I'm out.
I got white lines on mine, but same thing.
Wow.
I swear to
I
God,
don't even pay no
you
attention
could
to my spot. 'Cause it's just
you could so monetize this entertainment.
Drew, there's a way that you can put in an order on that blue line. It's called a stop loss.
Nah, I don't do that.
I'm not good at that one either. I'm not good at that. I gotta work on that one.
No, I just market sell, and I can't put a stop loss in when I'm sleeping for some reason. I'll just I don't know. There's been so many times I've been stopped out and wake up and the price is still up. I'm like, nah, I ain't doing it.
Dude, we had a soundbite of you, Jeru. Do you remember Crypto Unk?
Yeah.
He was like the king of the soundboard, and he was somebody would mention putting a stop loss in, or oh yeah, here's my entry, blah blah blah, I'm gonna put my stop loss here, and he would play the soundbite of you saying, "I'm allergic to stop losses."
That's funny. Crypto Unk, man, he had the beats.
Yeah, dude.
Him and what's his name? Him and
Trago.
Oh yeah, Draco, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Trago's the man. I was talking to Trago the other day. I was supposed to talk to him about the Bank of Japan, but he never got back to me. He was like, "I'm free tomorrow," but then I wasn't free the next day. I might hit him up tomorrow morning if he's on.
Come on, Betty, you got this.
Dude, it's crazy from this news though. I'm pretty sure it's Britain, bro. I'm telling you, I saw alert and it says Britain. I feel like Britain's not that big of a deal.
Big
Man,
buys.
I
it
think it's gonna be Russia.
thwarted.
I think Dbloc might have it. Might be Russia.
It thwarted your measured move. It came down almost to it, then it was like, no.
I'm still trying to get good, bro.
Ethereum's making that.
We're back at 3
It's
trillion.
it's a lifelong chase.
ETH is making a higher local high before Bitcoin is right now.
No, that's pretty close. It's just that the Bitcoin is the mother of all trolls.
Doge is actually making a new high too.
Oh yeah. Once you start seeing, it's pushed a little bit quicker than Bitcoin. Let's go, baby.
Bring me your best troll, and I guarantee you that Bitcoin will out troll and out juke them any day.
Yeah, Bitcoin definitely is the biggest troll of them all, man. It'll just rain on your parade when you think everything's all gravy.
Shot.
Bitcoin knows how to abuse traders and keep it moving.
Well.
Yeah, we got a whole community of masochists trading Bitcoin.
Little round two, maybe a little round two on the 5 second.
Let's go.
Coach, you know I be paying attention and shit. I ain't the brightest of the bulbs in the box, but I be paying attention and shit, coach.
Let me in, coach. Let me in.
Yo, Dbloc. No, bro. Today, I bought.
Dude, that cannot.
I sold like at the top or whatever. Anyway, so I had a buy set at 96, and I had my stop loss set at 95,735. Dog, it came to 95,738. Your boy in this.
Nice.
Your boy in this. Hell yeah.
That feels good, man.
Yeah. You damn right.
You called it.
You know what? I'll be feeling myself. Not
You
like
called it. Good job.
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
Kill.
I don't know that you'd be feeling yourself, but now I do.
You.
I took a screenshot. I sent it to a few people. I said, I'm the man. I'm a bad man. And And then I said, hey, y'all should follow Dbloc on YouTube. Hit subscribe and make sure to like the channel.
There you go.
Like the videos. Hell yeah.
Crypto total market cap's about to test last week's high. We just got back into 3 trillion range.
Yeah, everyone that sold in May.
They need to do some thru injections at the senior citizen home.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I am.
He's waking
I'm,
up.
I'm not lying, dude. Doge looks like a beast right now.
Everything.
Yeah, Doge is kind of lagging
Someone
behind.
made a big buy on Coinbase. Whammy on Ethereum. Let's go.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Damn, look at that Ethereum.
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Is that strings?
Was that me?
I know you've been looking at charts, Dbloc, but have you been checking out the global M2?
Yeah, we're good money.
Yo, you came in like sounding like a fiend when you said that. Yo,
We're looking super
checking
good.
out that M2.
Yeah, guys, I think Ethereum's about to make its move before Bitcoin.
Man, George.
I'm sorry, Block. I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry. Covered a few apologies from Aspen in advance.
I'm
Look at
dead.
that. Look at that. Big buys. Big buys.
W super chat.
Big buys coming in.
All right, let's play.
Oh shit. 5 second, I forgot. Holy, I love the 5 second. Baby. I love that. Bro, you get such
apologies.
Free dopamine for everybody.
This is gonna be good.
I just realized what they were saying. A few free apologies.
W super chat. Got a retest even on the 5 second.
I was gonna say we might
You
not
know?
be round 2 in it.
That was round 2. It's just the rounds are really fast.
Well, we didn't get a retest on the last one. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, maybe ETH is gonna get it, dude. They're just gonna use the upgrade. Everyone's buying ETH because of the upgrade.
Yo, my
finally.
man. I got you on that ETH, boy. I got it. Scooped it up.
Based off what we were saying, based off what Dbloc, everybody y'all talking about the BTC ETH chart. I mean, it'd be a good time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think you
And-
guys
and
are playing
you
with
can push-
fire, playing with
You
the
can
whole
push the
upgrade
narrative.
shit.
dude. It just needs a narrative to run on.
There's a
Dude, I saw how
non-zero chance that ETH BTC is bottomed already, but
I agree.
you know, it's not great odds. But there is a chance.
It might.
there's a
ETH is kind of looking like it might get a little bit of sympathy, but I don't think it's gonna be good. I don't think the upgrade is gonna make it moon.
So do I buy a house or do I hold this position? What do I do? Buy a house or hold this position?
They can run with the narrative.
Hold this position, buy 2 houses later.
That's what I'm talking about. I needed to hear that.
Hell yeah.
Dude, wow, ETH got really low. 1,400. Wait, that's pretty low.
It broke. Yeah, it was like 13 something. I'm in a long from 13.
What's it at now?
18.
Okay, yeah.
1850.
Yeah, you scared me. I thought maybe I missed something today.
Hell no, coach. You know. You be the first to know.
Bro,
You knew yesterday.
I would have heard a gang. You don't know how many alarms would have gone off if ETH would have gone down to 13K. To 1,300 today.
Yo, if it can get above like $2,000 again, it's gonna bust above the daily Ichimoku club.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
ETH,
Too, that Ichimoku,
yeah.
baby.
ETH above
Yeah.
2 grand is Bitcoin above 100K. Not that they happen at the same time, but sentiment wise, people will pile back into Bitcoin over 100K that we're scared to get it at 74. People will pile back into ETH over 2K that we're scared to get it at 13.
The all powerful FOMO.
Yeah, I can't make sense of it, but
I got people looking to buy at least one coin, and they're like, "So you think it's gonna come back down to 88?" I'm like, "Shit, I hope, coach."
Soon people
But,
will be
yeah.
coming in here asking us, do we think it's going to come back down under 100K with shaky voices? You know, and it sucks. It sucks because you feel bad, bro. I'm empathetic. I know what it feels like to
for
get
sure.
left behind. But that's why I'm such a dick about being sort of strict on my position and, you know, when we're down at those bottoms.
Yeah, but there was also people trying to short it with confidence, and then there was people like with shaky voices thinking it wasn't gonna rip. I mean, it's like you just kind of like after a lot of time of seeing the same thing happen over and over again, you're like, oh, okay, here's where I buy.
I just bought a little bit more.
Epic.
You think we touch down at this
Someone-
98.350 before we go up? Because there's still a lot of.
Someone tell me to stop buying before I break the bank.
Still this.
Sui looks like it's just ripping straight up, man. Sui has not stopped.
Hold on, somebody had a question.
Right, there's still this like I can tell if it's an order block or fair value gap. I think it's a fair value gap at 98.350. You think we touch there before we rock it out?
I think if we come down underneath 98.4, we're retracing. Like
Yeah.
we're retracing officially deeper. What we're doing here is trying to snipe the very top of this thing.
Yes, him.
Eyes in the scope.
Here's waking up. I'm telling you, man. The sleeping giant has woken. Behold.
Dude, yeah, ETH, I'm not gonna lie, ETH does still look pretty undervalued.
I felt like it's looked undervalued for like a while. There's a bunch of stuff undervalued. And there's a bunch of stocks overvalued.
You saw Michael Saylor's tweet. He said, don't buy your stocks back. Bitcoin will 10x what you would have got if you bought your stocks back. Like put up, because you know everybody's out right now, right? Everybody pulled out when Buffett pulled out, and everybody sort of went on the sidelines and let everything take a dip. People are starting to buy their stocks back right now. Like, don't buy your stocks back. And he was talking to companies. He was talking to Microsoft, because you know they're about to have a big buyback. It's like, don't buy your stocks back. Buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, when
Holy
risk
no, I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
They need to do it. They need to do that.
I don't get
makes
how.
It makes the most sense. It goes on the balance sheet.
No, Nvidia needs to do it. I heard rumors that Nvidia might do it.
If every stock that gave out dividends stopped giving out dividends, bought Bitcoin with those dividends, the price of the shares that people were holding would 10x what they would have gotten on dividends over the next 10 years. My opinion.
Exactly.
Everything is a growth stock.
Basically.
As long as they hold Bitcoin.
I mean, Microsoft does shit. I mean, not Microsoft, sorry. MicroStrategies,
Hey.
right? It's a failed software company for the most part.
It's like Intel.
We can't really say Microsoft failed.
No, not Microsoft.
No,
MicroStrategies.
MicroStrategies.
I misspoke.
Yeah,
I misspoke.
Intel didn't fail either. They have wonderful process.
From what I know, Intel is still inside.
Way behind.
Intel inside.
When people talk about Intel being a failed processor, they're talking about gaming. Like they're not considering the immense amount of workstations that run on Intel.
Yeah. Not everybody's a gamer.
I'm not why would you use Intel for gaming? And then if you're a gamer and thinking about Intel in terms of gaming, that's like comparing concrete to an apple.
Even
Well, I got
that,
an
you look at
i5 in my shit.
Steam and like the Steam rankings, Intel is still the number one processor in most gaming machines on Steam. So I mean, like, not saying it's better.
Use it in the workplace. I mean,
Yeah, I was
everybody in
gonna
the
say it's
workplace
probably
is-
got some of those. The games you play on the side at work.
That's like talking about a
Yeah, you're
meme
not wrong.
coin compared to Bitcoin.
Intel's like on the verge of bankruptcy, from what I read.
There's all the
Like they're
different
at
ones. Look at like Dell compared to other computer guys. You
By the
know,
way,
there's so
Doge
many
is.
different ways to look
Dells
at
are
it.
trash.
Exactly,
By the way,
but it's
Doge
like,
is.
but
Those
what
aren't
were they
that bad, man.
using? What
Actually, if you get the good
had
ones.
I
False.
traded on a
They're
Dell
overpriced
workstation for a
trash.
long time, man. That was my workhorse.
Yeah, they're
Old
strong.
Dell workstation.
Built by
Yeah,
Intel.
for anyone
Somehow
who's
managed to
testing
have
that,
like 8 monitors hooked up to that thing. I don't know how the hell.
I have an
Yeah, right.
XRP.
Well,
Yo,
they
Pepe
obviously
looks
made them bigger back then and put more fans in them and ports. It's crazy. The Dells today are such trash. It's like it's crazy and overpriced. But anyway,
Yeah, my chip in there is Bitcoin, like on a different tip, right? I mean, Ethereum, Bitcoin chart right now. Hold on, 1 second, man. My thing is screwed up here. I'll be right back.
Just like
bang
every car
bang
or
boom.
truck. You can dent a truck like with your elbow these days. Like literally just tapping it with your elbow, you can like dent a full size truck. 20 years ago, man, you couldn't dent it and you'd have a bruise on your elbow. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, is this looking like an inverse head and shoulders on the 15 second for Bitcoin?
Well, not only
Well,
that,
It's
but
my
it doesn't
fault. I
look
did
right.
this.
Here's the thing.
No,
An
it's my
inverse head and
fault. It's my fault.
shoulders
It can
is
be. Yeah, it can be. Close.
It's a reversal pattern though, not a continuation pattern.
All I see is a W because we gonna win, baby, win.
Oh, we're flagging out on top of the breakout of a flag.
Yo, look
My
at
bad on
Pepe,
draw.
dude. I was saying earlier, Pepe will push ETH, dude. Or it doesn't push ETH, but it sees something.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my chart, but it's going berserk here.
Godspeed.
I mean, even if dominance was to turn around here for good, that's still pretty freaking good for Ben Cohen's prediction, man. He would have only been off what, a half, 1/10 of a
0.5%.
percent.
Yeah.
What was his prediction on
66?
That's what it is. That's the fib line is 66. That's the 786, 66.19.
Yeah, 60% was like his base case kind of deal.
Yeah, I
Dbloc,
think
this is
everybody's base case failed when it came to this 57, 58 is where I think I had my my bull market top at. Blew
Here's
through
where
that
everything
shit.
got too crazy. When Trump released a meme coin. That's when everything failed.
Yeah.
Yo, Dbloc right there. That W with the double top. Do you see that often enough? I mean, I know we're on the 5 second, but do you like see that often enough to where it actually does retrace fully to that top again like it just did?
I'm trying to figure out where you mean here.
No, 2315. Left, right, no, left, right, nope, and to the right. Yeah, right there. That's the top down.
Now, what was your question? Oh, do they fail?
No. It's so it's basically a W, but it's a W that had a double top prior, but it came down and then bounced right back up. I just feel like I actually see that somewhat often. I just didn't know if you had like noticed that before.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot more double tops on the 5 second chart. Just because of the nature of how fast the candles are.
Yeah, right. Well, I do know it's a 5 second to be fair. I just feel like I actually see that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a prior spot that's had resistance, the chance is higher that it's going to be, more difficult to break if you don't have volume. I don't really I'm not in the camp of the more you touch something, the weaker it gets. I know that's a thought out there, but for me, I don't. For me, I look at it like the more you touch it, the more you solidify it. And yes, odds are that eventually it has to break. But what it tells me is that there's a supply there that isn't getting absorbed. And it's at a very specific point. You know what I mean?
That made perfect sense. Yeah, no, I do. That
Then I go look.
we're gonna...
Then I go look on the book and I find out, okay, exactly what's sitting there, how much of it is left. does our daily trading volume even have a chance of competing with absorbing that, or is this thing going to be like a brick wall overnight?
We're up to 150 million in short liquidations now. All right, I need to look at the heat map.
Yo, Vitalik just hit me up. He said he's done dumping. He said he's not dumping no more. We good.
Stupid.
I hope not, because I'm holding Ethereum that's underwater. Or I hope he's done. I mean,
He's done.
Well, he said he was done picking his nose.
Mm.
Then he got busted in 4K.
Damn.
And he ate it.
Some habits are hard to break, man. Nah, he wiped it on his homie's wall, remember?
He flicked that shit.
Sitting in his homie's house, bro, went right up in his nose and just bloop, just dragged his finger down on the wall. Like, I'm gonna leave that there for you for later.
I want to know what that.
I would
I want to know
sell
what
it
that
on eBay.
that conversation between him and his friend were after that.
Man, nobody in
Hey,
that
man.
room even batted an eye, like if it was weird at all.
But we
Dude,
need to
that guy
talk
is
about
so
your.
weird.
Probably not a lot of
Like-
social skills in a room full of people that smart. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of a give and take.
Yeah, but is he like one of those autistic smart guys? Like what do they call it? A savant?
Sometimes people just don't have
Brain man.
social skills, and then that gets sort of that reads as being on the spectrum. But it really just, you haven't been socialized. You've been in front of the screen since you were 4 years old, 6 years old.
He got
I've been
rich
trying to
with some
tell
nerdy
that.
chicks,
I've been trying to tell people that for years, Coach. They ain't be listening though.
Yeah, well, okay. His
My
mama
bad.
didn't tell him not to wipe boogers on the couch. Like,
Bro, I
Yeah,
would
you're
sell it on eBay so quick.
who raised that man?
Yo, ETH is still curling.
Those Canadians, man. Those Canadians are off the wall.
Dbloc, are there any large volumes on any of those liquidations above us? Do you see anything in there that's like a weird large short that was placed up there?
My bad. What was that?
You know how we have these red guys we're going up after now? Are there any large volumes out there? You know how you're able to usually just quick glance through those and see if there's a big short up there, and
I don't know
or if we have any
number-wise what
sort
it is, but I know they're 100Xs.
or if there's any buys up there, dude. Sells in those positions.
Nah,
or before it.
there's no buy orders. Last time I looked, there's really no walls above us until we get to 100K.
You know how a lot of people will sell to defend it or anything.
183 million in short liquidations at 100,300.
Do we see any big sell blocks in there? I'm sorry, I'm way away from it too. I'm over in Denver.
It's cool. I answered you. I said no. You just didn't like the answer or didn't hear me.
No, I apologize. No, I thought we were just trying to define what we were looking for.
I'm buying at 100. I'm buying the top, and then everybody gonna be like, "Oh, that was the top," and then boom, we're gonna go to 150,000, and everybody gonna be like, "Damn man, shit."
It's just in. Warren Buffett says Bitcoin to 150,000. There you go, brother.
Ethereum to 20K. Word.
They call me Hollywood back where I'm from.
All right, let's not say 20K, but yo, Ethereum 10K by 2026 is very possible. I think.
Even 8,500, Drew,
Okay,
what you're
but if
holding, that'd be huge.
If Ethereum
There's
gets to
a
20K, you think it's flipping Bitcoin?
there's a whale order for 26.5 BTC on Coinbase for 99,000 for sale. – 26 Bitcoin's not really gonna do it. That's not that big.
Yeah, let me move my cells out of the way real quick.
Oh, it just disappeared.
Played you.
No, I'm just kidding. I only said that because he said he was moving it.
Well, you said that, and then I put it right back.
Oh, he's one step ahead of us. Yeah, I don't think 26 is gonna stop it. It'll probably have a reaction, but probably won't stop it.
Bro, if I had 26 Bitcoin, I wouldn't be looking at charts right now.
Yeah, they just got a limit order set. They're all set. They're like, yep, 99K. It doesn't have to be 100. Just 99 is good enough.
You think that? I expected that too. I was like, oh, for sure, I'll get to a certain point where I'm not even gonna look at the charts no more. And blah, blah, blah. It's the same way as you tell people, like, I can't wait for the bear market because I'm just gonna rest. You don't have to worry about. No, you will be right here watching the candles bleed. I promise you. And then people who are in the bear market are like, I can't wait till the bull market starts. I'm just gonna buy my coin and I'm gonna walk away. No, you're not. You will be here every day watching the candles go up.
Coach, the difference
Crypto
is
owns
this
you
time
now.
I
Get
ain't
used to it.
long in it.
If I got 26K, 26 Bitcoin, bro, I'm sweating bullets until that shit's sold.
Can I tell you guys the sad truth though? I bet you there's only going to be 10% of you guys still here after this cycle. Not even.
Yeah, sucks.
Still here.
I think that the turnover rate will be a lot higher here, or lower, I should say, in this group. But in general, yeah, 85% are either gonna walk away for a pretty long time, or will never just walk away and never come back.
I'm gonna milk that $40 Discord freaking fee that I paid.
Yeah. At least 2 out of 3 don't really stick around.
I ain't leaving.
I mean, it do make sense in a lot of these like much more heavily monetized groups and stuff too, right?
My friends are what make me happy to go around.
Look,
this
let
world.
me show you something to sort of prove my point about you guys aren't going anywhere. How much money does Michael Saylor have? This man is sitting.
A lot of borrowed money.
This
baby.
man is
Looking at
sitting
the chart.
in a speech during the last speech that they had, just watching Bitcoin. Do you think he has to be watching Bitcoin?
Gang, son, gang.
He doesn't have to be watching
He's
Bitcoin.
got a whole team.
I don't know. That's a
He's
good
got a-
for him. For him though, that's a photo op. You know what I mean? Like that's good. That's just good marketing at this point.
That's just who he is, man. Like he's got a whole team of people to keep an eye on that and manage it for him, but he can't look away.
The real VIP
Yeah,
is the guy in the crowd that had to snap that. I'm glad he didn't just enjoy that moment for himself. I'm glad he snapped it.
That keeps it real.
Right.
I'm all in. I'm all in on that. I'm all in on that.
Yo, what if it wasn't Bitcoin though?
The thrill of the game. Oh, they already Twitter already broke it down. You know Twitter, bro. It doesn't take them long. The Twitter detectives were right on top of it.
This is how you know how obsessed he is. Go ahead, Drew.
I'm just saying, what if Eric Trump knows something that we don't?
Oh, he knows plenty of things we don't.
That's what I'm saying. So why was he so gung ho about Ethereum?
I don't know, man. I mean, the whole
Maybe he was just misadvised, dude, by Eric Trump.
Is this potentially building a dead cat?
A what?
I mean, I got my theories about Eric Trump.
I don't even really know what that is. I just see an ear, and if it kind of turns over, maybe makes another little ear right here.
No, bro. Here, look.
Okay.
Resistance. What's it?
Well, I can look up. I hear dead cat bounce and all that all the time. I don't know what it is. I had never looked.
No,
it up.
dead cat is like
that's a lower high.
Yeah, dead cat's a lower high. A dead cat's the right side of a W inverted, or the the left side of the right side of a M would be a dead cat.
I mean, just go throw your cat out the window. You'll get a visual.
It's like a bigger.
Nah, don't do that. I'm calling the cops on you myself.
Like a bigger long-term trend breaks, and then when you get the bounce, like usually after a lower low, when a longer-term trend breaks, you get like a lower low, and then there'll be a bounce that results in a lower high. That's the dead cat bounce.
Yeah,
because it doesn't go. It doesn't continue to make a higher high and doesn't continue the uptrend. It just falls short of the previous highs.
I don't know why they ever use that analogy. Have you ever seen a cat jump off like the second story of like stairs and they just hit the ground and they walk off?
Magical.
It's so the analogy is supposed to be like, okay, if a cat hits the ground and then dies, and it bounces, and then like every bounce afterwards, it
It's what they
bounces just
do
a
in
little
the
bit
air.
less.
It's how
Yeah,
they
I
do
just
it
don't
in
know
the
why a
air.
cat.
It's magnificent.
It's that.
Yeah, a
I have no.
ball has the same dynamic.
Exactly.
I'll
That's
look
my
it up.
point.
It's not a big deal. I can look it up.
A dead cat can't jump higher the second time than the first time. A live cat can.
Oh
Hey,
my god, dude! I have
bring
4
that,
cats,
bring
man.
it,
Trust
bring
me,
it,
they
Rocket
can.
Man. Bring it, Rocket Man. Bring it. Let's go.
It's
Cuz.
just that it doesn't bounce as high the second time or the third time or the fourth time. It's always
It,
a lower high.
well, let me. This scenario, they jump off the second story stairs, and then when they land, something scares them, and they go almost back to the same height they came from.
Are you
Not
saying
if
they
they're
go
dead.
parabolic?
It's a dead cat, not a live cat. You can't get scared if you're dead.
Anyway, this is it's Schrodinger's cat, but this is not what that is. This is
I'll look it up.
the whole the whole concept that you're asking about. No, this is not what that is.
It was it was just yes or no. I can do my homework. I just was asking live. That's why I love it, baby. Live, baby, live.
Be careful, Turbo might show up. You guys keep on talking about cats.
I love cats. I love every kind of cat.
I don't care about no cats. I don't care about no meme coins. I don't care about none of it. All I care about is that profit. Profit. I have to do it in a different voice, Drew. You know that.
Profit.
Okay, well, not the one I'm used to, but I'll take it. Oh, did that call the bulls? Oh yeah.
Come on, bulls, you can do it. Big buys coming in. Big buys.
Dude, this is like I don't even know. This 5 second, it's like AI is taking over Bitcoin.
Do you guys realize
We're
how
witnessing.
bored shitless we would be watching this? Hold on, let me go to the 5 minute for a minute.
I like that.
Just so you guys can understand exactly why we're on the 5 second. This is what we would have been watching the entire time. Okay. Need to feel alive. Okay. I need to be able to do some TA. I need to hit some targets.
Gas in the tank.
Yeah, it's not bad, dude. That might be a bull flag.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, look at Doge 1.
It is a bull flag. It's just hasn't finished breaking out
Is
yet.
that the W? The OGW that hadn't? Oh my! Come on, baby. Let's go, cuz. Let's
Hey,
go.
Dbloc, they don't need no more adrenaline, bro.
Nah, you're
Put
right.
it on the
You're right.
power.
I need to put this on a 15-minute, put everybody to sleep right now.
They are
Is this the 1 minute? No, this is one.
Yeah, it's the
1
one.
second?
It's the 1 minute. It's the 1 minute.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Doge is forming on the 1 hour like what looks like a really serious falling wedge. I don't know if it's gonna break the top on this go. If it returns to the bottom, I'm gonna buy it because
Dude, yes, the
that
5 second.
that thing
Look at that
looks
pattern,
serious.
dude. Yeah, bro. That's it. That's the pattern.
That's
Every
it.
time
That's it.
did, I don't know if
That right
anybody else
there, that
noticed
was
that.
an inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, 5 second, 5 second, and then it was gone. It'd be back. Damn, dude, I need to go downstairs and get a couple more brewskis in me. But this 5 second, dog, I can't look away from it, coach.
I'm dead.
Yeah, Ethereum's about to make another higher local high.
Oh damn.
Actually, Bitcoin is too. Okay, Bitcoin.
Oh,
Stop taking credit for your cat's TA, bro. We heard the cat give you the call out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
no,
real.
bro.
I wasn't
He
gonna
said,
say
big eyes,
anything.
big eyes.
Dude, there was this thing last cycle where Drew would be like, "Hang on a sec, I'll be right back. I gotta go feed the cats," and he would leave for 5 seconds, and then the price would just start ripping. And
Go feed
we're
the
like,
cats real
"Yo,
quick,
what
bro.
the? this is
Mm.
code for something."
John, you're still in WagMe Games? You heard about the Apple news today, right? WagMe is one of those that might eat off of that because they've got an app, I believe. The court ruled that Apple can't take percentages of in-game purchases anymore. So that means that a lot of the games that
Free test right now.
a lot of the games that got taken off of the Apple Store be back on now.
Bitcoin just made a higher local.
Yeah, we broke above that resistance. Come on, baby.
Oh, let's go.
I want this bull flag to play out just because Qui-Gon said, no way. I heard you when I drew it. And you were like, no way that plays out. It just looked dramatic on the 15 second. It's really not. It's actually lower than the measured move that we're looking for. Right? The other measured move from the flag that we're like halfway broken out of, that thing is way higher. But on the
Yeah, but I
15
can
second, it looks like...
I'd take a while. The other one. What is the price for the measure move, the small one?
It's right underneath target 5, so it's like 99.3. Our old range top is 99.4. That's the range that we broke to get above 100K the first time. And my target 5 is at 99.7. There's just no pat. Well, there is a pattern to get there. I'm lying. Yeah, this pattern takes us through both of them.
If that guy on Coinbase wants to sell those Bitcoin, then he's gonna need someone to buy it.
Nah, 100K probably not today, but I wouldn't rule it out.
I want to be that guy that has 1% slippage when he sells Ethereum on Coinbase.
It's a
Are you
limit order.
saying that's a good position to be in?
Yeah. Those are good problems.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Dbloc, can I ask you a question? What do you think will happen after target 5?
I don't think that we make it over 100K on the first go. I expect there to be, aside from the buy orders that are there, I just don't want to wait till 100 to start removing the rest of that position. So I'm gonna front run it a little bit. But the bull flag that we have down here on, let me get off of the 15 second for a second because I can't even answer serious TA questions when I'm looking at the 5 second chart. So our bullish structure that we broke out of here, that measured move takes us above 100, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna have, you know, what it takes to sustain it. My concern really is some of this stuff that we left behind. High 80s, from 88 to like, you know, 88 and up. But I've seen crazier things happen before. Remember, we still have that CME gap.
Big buys, big volumes right there. 145 just came through. Some big buys, guys.
Whoa.
Rockets.
We still have a CME gap down here at 92.3. I just don't want anybody to forget that.
Dbloc, you're an awesome captain, man. We can't thank you enough. Like, you really can see these C's in front of us, and a lot of us have no idea a lot of times, but you just see it right in front of you, man. You're super good at what you do.
Appreciate that, Joe.
Dbloc the GOAT, cuz.
Ethereum's above the 50 daily EMA right now, but the daily just started, so that's not the same.
go. Let's go.
Dom,
And yeah,
Dom is curling
can we do
down.
the price talk like after the price
Alt
starts
run.
dipping, so you guys don't cause the price to dip once you start
Yeah,
saying
just
make
don't stare directly at the pump, guys. Just pretend it's not happening.
Yeah, you gotta keep doubting it.
It's just a glitch,
We got
bro.
a
Just
bunch
a
of
glitch on the chart. Nothing to worry about.
Or
yo,
flip it upside down.
y'all rookies on the 5 second. I ain't no rookie on the 5 second, bro. I love this, bro.
It'll correct itself. They hired the Trading View hired a guy from WeX. This will all just
Hey
this will
guys,
just sort
where's the
itself
fella
out
from
tomorrow
that
morning.
sounds like Count Dracula? Where's he from?
But look, hey,
The guy that
Qui-Gon,
sounds like the Family Guy dude.
Qui-Gon, check this out. If you inverse
No, he
the
sounds
chart
like
right
Count Dracula.
Oh, my bad, Sean. I was just saying, if you inverse the chart, you know, I mean, right now we would be going towards the neckline to finish just ahead off of a potential head and shoulder.
Inverse head and shoulders, yeah.
And we're on the inverse right now also. So, you know, it's the neckline would be around 100. That would be the all-time, 109,000. Yeah, all-time high would be the neckline around there.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Ethereum. Ethereum's got a
No.
neckline at like 2K.
I'm looking at the daily on Bitcoin right now. So just like on its kind of, yeah, it would be the neckline would be the all-time high 109,000.
Dominance is about to go below 65.
Yo, I just don't know if this is gonna be like another one of those 7-month consolidations.
Right now, I'm playing out the exact best case scenario on my simulation. It actually just broke above it, so
Your Monte Carlo simulator?
yeah.
What'd you call it?
Yeah,
So I
it's a
said, baby, 99K. I told you, meet me at 99. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We go.
We about to knock them out here, though.
Good call, Drew. Honestly,
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Here you go.
Oh,
All people,
shit.
orders
That's
are
a 5
going.
second, coach. Damn, man. You know I can't help.
E-Smash 19.
Come on, Heath. You got this.
That's a touch night. Let's see if
Yeah,
it
Heath
gets
still has to touch it. Yeah, it's getting close.
Big buys coming in.
Yeah, this is getting pretty crazy.
Hell no. This is
Oh,
doing
that-
exactly what we thought.
We're almost at my measured move.
Midnight on a Wednesday night? Come on.
Dang, good.
Oh no. Now Dbloc's gonna say, I told you so.
Nah.
I'm all in.
Nah.
Look at this.
I'll let the
5
chart
second
talk for me. Nah, like I said, it only looked crazy because we were on the 5 second chart. If you would have seen it on the 5 minute, you wouldn't have. I don't think you would have been like, it's not gonna. Just looked like a really big move, and it still could not pay out. So
That caught my ass, but I hit that take profit button.
Those licks are right there though. There's still more above. If you actually look at the CoinEgg chart, the heat map, there's more liquidations above. It's like keeps trying to get people to short it, and then it goes higher.
It appears our market cap's growing too. We're up at like 303. So it looks like money is coming back into it. Now that we tapped above that 3 trillion. Let's see if it holds.
Price goes down, Dom goes down.
Oh, I just sold my Bitcoin.
In.
You might have sold it, but I'ma hold it. Sheesh.
You guys should have heard Clive when we were talking about Bitcoin was at like 25, 30K. We were talking about it going to 100K. He's like, where is all the money gonna come from? Like Clive is like, where's all the money gonna come from?
Crypto is still just a pinch of what does
where's the
entire
money gonna
world
come
holds,
from?
man.
You know how much money there is in the world that we're not touching right now?
I took profit.
Yeah, $13 trillion turnover on Forex every day, and we're a $3 trillion market cap. But where's the money gonna come from?
Yeah, I'm like, dude, it's I'm like, Bitcoin is like less. This is
Bro,
when
give us
Bitcoin was like
2%
under
of
a
real
trillion.
estate, 2% of equities, 2% of money markets, and we're already 20x from where we are right now.
Like gutters on your house. It catches rainwater. It only grabs so much water, but it's part of the system. It's not like it's the sewers and pipes that do like hundreds of millions of gallons per. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different story.
All right, let's see if we hold this retest now.
But it's fresh water. That's the difference.
Yep.
Oh man, that was a good trade.
I'm gonna be holding a soul.
You got out of there?
About 2 seconds.
Yeah, took profit on that ETH.
Nice, Drew. Tried you back in the market, bud.
I thought you were buying 2 houses.
Later.
I'm jumping back in. I'm not out. I'm just scalping this right now. I'm not out all the way.
You're playing the same game. I'm just proud you got more to throw at the table.
So Drew, when you're scalping, do you scalp on Coinbase?
Yeah, I mean, I just swung my whole position. Actually, I did take. I'm all out right now, so I did swing out. First, I sold my Bitcoin, then I sold my Ethereum.
My buddy's been trying to.
Oh shit! I still got a little bit of RSR left. I gotta look at that. Oh shit! I forgot about that.
My buddy's been trying to mess with this Pangu for like 3 days, dude, and this thing hasn't done jack today.
I just got out of my RSR right now.
He's like, I'm gonna make 30K on this trade.
Pangu had that early pump, and it's already pumped pretty hard, so everything else has to catch up.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm thinking now might actually be the time to get out of alts. What do you think, Coach?
Out of alts?
I mean, not completely.
Depends
just
on
in
the
terms of
alts.
dominance.
Depends on the alts that you're in. I mean, I've been peeling profits off of everything like that.
I was just kind of thinking maybe dominance comes down here a little bit, and along with price, and then we pop up.
Here's the retest.
But right now, dominance is coming down while Bitcoin's price is going up.
Yeah, as long as
So
Bitcoin's going up, you
that
don't
means
have too much to worry about. Yeah.
Right.
alts
Well,
can run hard.
Yeah.
oh, okay. The dominance is on the 4-hour.
It's when we start to retrace and dominance is going up that there's an issue.
I got you.
Even if we retrace and dominance is coming down with us, it's not that big a deal.
Correcto.
But when do we reach the plateau? On dominance is what I'm referring to.
Hey, is that a wick? Is that a wick that the 4-hour caught your line there, Dbloc? On the dominance. You the man.
Hasn't closed the body over yet.
Yeah, he said, I think it was Joe. He said, when's dominance gonna top? I don't know how many targets Dbloc got.
But I don't expect it to just hit up and peak and then come down. And like it's what I'm saying. A plateau is where it kind of comes up, flattens out, and then it does a Bart Simpson, and then really comes down and finds its maybe lower 60s. I couldn't say thank you enough if it ever taps down into the 50s again.
We just want to make sure that it doesn't go into tether.
Where's it truly gonna go?
Or any meme coins.
Yeah, the meme dominance starts to skyrocket. That's gonna be best.
Who and what? Where is it going to go into? I think there's a lot of people with expectations in the Solana network, and I think Sui's going to maybe take off a little boomerang, banana, if you will.
Yo,
unexpected. Hopefully, it
Is-
takes
Sui's a
off.
monster.
The Solana network itself improves itself. Sui, I think, has a lot of potential in its next structure coming up here, and I just want to see it throwing some punches to the bigger guys out there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna keep an eye on Solana in the next bear market, and hopefully they get their shit together. But I don't know.
Yo, is there a meme dominance chart? Like you just
No,
mentioned meme.
no, that was a joke.
A meme dominance
I hope
chart?
Solana
No, you
goes
can
back
build
down to
one though.
$9 again. Double bottom, $9.
I think if you go on Coin Market Cap, you could probably look at the collective market cap of memes.
Just go on others.
See
Others
what
is
works.
others is the simplest.
I'm kidding, by the way, too, guys.
Yeah, but that's everything. That's all utility and stuff too.
Yeah,
You know what
but
I mean?
it's as far as complete already preset totals. That's where you're gonna see your memes.
Yeah. I mean, I look at others all the time, but
How
I have so
many
many different types of altcoins.
how many does Vitalik still own of Solana? Didn't he buy like half of them at the bottom of that entire elbow of it
I don't know.
after the FTT FTX thing? You know what I mean?
I think Robinhood bought it.
Or something like that. I thought it was Vitalik that bought, or he bought half of Solana at the bottom of the bucket down there.
It's 2025. We don't have to think anymore. We got AI in our
I'm wondering
pocket.
if he's still holding them. That would be my biggest question in what I'm
No,
trying to.
remember he made a little tweet about Solana. That's when he's like kind of stepped away and he's like, they're good, everything's good about them. But I don't think he's. Do you think
When
he's
was
holding
that?
them
Was that
back?
you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? Back when it was like falling down, didn't he buy like?
There's no way a degenerate like him has still got it if he bought it. I mean,
Yeah,
He hasn't done anything but worn weird shirts and never seen on camera. I haven't seen the dude in like a couple
and
years.
he gets donated so many Solana meme coins that he can like every like month probably
He just wears his purse and
some of
holds his
those.
little purse out and gets donated.
He doesn't have to hold it out. People donated them without, it's just there. So people drop all types of meme coins in his wallet, and he
I'm
uses
sorry.
it.
I'm just being a jerk for no reason.
Are you good?
You
Are
know
you
what I
good?
mean, though? Like, where is he?
Yo.
Where is that guy? I'm just surprised he's not here more, releasing more things, like ready to go. What is Ethereum
Check out his Twitter.
today?
he got arrested or something, dude.
He's
Again,
trying to make Ethereum very private right now. That's his new.
He probably
his
should
new
be for what
narrative
he's
right
doing
now.
on the outside of the network.
Yeah, they're on CoinMarketCap. They actually do have a meme market cap chart.
There you go.
I heard it looks nice, just smells like shit.
I feel naked with no crypto. Actually, I got USDC, but I feel naked without being in position.
Dude, you just made profits. Nice moves, bro. Nice moves.
Thank you.
All you gotta do is take the total crypto market cap and then subtract the amount of the meme coin market cap, subtract that from the total, and then whatever percentage of the market cap that the total market cap that is, that's the meme dominance.
I can't even tell. Like, I don't even look at memes. I don't find them funny. People will send them to me. I'm like, I got better things to do. I just don't get it. I'm not hating. I just don't get it. And by the way, if somebody's gonna try to explain it, please save your breath because it's not worth it. I'm just hubbity bubbity.
They're good signals for the ecosystem coins like Solana. You want to look at their main meme coins, because if they're
Don't care
starting to
about
do
Solana because it's built on just meme coins. Again, that's just me personally.
It's just
Lemon
gambling,
is
bro.
like the top.
That's all it is. It's just a way to.
Exactly.
It's a way to gamble, and people
You know-
people that trade meme coins understand that. I think that's understood.
Personally, I choose roulette.
Yeah, everybody's got a favorite game.
Yeah,
I mean, you're kind of just trade like when I was trading Peanut the Squirrel, it was like I was trading it just to trade it because it was like other people were trading it. It had no purpose whatsoever.
You're
other
gambling
than
on
standing up for the squirrels that got murdered.
Yeah, no, you're gambling on sentiment. You're gambling that there's enough sentiment left that somebody will buy what you bought for a higher price than you bought it for, and then yeah,
there was a point in time where I was.
it's like
literally
open.
more
It's like
prof-
cracking Pokemon cards, bro.
Hell yeah, coach. I scratched
Yo.
off lottery ticket shit.
Bitcoin's gonna make me have to double dip, man. If Bitcoin don't stop soon.
Hey, you might as well just call me Ass Ketchum because I called them all, coach.
Dbloc, what do you think Doge is gonna do? Do you see any sort of weird things that could poke up through or needs
Nope.
to kind of get through?
Doge is just being Doge. There's nothing exciting about it at all. To be completely honest with you.
It's got an epic falling wedge on the 1 hour.
I was just kind of considering getting out of some stuff up here. I just didn't. I started things at 18.4. I just didn't. You know how I always like I start my sequential order, starting at a certain region. I'm feeling comfortable getting out, but does 18.4 look like a comfortable region to start exiting? It kind of is what I have for my upper target, just like you have yours up
Yo,
on.
ETH was another candle.
Nice retest so far. Break this local top, then
Oh,
we'll be
yo,
at
ETH
target.
broke 19. It's at
Damn, you
1905.
guys left me in the dust like that. Damn.
Oh shit.
Thru, don't sell the whole bag. I always
Yeah,
learn how to spread it out.
I personally think Doge is ready to do something cool.
Thru, you've taught me so much over the years, though, too, with your early, like, really good buys, too, and the early exits. You're like, darn it, I got in. You get out soon. And I know, it's like, it's something I've learned tremendously from. And I can't say thank you enough, but words, I only have 2 vocal cords, and I can't say enough.
Oh, stop it, Joe. You're making me blush.
No, but you know what I mean, though. It's like I wish I had like a 4K HDMI. I could like blink and like say what I'm really trying to say, but sometimes that's why
Amen.
I've learned how to spread that sell order out a little bit more. So instead of just doing all out, I kind of just, as soon as right where I want to go all out, I start at 5%. And the next one I go 10%. A lot of times I'll just keep them in the same amount too, and just spread it across that. If it doesn't fill, it only fills half of those orders, great. But I don't just go out too soon. It's just something
Are you watching ETH right now, dude? You should be super pumped, dude.
I have so many darn coins. It's something I'm just trying to mumble, but I'll stop talking.
No, it's not that. It's just the fact that you've been the ETH guy, and y'all just broke 1900.
Joe don't have a chart open, bro.
People, I couldn't have said it any better.
I got you. Dang, man.
I have more coins across the board and 0 chart open.
Well, hell, I got 7 open.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
Yo, are we back, fam? Are we back?
All right, we're at the break. We're at the daily downtrend.
Uh-oh,
on ETH
Nick's
here.
here. Top signal, Nick's here.
Top signal. This time it's different, fam.
Measured move for ETH is 2028, but we have to get above 1951. That's our resistance.
Joe, I flew over the mountains last week, and I saw you skiing. I saw you skiing down the slopes.
Highs on BTC, we're pushing 99.3.
Damn, you guys left me in the dust like that, huh?
It's really not kidding. It's pressing pretty hard here, guys.
When it hits
Dude,
that 100K,
Asia-
just remember 3 weeks ago or 3.5 weeks ago when everybody was freaking crying, saying it's going to go to 50.
When the bull market was over.
And it was over. You remember that?
Yeah.
Just
How could
throwing it
I
out
forget?
there.
I
God,
relonged
man.
that shit at 98.7 just a second ago. I just made $120 off that shit.
There's
Ooh,
a lot of people that shorted down there too. Right.
People were making side bets. Oh, it's going to go down. Remember the side bets? I know. I don't get it.
Let's go.
I think ETH's gonna go for 2K tonight, dude. The way it's moving.
That's when Tame's chart went down to 25 or something.
And I can't miss out on this action, so I've got you in one ear while I'm working.
Oh, that's not distracting at all, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, I'm
Shit.
just filling shelves and
okay.
stuff. I'm good.
You've called this for 2 years and you hit it right on the money. It's following right in the times and sequences of which you've properly projected. We all have anticipations, but
Not even 2 years. It's
And Ma,
literally,
thanks for the sub, brother.
it's literally a month and a half, or if in the last month when everybody was making side bets on what it was going to go down to before it would hit 100K again.
yeah, but it
And
ran completely indifferent of what everybody was expecting
Let
or
him get
feeling
his
or
thought
thinking
out,
or
Joe.
doing. But Dbloc nailed it. We were all running on emotions. Dbloc was like, "Yo, I'm running on charts, guys."
I was not running on emotions. I was freaking buying that dip.
I was running on all the losses I've taken over the years and been like, nah, dog. Okay, this guy, he know his stuff. I like this dude. Come on, Dbloc, bring it. Bring the heat, cuz.
Sal, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Cypher. W sub.
Ooh, a little subscriber action on this $100,000 little tickle.
Yeah, we got a nice crowd in here, 221. I will ask you guys to hit that like button, please. We're at 221 views and 96 likes.
Smashy, smashy.
Bitcoin's
Bro, let's
putting
get
Bitcoin's
those
breaking
likes.
local highs, and we're like dead cat bouncing on views. I mean on likes.
Let's get those likes to all-time highs. Let's go,
Sorry,
chat.
guys, yo, man. I had to take off my bull outfit and back to being a bear. Sorry.
Wait, do we have an all-time high on likes?
Yeah, I don't even know. I'd have to look it up.
All right. Well, if you get that
I
number,
will. I'll look it up. We'll start putting a little goal up.
yo,
Well,
bro,
I'm stepping away from my console just so I can like that shit.
Appreciate
you
it.
gon' yeah. Just wait, dude. Ain't nothing like a challenge, bro. You give me a goal, cuz I'm gonna be. I got you. I got you.
You guys
Nah,
ready
y'all
for
been killing
77?
it though, man. Like the algorithm has been liking what we're doing. It's not hard for people to find us, so I'm just trying to keep that up.
Bro, I
Hey,
got you
now.
on 3 TVs now. I subscribe, I think, on 2 accounts. And I actually even updated the main TV to my username and password just so I could like it.
Okay, let's go.
Damn, get a room, dude.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let's go.
Wait,
You
what?
guys ready? You guys ready?
He's down.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. Come on, man. Bro, you know how many L's I've taken in 4 years?
I'm dead.
You guys ready for 77K?
Oh god.
Bro, is your thumbnail like Powell just watching you, staring at you,
You see it,
silly,
right?
and watching you trade?
Yeah. Had to keep an eye on him before FOMC, man.
Powell's just staring at you, watching
That's
you.
what happens. Drew goes in, he goes out. He's ready to
That
dump
was
it.
our pre-FOMC meeting video call. Or after the meeting, I was like, you see what you did? Look at what you did.
Dude, you could do a whole video of you talking to him, and he's just like, "Oh, you know what, Dbloc, I got to do what I got to do."
I'm fully committed to our goal. If you don't shut up, Jerome.
I've been watching total market cap, and in the past like half hour, 45 minutes, we came from like a 301 all the way up to a 305. So money looks like it's kind of pouring in. I'm glad we got above that 3 trillion. It looks like 65 billion have come in just about the past 45 minutes. Looks like money's pouring into this sucker. Looks like
It's
the
all
current of this river is starting to increase here.
This sort of proves that war doesn't make a difference because things are heating up between India and Pakistan.
Either way, this whole
Bitcoin loves war, guys. You guys got to get used to that
out-
idea.
the
check out what
rivers
the
are
Dow
starting to
Jones
flow.
did. Check out what the Dow Jones did during World War One, World War Two.
Mhm.
There were moments where it actually stimulated the market because there was a lot of industry going on in the war effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
BlackRock just recently, for their sales material, put out a chart of how Bitcoin and gold and the S&P react after crisis. And Bitcoin has outperformed all of them. They're literally passing that to them. Be like, look, don't worry. This is the like, shit's bad right now, I know, but here, look at this. Look at this
And it's not
hopium.
a spontaneous reaction. This is following, coinciding right with everything we've been.
All right.
But right,
Alright,
also
alright.
at the same time, though,
Guys.
you know, when they're heavy shilling, they're heavy, some people are liquidating their assets at the same time when they get this buying pressure.
There's a lot going on in
Guys.
China right now. There really is.
Guys, be careful. V-Chain is pumping.
Top
Oh
secret.
no.
Billions are coming in. The entire board is pumping.
The V-Chain's pumping, that's the top signal. Sorry, guys, dump it.
V-chain pumping is good for the Chinese economy. Sometimes people that know something before they're supposed to know something, the insiders in China, when you see V-chain pumping, They use VeChain for logistics. So when that machine's about to start ramping up again, you'll see VeChain do some interesting things.
I mean, this
Yo,
has got to
I've
be all China
quadrupled
here.
my
This is
I've quadrupled my VeChain bag down there. So
we're
let's
right in the
go.
middle of the China session right now, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think it's time for me to start looking up some China FUD to give you guys.
Yo, China yesterday stimulated the heck out of their economy. Like they cut
Yeah, dude.
rates. They added mad stimulus yesterday.
Yeah. And the FUD
Dude,
loses
where's all
its
the
sort of
articles?
strength, Drew, when you were just bullish like 20 minutes ago.
Weren't we just talking? We we got
People
it
were
revved
still
up.
buzzing off of that. Gotta let it wear off.
Does anybody want to short this yet?
Yep,
Kind of
I'm
feeling
all
like
in
I
a
want
short
to
right
short
now.
it.
I wouldn't be
Short it.
mad at anybody starting to slowly build a position, but be careful. Because this is just the smaller bull flag that's played out. Around target 5, I'll be out of this long swing from 74. And then I'll have nothing but my long-term Bitcoin bag left. And all of that money gets put into alts. This Bitcoin swing bag has been my altcoin bag that I'm bubbling up. Right, so after taking profits, tomorrow is going to be all BTC charts. Looking at all the BTC pairs and sniping some bottoms on some alts.
That's what I was talking about. Maybe is that kind of important on our dominance percentage? Because if dominance percentage is high, that might be a really good time to start looking at those alts if you have an incentive to shift from Bitcoin into those. Is when dominance is that high, not just individually, but that's the set point. That's like the if you're gonna do it now. Like you've been doing, Dbloc was a tremendously great strategy. It's converted it all to Bitcoin, and when you're patiently waiting for it to get to that dominance high, that's when the conversion ratios happen.
Yo, I flexed so hard a minute ago that my internet went out, dog. Oh.
You know what I mean? It's not at the cheapest price for all those altcoins. It just has to do with that dominance ratio and Bitcoin pairing as well. So next season, that's what I'm going to be mainly focused on. But I'm going to be, I don't know. I know like we were talking about this the other day. Everybody's going to be mainly focused on Bitcoin next season, right? Like we should be compared to what we saw last season. Some alts might drive up, but again, being stable and structurally consistent with Bitcoin is what I think everybody across the board is going to be consciously looking at next time. We didn't know what to look at last time. We were all altcoins are going to drive, they're going to rip up there, and as everything fell down, everybody drove into Bitcoin. Not really. They drove into altcoins, expecting, hoping. And Bitcoin took off, and it kept going. And they sold out at 20,000, 30,000.
Joe, is there an end to this, or is this just like a fluid train of thought?
It's kind of what happened, so I apologize for
11-11.
Dude, all I know is that Bitcoin just killed my vape.
Bro, all
Good,
I
you
know
shouldn't be
is I
smoking
just
that shit
flexed.
anyways.
I flexed so hard my internet went out. I don't know if I like cut out in the middle of me talking, but I was flexing so hard. I was pumping the coin so hard my internet went out.
I
And I got
apologize.
fiber optic.
Sounds like Take Profit talk to me.
Profits.
I'm refreshing everything. They trying to steal my money cuz I work hard for this.
I was gonna look for something to trade, but I can't.
Dump it.
That
Man,
dopamine
I don't
looking
think
for
I'm.
an exit, bro. Don't look for a trade right now. I mean, if
Watch
something
this video go
pops,
tap a hundo.
oh
Watch
my
this go
god, bro.
hundo. What you gonna do? Wednesday whack it.
Nope, you guys aren't getting hundo. I'm sorry. 99. That's all you get tonight. Sorry.
Yeah,
Watch it just do
I
it.
mean,
Just
it wouldn't necessarily have to be a long. I could short something, but I don't want to because I'm gonna go to bed.
Bro, they really hated me for relonging that 98.8. I was like, nah, dog. I seen these games because I seen them. And then they was like, no, we're just gonna take your internet out. I ain't forgot.
One more little rip. You can do it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Not
Running some of
you.
the
You
time.
need to sit on the sidelines. You went downstairs to get another beer. You're out of position. Just chill out.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. 10-4, coach. 10-4. I can follow directions pretty good. I try to at least.
Yeah, there's no reason to
Little
turn a
subtle
good
ones.
night into a bad night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bitcoin got a head and shoulders on a half second.
The half second.
I don't even know what time frame I'm looking at anymore. What am I? I'm on the 1 minute. Okay.
You did a half second, your GPU would blow up.
This volume candle sucks on the 4 hour.
Man, you guys know we're about to dump it. Come on. It's plain as it's in front of us. We dumping.
Bitcoin bear flagging on the fucking tick. Single tick.
No one cares about bear flags anymore. We done.
Easy with the bombs, good.
Party's over. The lights are coming on at the bar. The music stopped. Start seeing what the girls really look like.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
I heard that.
Yeah, I know that one too well. So, yeesh. The worst nightmare in the snow light. This became confirmed.
It's turning into a gravestone here on the 4 hour too.
Hey, Dbloc on the
That's
real though.
a
I do appreciate you
that's
making me look smart in front of my friends and stuff. Cause I'm like, no, we're gonna come back and touch that 97,000. We gotta get to CMA.
There you
And
go.
by the time we get there, we probably going up. Bro, they think I know everything. And I've been telling them, I'm like, yo, you gotta go check out Dbloc's channel. I swear, bro, I don't take credit for it. Except for occasionally I do, but then I'm like, yeah, but I get all my stuff from this
Take the
guy.
credit, man. Get all the free drinks at the bar you can.
I only take credit for it for like 2 minutes, coach. I swear, and then I give you credit. I'm like, nah, man. 3rd minute in, put me
You
in the
invert the
penalty box.
chart real quick. I just inverted it for a second just to sort of put things into perspective, right? You invert the chart. Does it look like a bottom yet?
No.
Not yet.
Could.
no.
I
You look
think
at the
it could.
15
I
minute.
think it
Once
could.
more. Once more.
You look at
It's
the
like
15 minute. That could be a stopping volume,
It
but
could
it
be ugly.
doesn't.
Inverse head
you could be
Yeah,
shoulder.
looking
that's
for
a
a wick.
that's a good
Inverse
point
head
on
and
a
shoulder.
different
Ugly.
time frame. Yeah, 5 minutes. Nice stopping volume candle, but you need to not invalidate it here.
Well, the new 15 minute just started, and it's a vector. Well, the previous one was a vector, but if this
I
one
think we're
closes
going to your
below,
target 5. I think we're gonna wick to
oh,
your
that's
target
it.
5.
Steve's ripping though.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so
I've got
too.
it going to target
Probably
5 as
gonna
well.
invalidate it.
I think it's gonna be a quick burst to target 5 and then probably roll over until tomorrow. 10-1.
And get rid of all these micro targets, 5-second targets that we put up. But
ETH is actually holding and moving up. And
So
not
is Bitcoin.
affected.
Bitcoin's about to make another local high.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh, it almost made a local high. It wasn't able to. Let's see what happens here. I shall not double dip. I'm gonna put this mouse on a different table.
take the batteries out of that shit.
For real, dude. I'm not giving this money back.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at Jasmine in a minute, dude.
Yeah, it's apparently it did well or weller.
CM, the inverted chart matters when it makes you check your bias. Right. If you looked at that price action that we were just looking at on the 1 minute and you thought that it was rolling over, but then you flip the chart and you still thought it was rolling over, then you have a bearish bias or a bullish
Aspen quit
bias.
giving Joe's a bad name. Sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm sorry. Got you covered for another 20 minutes.
Super chat. Joe's all right, man. He just gets carried away. We've been dealing with Joe for a very long time. So yeah, to answer the question, CM, it's just a way to check your bias. W super chat. Super chat.
Super chat.
Hey, Dbloc, I got my 15-year-old son watching your stream now.
Nice. You gonna fund his account? What's up?
He's been mining for a few years, and he almost lost the account because he was underage. So I had to go in there and like kind of like
Oh,
work my
that's
way in there
interesting.
to
I
get
didn't
it
even
back.
know there was a. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, they started doing like checks on age and wanted age verification. So I called up their customer support and converted it to my name, and then I gave him that money back. It's only like $500, but
Is
he
that
can
only
start playing.
US?
That's cool.
It could be my state, to be honest with you. I don't know what triggered it. I don't.
I don't like that.
Like we're getting ready to retest here on Biddy. Yeah.
Green vector through the local high. Grab these liquidations. Hit target 5.
But he's not really trading per se. Like I think
No,
he's trying to
I
just
was
get.
definitely just playing. You should be over
Oh,
his
I know,
shoulder
but
if he does any type of trading at all.
like cardinal knowledge, right? Like just sink in over time. Just the fundamentals just start sinking into where it's like second nature.
He's 15.
Yep.
Dude, I would give anything to go back in time until I started trading when I was 15.
It's his FBLA teacher, man, Future Business Leaders of America. He's like all into crypto, and he's in charge of a bunch of kids. So
All it takes, bro, is a couple good teachers. It's crazy.
That's what's up.
Somebody to believe in you, bro. Somebody to coach you, mentor you. Somebody you feel they got your back. That's all everybody. That's all anybody needs in life, man. Somebody that is just same situation. If they ain't currently, they have been. That's life, baby.
Be right back.
Dang, this Pakistan India stuff is actually escalating. I didn't think it was gonna lead to anything.
I know, man. I thought because usually when we attack like a terrorist camp in a foreign country, they get a little upset or whatever, and they saber rattle a little bit, and it goes away. But this time, man, they're not backing down.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying. I just started looking into it. I'm like, whoa, they're still
Bro,
going.
y'all know Trump called India. He's like, hey, look, volatility, blah, 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 blah. I need y'all to start some shit and we'll reduce some tariffs. And they were like, we got you. And then, here we are.
Yo, Doge grinding up. Doge is grinding up.
The
That may
goofy
look like
thing,
a regular exclusive move. ETH
the,
moves.
the goofy thing is that they're both nuclear countries. So, woo.
And they're like right next to each other, so that'd be smart.
Yeah.
Mutually assured destruction.
That's as mutually assured as it gets.
I mean, some of their nukes are small, so tactical, but still, that would be really horrible.
Yo, dominance is
Trump will come
grinding
in and
down.
wave the tariff stick. Be fun. One thing I will give him is that all of these tariffs give him unusual leverage when it comes to negotiation on other topics. Right? Like we have a give to give.
So like he can use it to negotiate for other things.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it's leverage.
you know,
Hell yeah.
if you guys chill out, look, just ceasefire. I'll reduce your tariffs to 20% for the next 3 years. You know, blah blah blah. And there's something to give, right? It's hard to go into negotiations when the other side doesn't have anything. You know, you don't have anything they want. Like, why would we listen?
Haven't they been beefing forever though?
Yeah,
Pakistan
that
and
type
India?
of that's ancient, bro. That's for the Kashmir region. They both claim ownership over Kashmir. I saw some
I think
crazy
it's
videos the other day, bro. The whole mountainside, and it's sort of like a populated city on the side of a mountain, whatever. And then 70% of the lights went off, and then flares went up, and then the rockets came in, bro. And I was like, oh shit,
Rockets,
that's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You ever met a Kashmiri in person? They're freaking beautiful people. It's crazy.
Figuratively or literally?
I can't say I have. I'm trying to
No,
think.
they're just it's their mix. I don't know what it is. Both the males and the females. It's crazy, man.
But yeah, there's some problems that are just cultural at this point. Like you're literally born sort of hating the other side, or taught it as soon as you're born. I should say nobody's born hating anything.
But the thing is, like, most of those communities are so intertwined, especially like in the U.S.
The same
Like
people,
Pakistan and
man.
Indians.
Yep.
It's like the same people. Like I'm Indian, and some of my best friends are Pakistani. Same, my mom. Like, it's just most of the communities, but it's just in that area, man.
The same as Israel, right? It's just Semitic people. It's like you fight harder with your brother than you would with anybody else.
What up, everybody?
What up? The price of Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
Drew. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I just got back from Dubai in the Middle East. I tried to go to Pakistan actually, but I got deported.
Nice.
Mike's
Welcome
pretty
back,
low.
Jim. I mean, Joe.
Yep.
Is his mic below for you?
Yeah,
guys, too?
yeah. His mic's low for me too.
Let me try to fix it. I'll be back.
Gotcha.
You
Yeah,
guys
we
are
were
really
looking
gonna
at
leave
it.
me in the dust like this, huh?
I mean, dude, this reminds me of like when it was dumping and people were like, it can't go down further. This is ridiculous. We're a low RSI. It can't go down further. And it's the same thing. It can't keep going up. This is ridiculous. It can't keep going up. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. We need that, bro. We need just a straight up.
Market
Are
can
you still
stay
there,
rational for longer than you can stay solvent. It's a
Yeah.
fact.
Bingo.
Yeah. What's up, Rick?
Yo, remember that dude from the old school, 2021? Sway?
Yeah, dude. He was
Sway,
always wearing
dude?
a
Yeah,
suit. He
OG.
worked on freaking like what was it? I forget where it was, somewhere out in Cali or something.
Yeah, California, I'm pretty
He was,
sure.
he was always eating gummy bears.
Yeah, Sway was cool shit.
So, oh, watch out, guys! It's over. Party's over. Go home. All right, lights are on. Music's out.
Do you
Last call.
do you remember Relic?
Yeah.
The guy that used to come on and do the crypto minute and give all
Yeah,
the
who did he
updates
beef?
for all the prices.
Who did he beef with? He was beefing hard with someone. Or like,
Dude, I
forget.
think it was like he muted that girl Allie Walker and somebody
Oh
like
yeah.
unmuted him. And then, like he got pissed and left.
He got. Yeah, he was pissed. He was funny.
We've
Dude,
had
that guy
quite a
was
cast of
good.
characters come through here past 6 years.
He had like the perfect radio voice though. It was like, hey,
What's up?
it's really with the crypto minute.
And he like he
Bitcoin up 5%. Yeah.
he used to just interrupt TA to read off some list of shit that probably came from a Telegram group or something. It used to drive me crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
What's up with Chemical?
I
She's
don't know,
still
but
around from time to
trading
time.
wasn't for her, so I'm glad that she's doing something else.
Oh, she's a top
question-
signal, dude. She's a top signal.
Yeah,
Oh.
she comes
When,
in
when
around the
she comes
top.
out, when you hear from her, it's like, oh my god, it's a top.
That's funny. That's the same way I feel when Epic shows up.
But yo,
Tell
the
'em.
real question is, where is Raj?
He pops up every now and then to ask you about like how Shib's doing. What do you feel about Shib? And then he'll leave. He'll be like, what do you guys feel about Shib? And then he'll dip.
What? Raj is alive?
Yeah, he
Like,
pops in every
fucking
like
murdered
3
him in
months.
front of it. He went to go visit Chemical at her house and they live streamed it, and then like we
That was
like
great.
never heard from him after that.
He's scarred. Yeah, he was scarred for life after that. Yeah. What
She
did they
tried
do
to
to
give
him?
him a vampire facial. Remember?
They tried to put Botox in his face. They were like doing live Botox
Yeah.
on that guy. And this was
What
on
was
the
it
live
doing?
stream.
She was doing like heroin and Botox and all. I was like, yo, chill.
Nah, let's
Maybe
not
not
put that
heroin.
on her jacket. She was doing meth, not heroin.
Yeah,
Okay, my
yeah,
bad, my
it was definitely meth.
Yeah, that's way different, honestly.
And I'm not putting anybody's business out there. She literally live streamed her kitchen, and the whiteboard behind her said, "Milk, cereal, get more meth." On the to-do list, like, and she wasn't shy. She wasn't shy about it. She's like, "Yeah, it's
I gotta go see my guy. She's
I
Breaking
wouldn't
Bad.
hear them, but I think I know her.
She's Breaking Bad, yo.
There was this dude that was pretty good with TA, antimatter. He kind of like would just chill downstairs a lot, and like him and Dank Leaf and like a bunch of people start going downstairs more often. And then there was like
Party
this
guy.
guy Bemke. He was pretty good. Bunny something. Do you guys remember that guy?
Yeah, Bunny. He had the TV company or something, TV station company.
Yeah, I got a better memory than I do.
He was like the first person that I used to hear always talk about market Cypher.
Well, he came in, he didn't know anything, man. He was just like
He
getting wrecked. What do I do, man? I think I gotta get this right. And he got it right, I guess.
I forget the rest of his name. But he was like, "Oh yeah, the momentum waves, they're curling up and the V up. Oh, this looks really good, guys."
Speaking of, man, you guys could see some of his shorts lately. His YouTube shorts of him like arguing with his members about how he was right about the Sui trade, and he's just like going off in his YouTube shorts. It's funny.
Who's
that
who? Crypto Face?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna
Who
delete
is that
these
dude that-
smaller patterns here that we did on the 5-second because this shit is just making my screen look horrible. Everything's already
Dumpy.
laid out.
Yeah, who's that guy that was always showing that Peepo coin and the sandwich coin or something like that?
Oh, Yukon Cornelius.
Yukon.
Dude.
Everything on his YouTube. Oh my god.
Dude, he had good calls though. Until he started getting into the food and shit coins, like it was like he had some pretty good calls on a lot of stuff.
Yukon Cornelius. He was always kicking game to what's her name? I forget her name, man. She was always on the scene too.
There was
Man, there was
lovely
so many funny
Angelique,
things back then. So many
and
funny people.
I think you're thinking of Megan.
Megan. Totally
Meg.
Megan.
Oh,
Meg.
dude, that
Yeah.
Angelique chick was a fox. She was pretty.
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cute.
dude, she was hot. But her voice was just like so like dull and monotone. Like she would put me to sleep. Like she had a
Yo,
nice
that's
voice. It's just the way that she spoke. It was like,
That's
oh,
nice.
like I'd be like falling asleep to her voice. I'm like, damn.
You guys are down
Oh yeah,
bad.
That's always,
dude,
bro. That's how
Peachy.
it is, though. It's
Pe-
the hot ones that got like the boring voices, man. Or like not necessarily boring, but yeah.
Dude, yo, speaking of voices, Peachy hit me up the other day, and she's in my server now. I'm gonna have to send her an invite to get over
I
here.
was just gonna ask, dude. We need more females on here.
Guys, Peachy's been in this server for a long time.
She's in here?
I know a Peach, but that's a different Peach.
Is she
She's
from
in here right
Georgia?
I don't know. She leads a.
I don't know how to break it to everybody, but you're kind of late.
just I was anyway.
So what? Is she on a friggin' alt account or something?
No, I know a different Peach though. But she's
I
a
don't know.
baddie
You
too.
talked to her the other day. Ask her.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in. Watch out, guys.
No, I actually asked her about
I'm kidding.
one alt account that I thought she had, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember making an alt account."
She's cheating on you, Cry.
Oh no.
I know an agent.
She's for the streets, Cry.
Bro, nothing can hurt my feelings more than crypto had in the last 4 years. You know what I mean? Maybe, yeah, probably not if you've been on this channel. Hey, by the way, Dbloc, looked at my position history just a minute ago just to remind myself that I'm doing better. First of all, I'm going to pat myself on the back for staying around. Second of all, thank you.
You got it, bro. You did the hard work.
I did do the hard work, but you were freaking holy crap, dude. And it's just like, oh, God, I've been waiting for it to be like, it doesn't even matter what the red is because all the greens are bigger than the red kind of thing.
Yep, that's
Shout
the
out to the
goal.
people.
I'm
Shout
just
out to the
taking a deep
people that
breath.
were around. Shout out to the people that were around post FTX, like in the month after the FTX debacle, that were like still hanging around and hungry for crypto. You know, like looking for opportunities and stuff. Like that's staying power. Like that's commitment right there.
Hell yeah.
It got to a
And especially
small.
after
It got
being
to
in
a small group, but there was still a group. You know what I mean? Like, but it did get kind of. It did get kind of
Definitely.
small. There was some times where
It did.
we'd only have like 15 people in Discord, bro. 20 people.
Oh yeah, it was very
Smallest
quiet,
it'll ever
niche.
be.
I'm not gonna lie, I was about to quit with the Luna thing. And Tara, I was like, man, this is it. I was like, with something like this happening, I
This
was
is
like, this is
broken,
it.
man.
It's broken. It's too risky, you know. And I was about to turn my back to crypto there with the Luna Terra thing.
That was one of the things actually that kept me in it because to me it just made so much sense that everything was going down. Like we were talking about the other night, and you said that you were like long and it like, or somebody was, or a bunch of y'all were, or something. And I just wished I could have shorted it then.
I got in the Terra when it depegged, and I was like, oh, this is gonna repeg for
Oh
sure.
yeah, Terra. Yeah, that's right. Dang,
And
I've been trying to think of that.
yeah, and Terra was part of Luna's, protocol, and
Right.
they had the biggest Bitcoin reserves out of anyone at the time.
Right.
You know,
That's
like
why it didn't make sense that it would go up.
yeah. So they didn't use their Bitcoin to repeg it. They just kept on minting and took the money and ran.
To me, all of that shit sort of cemented for me that like the truth is basically gonna come to light. Right? Like we know why it happened. It happened because they did all the things that we were taught not to do and that we teach people not to do. Don't over leverage, don't be overexposed. Pigs get slaughtered. Right? So we just watched them break those rules at an institutional level. And then we got to see what happened to somebody who was almost too big to fail get completely destroyed. So if that doesn't give you a personal lesson for yourself in your trading, you know what I mean? It should.
Dude, nobody in like centralized banking gets caught. That's the difference with crypto. It's different. Nobody ever
There's
has
nobody
gotten
here to
caught.
bail you out in crypto. They'll bail out the banks if
Boom.
they need to, but there's
Boom.
nobody to bail you out.
You know what?
I still
You know
hate
what's
George W. Bush
eye-opening?
for doing that, by the way.
I'll tell you what's eye-opening. Sam Bankman-Fried was about 1 or 2 months away from getting away with it.
Oh
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Oh yeah.
Like he was the last straw. Like he could have
If
just
price
made it.
if
You know what I
price would
mean?
have gone up $10,000, I think the
Oh,
number was 12,000. If price would have gone up
yeah,
$12,000 on Bitcoin, they would have been able to cover and they would have never got caught.
But
yeah.
think about it though.
However,
CZ,
he
yeah,
would have
but
got more
CZ had
reckless.
And
yeah,
remember
but
at the
CZ had
time
his.
the dip we were in we weren't supposed to be down that low for that long. So it's just another example, right, of the market being irrational
Hold
longer
on,
than you can stay solvent, even on an exchange level.
but you guys are forgetting the main factor, the common denominator that I think was CZ because he had his eyes on him. He saw FTX was picking up pace and he had to do something. And
Well,
I think
he
CZ.
pushed it over the edge, but if they weren't so overexposed, they would have been able to cover that. If Bitcoin would have been higher, then their assets would have been able to cover. But
I see what you
Bitcoin,
mean.
yeah, Bitcoin dropped and stayed low too long, and then debts came due, and then CZ pushed their ass right up. Like, look, we know that it's looking
Yep.
bad. That's when he called CZ and said, "Look, our finances are fucked right now. We made some really big mistakes. You know how this works. We got in over our heads. We need some help." CZ
Well,
was
he
like,
was
"Sure
open.
thing. Send over all of your books, and then we'll make a deal." And that's what they
He
did.
already
He sent over all those books. He bought all of that FTT token, and then he exposed everything that he saw in the books, and he slammed all the FTT token on market.
and he already owed him money. So the dude owed CZ money. And when they found out the liquidation price, that's when CZ smelled blood in the water. And he's like, he figured it out because what's her name from Almeida? She just gave it out somehow. I forget the whole story, but he's like, oh, so that's their liquidation price. Okay, bang.
She said they'll buy everything like at $20 or something.
Something like that. Yeah. And he figured it out that it's like, all right, so they're going to get liquidated if they go somewhere around here. Bang, bang. Let's get him with the blood and water.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Dbloc. So this makes sense now.
What?
Apparently, I haven't been paying enough attention to the YouTube chat.
I'm just waiting for a short opportunity at this point. A really good one though. No holds bar.
In my opinion, we're about to dump.
Dude, we've had 5 months of shorting. Let's get like at least a month of just bullishness.
Yeah, I like where Dbloc's at right now. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but all I know is they going to screw a bunch of people, so they're probably going to push it at least one more time, at least, and then it's going to do what you don't think it's going to do. If you think it's going to do something, it ain't going to do it. Not like this type of volatility type of thing.
Well, I think it's going to dump, and I think it's going to dump.
Yeah, no, it will.
It's just when.
Yeah.
Like they're definitely going to try to catch as much. Like, cause you still got people buying the top. Like, look at like 12:37 or look at the 37th minute in the last hour.
Watch out.
That's in the 50 on the 1 minute here. This will be the first sign of loss of bullish momentum on the minute chart.
And everyone and their mothers are probably on the 1 minute chart, so everyone's panicking right now.
You make me want to long it.
Probably
Just
come
saying
grab this vector. No, this could very well be the top, guys. Don't let the fact that it flagged out on the 1 minute change your mind about anything. If you thought it was the top here, you know what I mean?
Oh,
I'm just in this for a bit of a longer play. My plate of food is up here at target 5.
Hell yeah.
Red vector down to clean this. Leave a red vector behind. Recover it. Take that target.
I'm all in.
You're almost out though, aren't you?
Yeah, bro. It's been such a long trade. I've only got 20% of the position left.
Yeah. I thought.
That's all. That'll be all my alt Bitcoin. So what I've been doing is as I take profit, I go into looking. Like when I get to target 5, I'm not automatically smacking the profit, take profit. What I'm doing is I'm going now on my Bitcoin charts and I'm looking to see which one of the alts that I want are looking the best on their Bitcoin. And then I'm switching my Bitcoin into that alt.
Damn, already? You're not gonna let them drop down?
Wouldn't you rather
If they're
like
already down on their Bitcoin chart, it doesn't. I don't care what USD is doing. Remember, I'm going from Bitcoin. I'm going from Satoshis into alts.
Oh, I see.
do you also have a few though that you would look at that are doing the worst compared to Bitcoin, but you still think have potential? You know,
Nah,
even
I'm
though
not playing that game with Bitcoin. Not with dominance at 65. If you're not showing, if you're not showing strength against Bitcoin, I'll just sit in Bitcoin, bro. You know, if Bitcoin's gonna outperform you, then what's the point? I'll just leave it where it is.
Yeah, I'm building my short, man.
Thanks
on
for saying
Bitcoin
that.
now.
I was kind of thinking some of that, but here it is. What I needed.
Oh, I'm already in it.
Come on, grab this
though.
vector. All right, we can invalidate that flag pattern now.
I still haven't forgot what happens when we get to 99. Not that it's not gonna go past it eventually,
Yeah.
but
You would expect for it at the very least to stall out.
damn. I didn't forget about their little Ethereum hack, and then after that, I think we came up there again. And then we got denied without nothing. Now here we are again.
Retest of the break of the 50. 13 EMA has not crossed the 50 yet, so even on the 1 minute, this you can't call this bearish just yet. Technically.
Yeah, is that still technically a flag?
No, that's why I took it off. It broke it. It invalidated
That's
it to the
right.
downside.
My bad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is the reason that it's technically not a flag because like the parallel whatever broke?
Yeah.
Okay. See, that's the kind of stuff that freaking gives me so much validate or like just it validates me or invalidates me.
You
Like,
have to
there's
know
all
when to give up on a pattern, bro. That's one of the most. The invalidation of a pattern is almost as important as the confirmation and the measured move.
I read all this stuff online over the years, but then once I actually got to see you do it on a chart live,
Yeah, it
where
makes
I'm
a
like,
difference.
oh, I'm just gonna make my triangle bigger.
Aston FLD both have BTC strategies.
Incredible with the super chat. Yeah, bro. They're lining up too. These companies that are adopting this Michael Saylor strategy or whatever you want to call it are really starting to pile up, bro. 1000%. And it's funny because you can always just by looking at the chart, you can see exactly when they made the decision, right? Anybody care to guess here when they decided?
Who's that?
At the double bottom.
Who?
The second hit of the double bottom.
It's crazy, yo. Crazy little
Is that
gap up.
stock?
Yeah. Yeah, and then
Who's that?
FLD. They've adopted the sort of Bitcoin. Is this the right FLD? Does FLD fold? Incredible. If this is the chart, I'll have to look into it because I didn't hear about FLD and it doesn't really look like it's had a massive reaction yet. Yeah, fold. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna look into this tonight because to chase something like asset, you know, a little crazy.
So once they do it, you're too late.
No, I mean it's gonna change their chart for the foreseeable future, right? So I mean, just getting in, it's not that it's too late. It's just you have to understand that it's a long term. You know, if you're buying into it, you're buying into the idea that their chart is gonna pull micro strategies over the next 10 years.
ASST.
Yeah, that was the first one. You know what I'll do is next time I get some time, I'll do some research and I'll come up with a list of all the companies that are adopting that sort of strategy. We'll keep an eye on them. We'll make a watch list for them. I'll be right back.
Speaking of last calls here.
Yeah, be done. Let's go down. We'll come back up later.
Well,
you don't want to keep going up too much.
We might still be hitting that because
where's
they
that
just
plate?
grabbed
Where's
that
that
wick.
plate at?
So I've got my targets are 99,399, and I've got one at 99,888, and then I've got one at 101,720.
101.7.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the top of where my simulation takes it. But I wouldn't say we hit that tonight. I'm more just I have it there. And if we start going down anywhere around, I'm just gonna close it out.
Have you seen what happened the last few times we've come up here?
What, undercutting the point?
They don't want this thing going over 100. That's when they lose control.
Yeah.
Oh my.
All right, we're recovering that last vector there. Let's see if we have a full retrace here. If this thing has some more legs in it.
Not that they can't lose control.
Big buys coming in.
Seen it on a few weekend traps lately.
Big sales coming in.
Maybe that's
well, volume wise, big buys, not really big sales. But it's not really moving it up. It's the only problem.
Come on.
Nice little rejection on
Back to me.
dominance. 4 hour.
Thank God.
Crypto, it depends on if this move is exhausted or not, man. We've got what, 2 hours till or 1.5 hours until UK comes in. And then US has to react to all this shit. So it's gonna depend on whether we hold, right? If we come down and we hold these supports, then there might be a continuation. We start coming down through these vectors and clearing liquidity, then That might have been all she wrote for the night. Remember, we've been down on really low time frames this whole time. This is what it looks like on the 15-minute. So coming down through this vector to 98 would not be out of the question. And we've never retested the big bull flag that we broke out of. This will make Drew happy, but bulls just rock with me for a minute. The measured move for that is above 101. And we haven't retested the break. And we've got vectors all the way down that can get recovered without coming back down under the pattern. Unless retail jumps in and there's a lot of FOMO here, market maker can still keep the chart bullish and pay himself. If this doesn't hold,
90.
then we're going for that deeper correction that we've been looking for, right? That number 2 at that old CME gap.
35.
So my point is, because somebody was asking about getting into longs, my point is there's a couple of levels that need to hold to even make this worth longing. You know, if you start to break these levels here, you're not going to get a good long for a while until we come back to the retest. Right? Your next viable spots along would be around there.
I like that target too. I like that number 2.
Yeah. So the test on the 1 minute, like I said, to stay bullish here is holding these 2 supports that we have. If these don't hold, then we'll be testing that 50 on the 5. So this bearish momentum that we see on the 1 minute with our 13 crossing the 50, remember this is confirmation of bearish momentum. That bearish momentum will flow into the 5 minute if those supports don't hold. We go to the 3 minute, we're probably closer to the fight. Yeah. Right. So we're basically at that fight now in the 3 minute. Trying to hold that 13 above to remain bullish.
Remember in school when the teacher would tell you, if I give you the answers to the test, you won't learn anything?
Yeah.
I just appreciate you, Dbloc, for that reason.
So they're not hard concepts to teach, you know what I mean? Like, it's way easier to tell you how I'm getting to something than to just give you a number, you know what I mean? Like,
No, right. But I'm not going to learn anything if you tell me what to do,
yeah,
coach.
yeah. Not only that, but I'm not just going to be at the chart all the time. So, like, I want to make sure that when I walk away from the chart, people know sort of what to look at. This for newer people, obviously. Everybody who's been here for a while already knows what they're doing, but
I haven't been here too long, but I pay attention a little. I try. It is actually funny to me. Like my brain always like pops these random things in it, and I'm like, man, how did I think of that? But the fact that right then in that moment, that all of a sudden it popped in my head, the fact that teachers wouldn't give me the answer to the test, but they'd try to help coach me during the test. That's what just like popped in my head. But back then it was like about some shit I didn't care about. But now I care about it. So it's like, oh, now I remember.
I was gonna ask, by the way. So I was learning a bit about how like forex traders do their Globex traps. And I know from listening a little bit is that like that even Bitcoin we have the same traps, but I know also, or my understanding is that like because Bitcoin's futures are done as a derivative of the asset versus like the other way around. Like basically what are traders that are trapping during the day, like looking at for their, I guess, their fundamentals and their technicals to figure out those ranges? Because the guy I was watching was saying like there's no, like it's too volatile to trap. But obviously, like we see that all the time. There's
On
there's
Forex
still
or crypto?
for crypto, for Bitcoin.
I mean, just the things that I look at. I mean, and a lot of that came from Forex. And it's just the liquidity provision, right? There's two
Yeah.
scenarios. You either have enough liquidity to where market makers not needed, or market makers needed. If market makers needed, then you have to pay attention to when they step into the game. You know, all the things that we do on a daily basis. When they're not needed, then that's when we trade pure momentum. Right? We're just going with the flow. We're trend following. So yeah, it's possible. With enough money, it's possible. And taking sentiment and shit like that into consideration is definitely possible, bro. But has a lot to do with traps.
Yeah, I was gonna say that kind of makes sense because I guess because you don't necessarily have all the fundamentals available, and like you can't just like because the way it was described was something to the effect of, they look at certain markets, and then they look at like the major indices to get all the information to be able to set up their traps. But I guess if you don't have that, then you look at sentiment and sentiment ranges and momentum.
Yeah, just pure liquidity, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Greed runs these markets. The money's gonna move towards the biggest pot of money.
Hey, what's the name of the guy that just asked that question? I can't read that language, but to
That's
be fair, I
it's
also can't read English, so we're all good.
it's hold these. You can call me hold though.
Appreciate it.
Is there?
Hold. Not hodl?
It can be hollow in this realm. Yeah, sure, it can be hollow these.
Huddle these nuts.
I just feel like
Yep.
hodl's more old school. I ain't heard that. Nobody says that anymore, and it actually kind of hurts my feelings because, like, I want to know a sucker when I hear him. You know? I'm just
Well, I mean, but like,
Yo.
okay. Here's the thing, though, right? If you were like hodling from back when, you're doing pretty freaking good right now.
What you guys know about Hodoro though?
Hodoro.
Hodoro
rules. Yo, this is AZ backpack. Yo.
AZ backpack.
But he's been through here too. He's in the chat every once in a while
For
lurking.
real?
Yeah.
No way.
Hey, Dbloc,
Yo,
quick
so
question.
I got
Yeah.
When we have the type 3 weekend traps,
Mhm.
we're kind of just trading momentum through the week until Friday, waiting for the trap shorts and trap longs.
If the move goes in the direction of the traps that aren't, and if the move goes into the direction of the traders that aren't trapped. So you can have a type 3 trap and then get a false move up to the trap longs that are there, even if there aren't any trap shorts, and have the week play out regular. But if they fail to trap shorts and they move in the direction of the trap shorts, then yeah, you can't count on the momentum of the rest of the week. You've got to just literally trade it by trend.
Gotcha. So we're kind of just waiting for Friday to see what our
Yep.
next.
Waiting for our next sort of trap setup. Yeah.
Got it. Perfect. Appreciate it.
Which works for us, right? Because like I said, when they lose control, for the most part, it's because price is pumping and they can't really, stop it. So yeah, the move was down, but we more than made up for it. Where was our weekend trap now? It's been so long, I can't even remember. Yeah, so our weekend trap was down here. We had that move down. We found our lows Monday, Tuesday. Another sign that probably not, but there's just no way to call it, right? There's no way to call this false move down because there were no trap shorts to free. But either way, CME gap filled up and to the right.
Up and to the right, baby. That's what I like.
Hell yeah, coach.
Thanks for that, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Yeah, so guys, I just had another blast from the past when he was saying hold these. And like, do you guys remember that guy Genuflex? No.
I don't.
I remember
Dude,
the
he would
Keto
always
guy.
he would like come on and be like like somebody would say something and he would be like, what about these? They're like, what? And he's like, these nuts. Like he would always respond with that. He was always saying these nuts.
I think maybe some of these guys were like part of your group after you left or something, because I don't remember him either.
No,
Wait, who was it?
Genuflex was in the first group.
Yeah, I remember Genuflex.
My memory's horrible, bro. My bandwidth, I've got so much information in my head that like when I meet somebody new, somebody old gets forgotten.
Dude, well, there was like 1,000 people in there back then. So.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, they do say it's something like you can remember a certain amount of people at a time or a certain amount of faces.
Yeah, you can
and,
only
like,
hold a certain amount of faces, and when you download a new one, you forget an old one.
Yep, especially if you're like packed full of information as it is, you know.
I need some
It takes a lot of
external memory, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
You know,
Dbloc just didn't care back then. He was just in there listening to us, so he knew
I
what
used to
dumb
have such
retail was
I used to
thinking.
have such a blast back in the day, bro.
Yeah, Dbloc didn't even share his chart like a lot of it. Like he didn't used to do all this where he would like teach
Mm-mm.
everyone stuff. He would like bring up his chart once in a while to show something. And the
Usually, if
rest
there
of the
was an
time,
argument going on, and it's like, okay, look, bro, just look. But for the most part, it was just entertaining. Yeah, it was way more entertaining than the older trading group I was in. That shit was full of legacy guys, bro, and oh my god, talk about boring.
dude, yeah, people used to get in arguments about stupid shit that didn't even have anything to do with crypto.
On days we were pumping too, it wasn't even on like red days.
Yeah, they'd be like
The
mad.
green
Like,
days were the
just
worst.
price action candles were ripping. People are yelling over each other.
That's what I'm not gonna let this place get to, bro.
Dude, Static came in and was like, "Yeah, Doge is going down." Everyone was like, "No, man,
No.
f you."
I think it's okay to understand that somebody might be a good person. There might be nothing wrong with them for the most part, but they just don't mix with the group that you've got going. And if it doesn't mix with the group that you got going, and it screws up group dynamics, and it's just not worth it, bro. It's not fair to everybody else. So I think a lot of people were allowed to stay around that probably shouldn't have been. I wouldn't have been if I was in charge.
Yeah, but there was a
Yeah,
bunch of people that wanted to talk all the time that didn't even give TA.
Well, that's the okay. So I'm gonna tell you an interesting dynamic that I've found after doing these little Discord groups and shit for a while. People who come in and are really good at what they do in their regular life, and then come into crypto and it's all brand new. They can only take so much of listening to shit that's new to them. Right. After a while, somebody's got to open mic.
What the hell? Is it?
After a while, they've got to be able to speak about things that they know about. And then everybody wants a turn to speak about that one thing that they're really good at. You know what I mean? And then it becomes like a 6-hour, like, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just something I've noticed.
I mean, there was a
you
time where
you call
people.
that monologuing, not a dialogue. They're just talking to themselves.
Yeah, but like the motivation behind it, I think it comes from like, you know, and it happens. I've seen it happen with people who are very successful at what it is that they do somewhere else, right? And it's like a natural like brain dump that happens after a while. Like I've got to get this shit out. Just let me get this shit out.
I mean, it got to a point where it was so big for a minute where like people were coming on just so that they could hear their friends could hear them talking on YouTube.
Yeah, I still think some people do it now too. There's a couple of people I've noticed. You can tell when somebody's speaking to hear themselves or when somebody's actually having like a real conversation. YouTube is the best at it, bro. YouTube will tell you real quick. If you ever think, if you ever ask yourself, am I going too long? Or, you know, just take a little glance at YouTube chat real quick.
Yeah, people have told me straight up that I talk too much. Sometimes I go on a tangent about shit that doesn't matter, but a lot of times when I'm actually like going really in depth about something, it has relevance and it matters. It's like important stuff.
Trader, we're respecting that 50 EMA on the 3-minute right now, right? We're watching to see if that bearish momentum from the 1-minute carries over to the 3-minute here. But so far it's holding support. You know you've been on the 5-second for too long when the 3-minute is like draining the life out of you.
Yes, sir. So far, there's 2 states that have Bitcoin reserves already: New Hampshire and Arizona. Arizona just finished their bill to pass their Bitcoin reserve.
No, Aspen, that's not why you were booted. And you weren't booted. You were just put on timeout for an hour. And it's because you got into Joe zone, bro. We've been through this many times. We've been with you for 4 years. You go into Joe zone where you feel like every word that's spoken, it requires an answer from you, and every quiet moment is meant for you to fill with some sort of analogy or something. And then you just get to the point where you start talking over people, and that's usually when I have to pull the trigger. It's all good, Joe. I mean, it's, you know, it's something you have to get used to talking in a group of people. There's 50 people in here all want to get a word in. So, you know, you got to give everybody a chance to talk. NQ. You got into a short where?
Yo, so pals, sorry. I don't know if you're still addressing the YouTube guy.
So you just got in this short then. Oh, I see. You shorted that, and then that happened.
I never understood trading the futures overnight.
Well, let's see if you break momentum here. You know the game. You need that 13 minutes across underneath the 50 here. You've got some decent gaps in the VPVR, though. If it starts to go, it should speed up. If
So, Pal didn't mention like anything regarding QT.
Nah, some idiot asked him, "Don't you think we went in QE too long last time?" It's like, bro, can we start QE before you start? Like, but no,
Yeah, that guy that
nothing
was like,
bad.
we know QE, that
Yeah,
guy.
yeah. Some of the
Yeah.
he was getting set up, bro. They were really trying to hit him with some like political questions and shit, but he didn't say anything too crazy. He didn't say anything bad.
I only caught the tail end of it because I was like looking on, like I was in Discord and I was doing something, and I was trying to look at your chart, but your chart was full because I wanted to be able to listen to him. And then I went on Gloomy's chart, and he didn't have the audio, so I had to go on YouTube and listen. So I only caught like the last half of it.
All right, well, this plays out. I'm gonna do a little bit of research. I'm here. I'm just off mic.
I should probably get to bed.
I'll see you guys at 77K.
Yeah, I gotta try to wake up early enough to get into a trade tomorrow.
You guys laughed at me when I said 99.
This is a pretty crazy move.
I'm not saying 77 is going to happen like that soon, but think about it. Zoom out on the daily, and that could be our next range from here down to like 78, maybe 80, 81.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out, especially if S&P shits the bed.
If we don't make it over 100K. If we make it over 100K and start using 100K support, totally different scenario. But right now, since we got rejected off this kind of, I think it was important for what is it, Wednesday night? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it any much higher right now. I think we're gonna have to at least, in my opinion, 91,000.
Yeah,
Like
for how much of a straight,
yeah.
for how much of a straight line it's been in like for the last like day or two, I don't see it can just gonna continue to
Yeah,
rip.
our sides are pretty hot.
It could still theoretically go get more short liquidity, but I think only if more people add to shorts, and most people are long right now. I shouldn't say most people, it's just the majority. I think the long short ratio is like 51-49
I'll take a look.
on the long side. So I would think that Liquidity would be the next target, especially if we run out of momentum here.
Yeah, longs are definitely in the lead here.
Damn, I still have my Ethereum chart flipped upside down. That one, oh, got 113 BTC for sale at 100K. Where is this? That's Coinbase again. Somebody's trying to get rid of some Bitcoin. Someone's trying to get rid of some serious Bitcoin.
Are you talking about this candle? There's big huge volume candle right here.
No, there's a sell wall at 100K for 113 BTC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's what he was talking about earlier. Not sure. I know a sell wall was mentioned earlier at 100K.
They've had it open for 41 days. They've had the order sitting there for 41 days.
I think we're
11.3 million. Yo, where am I getting all these notifications from?
Yeah, I must say I got so many notifications from all over about all these 5% up on a lot of coins.
No, I'm getting notifications on Discord, but like, I don't know where they're popping up.
It looks like we're testing that support we were talking about right now. Yeah. Yeah, we wicked to the bottom of that support range on the 3-minute on Dbloc chart. So we may get another pump here. See.
I don't know. I'm not counting on it. Apparently Asia was really bullish though. But they're gonna be coming to a close pretty soon. Yo, what the hell?
Oh, I did find this nifty. So if you go, it's called Market Sessions and Viewer Panel by Muckwishi, Muqwishi. And it gives you this cool little, like it gives you the normal market sessions, but it also gives you this like table with candles that like change throughout it that show kind of the sentiment of each market, which I thought was pretty cool.
Uruguay.
That's what I thought.
You almost had like an add 'em up kind of sound to your voice there, man.
Oh yeah.
Add 'em up. Yeah, man.
Add 'em up.
Not too strongly. Just a little touch of add 'em up.
Yeah, I'll take it, man. I've had people tell me I look like I don't know what's his name.
He used to go on about parabolic SAR a lot.
I'm trying to remember the guy's name. He was a pro Call of Duty player when I played Call of Duty. I was like, I'll take it, man. I ain't as good as him, but had a little bit of movement. Oh, that's gonna kill me now. He was on Optic, I think. Shotzi. Shotzi was his name. I kind of see it.
Dear God, after 30 years in IT, it should not be that hard for me to troubleshoot microphone volume.
So
Can you hear me better now?
Sounded good to me. We're sitting pretty good on this support at 98,770 about for the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to just turn off all the notifications from all these servers that I don't go in because I keep getting notifications and I don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah, I forget to do that, and then I have like, it's especially like earlier when all of this was going on, and I was like, my fingers on the trigger, and then I get a notification. I'm thinking I got liquidated.
Uh,
It happened like 7 times, and I almost crapped my pants.
Dude, yeah, see on FEMX if you get taken out, like it's a very distinct noise. It sounds
Well,
like
and
paper
that's
ripping.
so my thing is with BTCC, it's a very distinct noise when you get when anything happens, but like in the past, I've gotten because it'll give me a notification to let me know that I need to add um to my account to not get liquidated because my risk ratio. And so I kept thinking it was that notification, and I'm like scrambling to close positions because I'm like, I'm like, because I definitely was more exposed than I should have been. Um, and yeah, I was like, oh, we are breaking below that support. It looks like, by the way. Um, but yeah, I'm like scrambling to get to my positions because I was definitely overexposed. I ended up kind of wrecking myself a little bit there. I recouped some of it though. Let's see. We dipped below, but it seems like we're back at that support line. What's down here? And big buys coming in, it looks like. Yeah.
Looks like a lot of black. I might have to hit it early and see if there's any signs of it, like a distribution pattern that's forming. And whatever, if it
Well,
dumps overnight, then freaking just
we're
go to lower high.
we're down. Like this could be the beginning of an accumulation or distribution, but I would say this is looking. Let me look.
Did anybody long that bottom right there?
I did.
Word up.
No, I didn't. I gotta stay away from entering new trades because it's 1:30 a.m. But yeah,
No, I
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
totally.
look
are.
for.
We're definitely not like gassed up like we were before, so it's a bit sketchy for sure.
These are just the only times where I feel like my gut or like whatever my brain thinks is actually like, I don't know. It's like that weird time. It's like something about the news factor, like the world it's something. I don't know. It's something. Every time it happens like this,
Euphoria.
uh I don't it's just the fact that I lose all the other times whenever I try. But then it's like in my gut, just all the different stuff, like war generates money. Um, then I don't know. I really don't know.
And sometimes you're just in the zone, and sometimes you're not. I mean, if you're going
Yeah.
good, then keep it up, but don't overtrade.
No, no, no.
And
For
I'll leave
sure.
you
For
with
sure.
this:
Oh, I got
the
tight stop. Don't get me wrong.
the trend is your friend until the end when it bends.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So as long as I'm right, we're going up. It's like actually earlier y'all were mentioning about like the key indicator being like a friend whenever it's at the top or something. I think that honestly, you might have just helped me realize that psychology about myself. It's like then all of a sudden it's wrong. It's
Yeah, you just
weird.
gotta know when it's like, oh, all right, well, it's losing momentum. Like it's something you gain a feeling for over time.
No, right. I haven't been on this channel since I uh since essentially we've been going down. So it hasn't necessarily been tested yet. But I do have tight stops with everything now, and it's I don't know. I feel like it's more. Maybe that's it too. It's just like community brings discipline.
Well, I mean, if you're in a macro uptrend, the moves to the upside are gonna be more impressive, typically. I mean, you do see like large spikes to the downside, but they don't last as long. They're not like
Right.
the rallies are usually last longer and they're more impressive.
Yeah, it's like the
But
quick
then
wick
you'll have
downs are like the quick wick ups. It's like
yeah. There's usually just like a quick liquidation event that happens and it only takes a few days or something.
right.
Whereas like a rally can last like weeks.
You know, one thing I've noticed is like they've been making these uh and maybe I just never noticed it, paid too much attention to it. I don't know, but there's a lots of times now or recently since we've really been going up. Whenever I see like a wick, we keep retracing that wick, like like long wicks. Like it's like all of a sudden there's like a change in something big, and I don't know that whole there like now whenever I see like a body of the candle at the bottom, like if we're at the top and I see the body of a candle at the bottom and a longer wick at the top, I like see it's like, oh, it's gonna retrace that. Let me prep my position for it. Like actually the vector there at 98,000, that's one of those where it like created that wick. Of course that or of course that was a green candle, like market maker joined in too.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's when market maker joins in. Even that green candle and then the red candle at like 98.50, right where we're at, but um right to the right of that arrow.
I also feel like so like when we're in this like we've hit kind of right under the target, right? I feel like
Mhm.
this is where like there's a lot more like on a smaller scale fake outs. Like so they'll like you really got to pay attention to the support level, to the support ranges and stuff like that, because what they'll do is they'll make it look like it's about a like they know that everybody's trying to get that second lick in. You know what I mean? They're trying to get that little extra come up because they're expecting this side or the other. So like they'll make it very close to the mark, and it'll be off by like like 50 dollars of Bitcoin price, right? Or even $10 of Bitcoin price, but it'll
For sure.
actually dip below, or it'll just be above where the liquidation is, right? And so what we could be seeing right here is like this could just be setting up another accumulation range, and they're just trying to get everybody that's like reacting too early to the possible like bounce back, stuff like that, or vice versa, that they're trying to catch everybody that's not paying attention, right? And then they're just gonna like they're gonna pay themselves on the way up, the whole way up, and because they're catching big enough movements, it makes sense for them to do that, you know.
What do you think that our farthest or like the if we retrace back down, what do you think that we will retrace back down to? Let's just say eventually within the next uh 2 months or really like a month,
Um,
maybe like 3 weeks. I don't know.
So I actually haven't done a lot of like TA
I'm
on
only
Bitcoin
asking
lately.
because of your market sentiment. That's really the only reason. This is like the most interesting thing to me.
So if I'm looking at like larger time frames, I know that like the mark I had was 80K, somewhere around 80K. But I mean, in terms
Are
of
you will?
like
Are you will?
now, I
Sorry.
don't know if it's gonna do that right now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if we end up retracing, hold on, I'll tell you. So if we end up retracing like now, and it's not a drastic dump, like 90, 97, somewhere 97 and 96, and then we may actually end up seeing us go back up. And I'm on a really short time frame though, so let me kind of take a look, and I'll give you a little.
Well, I just mean here's basically a big picture question. You think I think we could I think we could see 82, 84.5, 85, 88.5, 92, 5ish. And but are you willing to have your money out of Bitcoin to wait for it to go down there? Or are you willing to ride it down, basically? Where's your sentiment on that?
Oh, that's so for me, that's a little more tough. I I wanna short it, you know what I mean, on the way down, but like I don't want to short Bitcoin, you know what I mean? Like it's like that could turn so quickly.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so
See,
what I might do is I might take like smaller, more measured shorts along the way. You know what I mean? And try to build my bag up. But
I
it's
hear you.
it's tough because I'm still bullish, you know what I mean? So I think in the short term, maybe 94, right? And in like a week or two, we could see 80K, but or somewhere, between 80 and 90, right? So
Like
like like you were
if we
saying at
saw
86, 82, that would make sense to me.
if we saw a $10,000 drop right now in the next 10 minutes, would you be surprised?
Yeah, a little bit. I would be.
Would you hold on to your bags and ride it all the way down? You're sitting at your
Uh,
computer, you have a
no,
decision, you're watching it fall.
I would be closing it out. I'd be shorting on the way down,
Okay.
and then I'd try to if we're making a drastic move, man. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
closing and shorting. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And then
Yeah.
and then whenever I feel like it's starting to slow down, when we're starting to lose that momentum to the south side, I'm pulling out that short quick.
So if that happens and you're watching and I'm watching and we both pull out and a lot of other people do the same thing, then that's I think I think there's a lot of other ways it could happen. I'm just saying, I just want to think of it like, what if it happened right now? Because I'm telling you, dog, dude, bro, it'll drop you so quick.
I mean,
But
my simulation right now, I'll tell you this, like worst case scenario for Bitcoin, right,
uh,
is we drop pretty much until 7 a.m. down to about 95, 787. Slow down momentum, right? And maybe we see like 94 by, I think our lowest low would be somewhere like 9:30 a.m. That's what my simulation's showing. And that's not always accurate. Like sometimes it'll ride that, make that drastic movement, and then it'll break to the south and then start to accumulate out or distribute out.
right.
But I mean, in terms of like when I was watching it on the way up, I mean, we could also still go up, right? Like I know we've seen us, you know, rebound from 100 several times. I mean, we could go up to like 100. What is this? Like 101, 101, 400, something like that. And by 6 a.m., 101, yeah, 101.5 by 6 a.m. It'd be crazy, but it could happen. So, I mean, it could go either way, right? Like we're still in a macro uptrend, and like if you look at the 30-minute right now,
Yeah.
I mean, this could literally just be just reaccumulating for another big shot up, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, and honestly, I see more of that than I do see like us dropping down to the south. But that doesn't mean it won't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of time frame, I mean, I don't really see us having the gas to go either way. Although, if I were, trying to capitalize on this moment, as like a big market player, or as a market maker, yeah, why not? Why not do it while everybody's starting to fall asleep? Everybody's got their longs open still or whatever,
Yep. That's what I'm thinking.
catch all those licks all the way down. And I mean, in terms of order blocks, yeah, yeah, I like the liquidation's all there. So like at least down to where we started, which was like 95.7, where we started this big move up. Like that's not out of the question. And that would sort of make this that would play into symmetry, right? Um, let's see. Let me look at
I'm just hoping we hold over this SR flip here.
yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that's basically where my stop loss is at.
Let's take a look at so
I just feel like they're gonna do something dumb, dude. They're gonna do
I mean,
something dumb is gonna happen.
I certainly would have put it past them. I most definitely would not.
Yeah.
Just gotta wait and see. It can only go up or down. I guess sideways.
I'll get out and wait it out if it goes sideways, to be honest. But I don't know. I just feel like,
I still think we got some up to go. I'm gonna be honest here. I feel
yeah,
like
no, for sure.
this trend that we've been on,
Right.
it would make sense for us to have like another drastic pump up.
Yeah.
Actually, what's the VWAP saying? That'd be interesting to see. Let me put the VWAP on here.
It's just, yeah. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be fun to watch.
Oh, it's always fun to watch, man.
Hell yeah.
It's not fun to lose. You know what I mean? That's all it is. Man. Let's see. The VWAP. Damn. Let's make this. Yeah, I mean we are above our VWAP, so let's say correction wise, I'd say we go down to like 97.570, or even down to 97.4. Which does make sense. We do have that kind of thick order block, and we've got some support down there before we make the move up. If we're gonna make the move up. There's nothing here saying that we would make that move down, that drastic move down in terms of the view up. I could see it, but I feel like if we make a drastic move down, like down to that like 96.2, something like that, that just means we're gonna make an even bigger bounce up, which would set me like set us up for breaking 100. You know what I mean?
When we start going down, I'm gonna go to bed. No, I'm getting out.
Yeah.
I might short it. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want it to see do something dumb, and I want to. I want to catch it on something dumb. I really do. Just cause. But I kept
Yeah, I
thinking.
mean,
I kept thinking it might do something dumb, but honestly, I have all my experience with coins and doing something dumb was always basically, well, not basically, literally anything else. And I wasn't, whenever I was thinking that way, um, I wasn't putting market cap into consideration. Now, I never traded Bitcoin, so it never really mattered, but I just had the thought, but then I quickly realized, oh, that was a dumb thought. That was my only point.
yeah, I mean, I don't believe in dumb thoughts. There's dumb actions, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever gets you to the thing you need to think to figure out the action you need to take, right? That's the move. We did just break down from this channel that we're into the upside, so we might. Not really. There's just not a lot going on right now. You know what I mean? So like,
I ain't scared.
I don't feel like there's anything that's definitive that's going to come out of this until we start seeing some more volume coming in. Now, if everybody decides that they're all, they're done, they're pulling their bags, that might change things.
I think that if I'm pulling my bags and there's greedier people out there, then I think somebody's going to take advantage of the extra money.
Yeah.
That's
Right,
kind of
because the
what
money
I'm at.
stays in the market 100%. Yep.
Plus, it'd be fun to drop on somebody's head within like $50 of the top. I mean, I put it on
Yep.
my resume. Not really. But,
There's there's a little bit of market maker action happening in here. We'll see. Or some sort of institutional action.
Black on the tape means it's market maker, no?
So mine.
Black on the tape is essentially a wash. It just means a buy was equal to a sell. There were two people. There was a buy. Essentially, there's a buy order and a sell order for the same amount of quantity and the same amount of price. So therefore, it was just a wash. The net equal is 0.
Oh, right. So it have nothing to do with market makers. It's just the red
Correct.
is pushing down, the green is pushing up.
Correct. Green.
Oh, now I got it. Finally.
Green means that green basically just means the last sell price was just bought higher by the next person. The next sell price was bought less. Then whenever it's black, it just means that the market met equilibrium. And then so it's like black, equilibrium, red, down, green, up. equilibrium, down, middle, up, down, up. We're stuck. I mean, sorry, I'm looking at
Right.
my chart. My bad.
Oh, I'm.
Oh wait. Oh, okay.
I got
Am I
it.
zoomed in? Oh my gosh, dude. I was zoomed into this chart on the Discord. My bad. I was looking at my own screen, so it probably didn't go along with it. But yeah.
Then why you say that there is a market maker action right now?
I'm not sure who said that.
So for mine, I have a bunch of indicators running. So whenever I get these blue one, actually, you know what? I think that I think that's just neutral. So I might be misreading that. I just changed to a bunch of new indicators, so I'm still learning it. But
No, I'm
I have
asking
that
not because
here.
I want to understand now. I just want to understand like the
Are you
logic.
talking about
How
are
you
you
see
talking
it.
about on Dbloc's chart?
No, I'm talking about on my chart.
I'm talking about the guy, whoever's asking.
Oh yeah. No, I think that I thought it was market maker news, but I
Yeah,
think
I'm asking about Dbloc's chart, but you two guys were talking, and one of you said
yeah,
that there's some market maker action.
yeah,
So I just wanted
that
to.
was
I was just curious how you see something like that. Not that I need to know like about right now.
so if you use I'm using a different indicator, which is why I might be confusing myself. But if you use it's called Traders Reality um main, you can get
That's what
like
Dbloc
vector
uses.
candles. Yep.
And there's no vector
But
candles right now.
no, that's
He might be
I
looking
so
at a
I
different time frame.
well no. My thing is I was using that and I've switched it out because I'm trying a bunch of new indicators. Um, but normally I have that on, so I got a bit confused because I started getting colored candles, and mine actually now will indicate. Um, so I forgot that what I'm looking at is trends. I have trend indicators, trends and momentum, and the blue ones I thought were market makers, but actually what that is that's neutral volume, meaning it's neither like what you were talking about, black on the sticker, it's or black on the tape, it's the
Do
buys are
you
equal to the sells.
mean the
Some of us may be new to the vector candles, even though
Yep.
we're talking on here. I mean, maybe just let people know that holds, because like people might think you're like
Yes.
Dbloc.
Yeah, so I apologize that I am getting used to my new setup. But if you are not using them, I highly suggest using the Traders Reality main, because you can set that to like different colors, and it'll show you when vector what is kind of like regular market movement, and then what are vector candles. Um, and then you won't be confused by me when I'm incorrect. So my apologies.
I'm not.
Uh,
So like the hollow blue is different from the deep blue. There's not. There's only a couple like deep blues, or like
Are you talking
the.
about on my chart or on Dblocks?
No, I'm talking about on Dbloc's.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, there's I'll pull up TR main really quick because I don't know. He
Oh
might
no,
have the settings a little bit.
I was talking to the person whoever asked the question.
Oh, copy. But yes, that is true.
Sorry, I just realized my box is going, so I have to run. That's very valuable what you're saying, but I cannot be here now. I'll watch it on the record in like a few minutes.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so there's 4 different vector candles, okay? The green vector candles are high buy volume. That's 200% more volume. The red vector candles are high sell volume, which is 200% more volume than the previous 10. The blue vector candles are above average buy volumes. Its volume rising 150% more than the previous 10. The pink vector candles are above average sell volume. Volume rising 150% more than the previous 10.
Helix, bro, dude, I would hire you in a second, dude. Like, I just need somebody like you.
Man, literally, if you guys if you're on the Discord, you can go to the educational tab
No,
and he
right,
got
right,
vector candles.
right. It's just the fact that it's just like you did that. I just don't like, you did a service just then. It was like your good deed for the day. I'm just giving you
I
credit. You ain't
appreciate
got to
that.
take it. You know what I mean? Dude, that's good stuff, man. I think that someone like me, like I'm an when I hear that stuff, I know exactly what that means because I think about it in terms of numbers. Um, I think reading it out would be something hard to understand. And that's what I mean. Obviously, Dbloc does a great job of is like breaking it down in a human perspective. I'll have to look into the
He's
information.
got a whole thing
No,
under
right.
education section that says vector candles, and he's got diagrams to show all this stuff.
Yeah, I need to check that out. I just was comparing and contrasting the two and the helpfulness of Helix, and I just thought the whole thing, it was all just full circle. It was a full
Yeah,
circle moment.
I was gonna come in and explain it real quick, but Helix explained it perfectly. So
Appreciate
It
that,
may
guys. Just think about it. The green vector candles is the market makers setting out the invitations to the party, and as well, once the party, if like for example here, when we busted out of that flag that D-Box got there right at the SR flip, we've got those two green vector candles. Right after that, we got a couple little other vector candles, but we haven't gotten many vector candles now. So now market makers just letting retail see what's gonna happen. He put the brakes on.
Yeah,
Dude,
a suggestion also for folks that are just getting like first using this TR main is something that helped me at the beginning was I like to set the opacity on my regular candles down. It makes it a lot easier, or vice versa. You can do that on the vector candles. It makes it a lot easier to see which ones are vector candles and which ones are just regular candles, especially if you have multiple. Like if you're like me and you have a bunch of different indicators going on, if you set all of the opacities down except for the vector candles, it makes it a lot easier to see when they're coming up. And those are like really very, very crucial to understanding what's going on. So yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's good stuff there. I know D-Box got a tab under educational for the liquidation levels. He's got a screenshot posted of his of the settings he uses. I'm not sure if he's got it for the TR main, but
I don't know if I can can I
I
post in here?
I know there's a couple people that have got screenshots in the bubble chat. I know that there's some screenshots of the settings, but that was like from probably like 2 weeks ago, so it's probably way up there. But if you go on Discord at the very top on the search bar and you put TR main screenshot settings, I bet there'll be something there.
I have this other explanation for like what they are. I want to see if I can actually post it in the thing. But yeah, I won't read the whole thing, but I'll read like the second half. Vector candles are based on tick volume, which counts the number of individual transactions within a candle rather than the total volume. A red or green vector candle indicates tick volume that is 200% higher than the previous 10 candles, with a blue or pink vector candle indicates a tick volume that is 150% higher than the previous 10 candles. Understanding these volumes can help traders identify shifts in market momentum and potential price movements. For example, green and red vector candles signify significant buying or selling activity, respectively, which can be indicative of market maker behavior and potential price reversals. So like Dbloc says, there's like, it's sort of like the footprint of the market maker, like when he has to step in to fill orders because volume is so high, a lot of extra transactions happen within those candles.
Yeah, and that is
And this
supported by
actually
my
goes,
understanding of how ticks work.
the vector candle forms on the relationship between price action and volume. It uses PVSRA, price volume support and resistance analysis method to determine the candle's color and significance. For instance, a climax up candle is bullish candle with high volume, while a climax down candle is bearish candle with high volume. Additionally, above average volume candles are represented in different colors to indicate significant market moves or potential trend reversals. Let me see if I can post this. Hold on.
Yeah, please do, if possible.
I don't know if I even posted this in my server. Where's that room? Vector candles. Oh, okay, I can post it. Alright, I posted it in the vector candle section. Maybe that'll help y'all go and look at the other stuff that he's got down there. Education. Because he's put a lot of work into all the, like, gathering all this stuff together and presenting it so that,
Yeah, bro,
like,
it's
you
such
guys have
good
something to
info as
reference.
well.
And for a bit of like kind of adding to the weight of this is you got to think that like Wyckoff was like one of the he spent his entire life frustrated trying to figure out, or not necessarily frustrated, but trying to figure out how these things work. So having these resources available is um you know it's a huge blessing because there were people whose entire life's work was devoted to figuring out these concepts, and they got halfway there, or 75% of the way. So yeah, this is just from my perspective, it's a huge blessing to have these resources available.
Yeah, plus we have ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I think the guy was asking about vector candles left like 15 minutes ago.
Damn, dude, that always happens. We get halfway through explaining something, and then the person that we're explaining to freaking leaves.
He was
Yeah, he
like,
said he was.
my boss
Yeah,
is here. I gotta get up.
No,
he
no, no,
said he'd
I'm back
rewind
already.
it. He said he'd rewind it.
I'm back already.
Who's that?
Back on the bus. I'm the one who was asking.
What's
I,
your name? Oh,
Alex.
Alex?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for my boss and listening to you, and then I realized that my time came, so I just had to run. That's why. But I will. I mean, I will rewind and study what you're saying because it's very interesting what you've been talking about. I actually want to ask something also a little bit maybe
strange. But you say Wyckoff, he's like spend his time trying to figure out like what the market maker is doing, etc. But doesn't it mean that like market makers don't know themselves like what they're doing?
I don't believe that's true. I think they have rule sets. I don't think until I'm not the most studied on this, so if somebody wants to jump
they
in,
just
but
have to match orders.
yeah,
So like if somebody so like say you're trying to long and there's nobody, like say you're trying to buy, there's nobody there to sell it to you. Market maker sells it to you. Say you're trying to sell and there's no one there to buy it. The market maker buys it from you. They provide liquidity so that they can keep transactions flowing and keep the price moving. But if they have to match if a lot of volume comes in all at once, they have to match all those orders, then that's where you get the vector candles coming in, because they like there's that much volume coming in that the market maker has to step in and fill a ton of these extra orders. But then the market maker also, if somebody gets liquidated on perpetuals, the market maker typically has to take on that position unless it was like say I shorted and my liquidation was at 99k and you were trying to take over the position and I was trying to short one BTC. My liquidation was at 99k. Unless there's somebody at 99k that has an order there that's trying to short for exactly one Bitcoin, then like that would be like a delta neutral transaction where it's just one for one. So like the contract goes from one hand to the like one trader to the other trader. But say somebody else, they're trying to short half a Bitcoin, but I'm getting liquidated on a full Bitcoin. The market maker has to take over the other half of the Bitcoin position. But that's for like a ton of people.
Hey guys, what's up? Just got off work. Keep
What's
in
going
mind,
on?
Wyckoff method as an economist and having taught micro and macro at the university level, Wyckoff is not meant for day trading. It is not a short term. It's midterm to long term trading. It's not meant for minute to. If you're looking at the 1 minute chart, Wyckoff method is useless. He even says it himself. If you read his books.
Live,
I mean,
did you study Wyckoff yourself?
Huh?
It was way before the whole how liquid crypto is. Like this was
I understand that,
like
but Wyckoff
it was
method
way
is not
before
meant for
crypto's
day
time.
trading.
No, I agree. Like,
Yeah,
but
you
it
should agree
can
that
be
Wyckoff even said it.
it can be applied to lower time frames. The thing is that I don't feel like it's as reliable. The
Not
lower the
reliable.
time frame you go.
Not reliable at all.
I'll ask
It's
you,
more of
Clive.
a macro. It's more of like a macro. Like there's a macro accumulation zone, and then a price markup macro distribution zone, and then the price markdown back
Yeah,
into
we're looking at a
an
minimum of
accumulation
3
zone.
months. 3-month windows. He wrote
Now,
it in
I'll ask.
the 1930s. He was corrected by his students who took on his work. And that's an acceptable method for people that are long-term investing / trading, but
Copy that.
not for minute to minute or day trading at all. They didn't even have day trading back then.
Now, I'll ask you, Clive. So now I know that when we're looking at vector candles, it's a little bit different. But I mean, sort of, he was looking at institutions and the silent hand of the market, right? So that's sort of, I mean, it's a little more above board now too, right? Like to my understanding that like
Yeah, I mean, my brother runs all the computers at NASDAQ. He won't talk to me because he can't.
Yeah.
But I've asked him a few questions, and he says, "Well, you can ask away, but really, I can't give you much information." But he's a good guy. You'll see him on TV once in a while. He's the guy that's 7'2" and stands next to Kramer. Kramer comes up to his chest. But yeah, this a lot of these theories and all that. They just don't apply to day trading. It's too volatile. You can't take the minute chart and apply the Wyckoff method. It just wasn't meant for that. Get the original book. Get it. Go to the library and get yourself a book, or buy yourself a book on it. And the students tried to correct a lot of things he didn't understand because he didn't have the computer power that we have now.
But don't
And
you
it
think
worked.
that
It worked well for
in Wyckoff time, like everything was much slower. So what was happening in a month
Yeah,
in
agree.
Wyckoff time would be happening like in a day. I'm not arguing. I'm just asking.
Well, they run major computer simulations on Wyckoff method, and they find it's very good for 3 months to 5 years charts.
All
Anything
right.
less
Okay,
than
now I
that, it's
understand.
too confusing.
Hey, quick question. What does it mean that the Arizona governor officially enacts bill to create state managed funds to hold unclaimed crypto? What does the unclaimed part mean?
If I don't know, I'll be honest with you. You'll have to research the definition of what he calls unclaimed.
Wait, what is it? What is it from? Read it again.
The Arizona governor officially enacts bill to create state managed funds to hold unclaimed crypto.
Okay. That's nebulous
I
at
don't know.
best.
I mean,
Yeah.
there
They're
was
they're
like
just
a
creating.
lot of
There's thousands of bills. There's thousands of bills passed all the time. How many of them make through it? Very few.
there was a
So I
lot
would
of
go ahead.
there was a lot of like Bitcoin that was confiscated from Silk Road.
He says unclaimed.
Yeah.
That's not confiscated. That doesn't fall in that definition.
Well, there was
You're
also
gonna have to
people.
go ahead.
It looked.
There was also people from Mt. Gox when the Mt. Gox got hacked. A bunch of people got their Bitcoin stolen, and then apparently that Bitcoin was recovered eventually, but some people hadn't like claimed it and said, "Oh, hey, like yeah, no, that's my Bitcoin."
A lot would have to do
Yes,
with lack of time. In a certain what period. I'm just guessing here, but really, it's not big news.
There's no like it just. I wish there were more specific as to like unclaimed crypto from what. Like I mean,
Right.
because all I could
Exactly.
think of would be Mt.
And,
Gox,
it,
like the
and
people
it's
that
big
got
in
hacked.
Arizona, for God's sake, and it's a bill. It's not a law.
I'm
Hey,
also
Connor.
sure that they're
Yeah, I would kind
sorry.
of just put it
I
aside.
think
And
what
go ahead.
what
Go
what
ahead.
he's saying is correct because I'm working a lot with like cyber police in India,
Mm-hmm.
and they do accumulate like incredible amounts of money, and
I'm sure.
like which is got from some frauds, etc. So people
Right.
just run away, and they just the stuff was confiscated, or it's
Right.
just
Could be.
so they have like unlimited, not unlimited, but huge
Right.
funds,
I know
and they
what you're
cannot
talking
do
about.
anything with it. So it's kind of like
Right.
unclaimed.
Yeah.
So I think it's
Yeah.
the same thing, like what you say with bitcoins, for example. Some bitcoins
Right.
were like hacked or something, so then the
Mm-hmm.
government got it. So now it's kind of like unclaimed because originally it's stolen from somebody. But if
And
that person
especially
is
if they
not
use a
coming, then
mixer.
what to do?
And
Yeah,
and
yeah,
if they
yeah.
use a mixer, whose Bitcoin is whose?
Yeah.
They
And
throw it in with this, and then separate it out tens of thousands of addresses and mix those, and no, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
well, and while I would say that it's not the majority anymore, there's also most definitely still probably Bitcoin that's associated to
Sure.
bad things. And so those people aren't necessarily going to come out and claim it from the government. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and I would also imagine that that bill is a little bit or that they're not necessarily super specific for a reason. Like
Right.
they may not really want people to come claim it at this point, but that's also giving you
Imagine
that
that.
window.
Politicians
Yeah.
don't want people to claim
Exactly,
their money.
exactly.
Uh, um,
This is one of the problems with crypto. Until it's totally regulated, And that's why
Yeah.
the SEC chairman before, God, my memory's going. Gensler, okay, he just like, these guys are idiots. Prove you're right, and then I'll let you have it. There's so much fraud involved, and where it originated, it's and how it came with Silk Road, etc. But that wasn't the biggest part of it. But I mean, he was pro crypto. He taught it at MIT. I wished I had attended some of his lectures, but I had already graduated by then. So
I didn't know he was pro crypto in terms of like his
oh yeah,
personal pro
yeah,
cryptography. That's
he
cool.
taught it. Yeah, he taught it at MIT. He was very pro crypto, but imagine walking into that mess. Like, really? It was a
Yeah,
mess.
and I mean, as I'm pretty pro crypto, but I would say like there's a good majority of it that is uh
At some
really at
point
the
of
end of the
time,
day
it's
will be
better and
proven to
better.
be fluff. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
I know. I'm
I'm
I I mean, I'm not an adapter, but I will follow the big boys, the ETFs. I mean, I owned crypto when it was $12.50. I had a
I'm
poker
jealous.
debt for $500. Sold it all for 7,700 a piece. But
Yeah.
I won't touch it. I'll trade the ETF, but that's it. And that's the biggest fund of crypto in the world. BlackRock. Bigger than Michael Saylor, bigger than the United States. No, actually, I think China. I think it's U.S., China, then BlackRock. I'd have to look it up specifically, but the ETF is just so much easier. Stay with regulated stuff that your stuff. I mean, I bought Weight Watchers for God's sake. Okay, they just announced they're going bankrupt, but I only put $100 in it, just for fun. You will, depending on your age, etc., your plans, etc., for retirement and wealth, or you're not going to get rich overnight. The 1 in a million people win the lottery. Stop with 150x. If you really want to gamble, play 4x. That's 5,000x. Learn that market.
Yeah,
Got to have
that's
big,
that's
big balls.
yeah. Yeah. I'd
You can
like to
become
get
a.
into Forex. I
No, you don't.
it's
You don't.
I
You
I
need you need
do
$1 billion. You need $1 billion to play
well
forex.
well okay, I don't want to get into Forex with my own money. I want to get into Forex with a prop firm.
Okay.
I should specify that.
Almost
Yeah.
every forex trader I know has at least an MBA.
Yeah.
It's not just about charts and this, that, and the other. It's understanding political. A lot of them are poli sci majors too.
Yeah, that makes sense because
Yeah.
understanding everything that goes into economic shifts at a
Yep.
global economic scale.
Back in the '70s, I was working with banks of moving tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to another place for 5 minutes just to get the better, like a 6 decimal position interest rate better. And then they'd move it to somewhere else, Venezuela, and then they'd move it to somewhere else. They'd probably move it 300 times in one night.
Hmm.
It's very complex. And that's with 1970s technology. So, do you think this China deal is going to go through or not? Or do you think we're talking another 2 years and then the next president comes in and just revokes everything Trump does?
uh I don't know. Honestly, predicting Trump has probably been it's like the
Yeah,
most difficult thing there is. So
probably.
I
Well,
but at the
have
same
you been
time
married? Okay,
no, I haven't. Yeah,
I
fair
gotcha.
enough.
Okay, wait till you're on your fifth wife, then you'll understand. Trump's easy to understand.
I'm trying to avoid having the
He's
first
like a
man.
woman. I just try to throw a little levity into this. Don't take it so seriously.
Mm. Um
I've had so many knocks in my head. I don't even know if I have a head left. Certainly one of them has disappeared by now after 5 wives.
I heard that.
Have fun with it. Enjoy. If you want, you know, there's always a casino as well. And it is kind of a casino in here. But you can learn a lot. I mean, it is amazing how someone with only 2 or 3 years experience is equivalent of, in my era, of someone with 10 years. You're fortunate. You're very fortunate. It's a good area too, because you've got a lot of different levels. You got people that specialize in various sectors, etc. It's a great Discord.
Yeah.
Go ahead, guys.
Yes. Safe travels. I know you're driving, so. And if I stuck to my conviction on my short, because my short on my paper trades is doing good.
One more question about market makers.
Mhm.
So we have these like liquidation swipes, right? So we always see like the market is going to swipe the liquidation. So if the market, who is that? That's kind of like market makers doing, right?
No, market makers are to provide liquidity. We're not supposed to participate unless absolutely necessary. I've been offered to be a market maker many times, but you are so strapped of what you can and cannot do. You cannot manipulate the market. Every action you make is recorded and analyzed, etc. And if you lose that status, then you'll never be offered a market maker again.
Yeah, their rule sets are much stricter than the average trader. And that, like, there's only my understanding is there's only certain, like, there's a set way that you have to do everything, right? Like everything has to meet
Every
certain rules and
transaction has
scenarios to
to
do
be
so.
recorded. Every transaction can be analyzed, and if you violate it, then you will never be a market maker again. I've been
So
offered
who
that
you,
on low-level stocks.
so who is taking the liquidations then? Because we obviously can see that, you know, market is like hunting for liquidation.
Right. Then they
Well,
go. Then they go out to the general market, and then you try to buy some. They don't let it get
that's
down to
also,
zero.
if I may, it's also just like the market does that, right? Like the market is made up of everybody, and everybody's interested in collecting money on one side or the other, right? So,
Correct.
so if it's not the market makers, it could just be the market, or the greater market, the collective market.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the balance strong enough that I've got enough in stock, but I don't have to sell it to you just because you want to buy it at this price. I don't have to sell it to you if nobody wants to buy it. That's why there's always, every once in a while, you'll see them, you know, the two sides of the coin can't make an agreement. If there's no agreement, then there's no contract. He isn't forced to sell, to buy or sell. There's no stipulation you must buy. If you know, you just have to provide enough in there that buyers and sellers can look at the order book and say, okay, well, I want to come in at this price, level 2 and level 1, and then there's of course the dark market, which most of us don't have access to.
I'm
But
starting to
their job is
understand
not.
something. Thank you very much. Like I really appreciate it. Now I got it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I always
No, people think that
knew
the
knew
market
it,
makes.
but now I understand.
Yeah, they try to
Basically,
manipulate it more.
liquidation is like a lot of orders, and you can grab that orders like in a short time.
Right. You can as the consumer, but their job is, let's say, have $1 billion available. Okay, who wants to buy it and who wants to sell it? You want to sell it? Okay, I have a buyer for you. They make their money on the spread. The spread can often be a penny, or sometimes it's $1. I mean, what do you think the spread is on Berkshire 8 at $800,000? About $500.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Five. And I believe
Right.
also some of this can be the exchange itself. Like the exchanges also have
Yep.
an interest in collecting on these liquidations. So a lot of times the exchanges themselves are like the exchanges I would say are more likely to manipulate the market than anybody.
I don't know
Them
if I
them and the
could make that
whales.
statement. I don't think I could make that statement.
Fair enough.
That the exchange itself, like you talking about the Nasdaq or the
No,
Dow?
not necessarily the stocks. I'm talking more like crypto exchanges.
Oh,
Like we're talking
oh,
Binance
crypto. That's the
or
wild, wild
yeah,
west.
yeah,
They're not regulated, so they can
yeah,
do
and that
pretty much what they want.
yeah. I
So
should
in
clarify that I'm
crypto, you're in a
specifically speaking
different
crypto
environment.
exchanges.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in crypto, you're in a different environment,
yeah, yeah.
and
Stock
and
exchanges
case in
have
point
lots of
is Sam
regulations.
Bankman-Fried.
Like for example, above 100K, there's a lot of liquidations, right? So if the market goes there, we start like, or market maker starts taking all that, eating all those liquidations. So they start to acquire like a lot of long positions, right? Or short. It can be short also. So then,
Possibly.
if it's like too much, then what do we do? What do they do with it?
Well, first of all, they don't have to report to anybody, so who knows what they do? Nobody's going to go to prison, that type of thing. While like on the SEC, on the stock market,
Oh,
it's totally different.
all right.
Every
So when you buy,
transaction is recorded.
when there is some trading, somebody's selling and somebody's buying, and when you are liquidated, your money is just taken by somebody.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Or your position is, you are overextended, so you have sold 99.7%. You owe us 99.7% of your folio. We're taking it.
Right. It's either whoever's funding the contract from the other end, right? Whether it's a firm or it's I guess I think they're considered firms as well within
Yeah,
crypto, but
you could say
they're
that.
not regulated the same. Um, yeah, it's whoever's providing the funding for that contract is who's
Right.
collecting.
Well, are you talking futures? Are you talking contracts like in futures?
Yeah,
Options?
if it's futures, yeah. Um,
Are you talking about options?
I was talking futures and perpetuals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not something that's in my realm of education. The specificity of those contracts and how they're formulated, et cetera, and enforced. I don't know the answer to that.
That's just what I've collected from reading, like
Mhm.
the agreements from when I sign up for different
Oh, okay.
different crypto exchanges. But I mean, each one is different, so like
Right.
refer to your agreement for sure.
Yeah. I mean, some of them are okay. There are, I think the last count is there's 2,100 crypto exchanges. So does that give you a realm of when the world has only like there's there's 19 markets, and each of them are probably broken into three. So there's probably 60 markets in the world, and crypto has 2,100. Does that tell you something?
Yeah. It's good money, man. Yeah, I'm sure every single one of
It's a
those
lot of
exchanges
yeah. It's scary though.
until they get charged with something, right?
Right.
But I mean, even
I mean,
even some of the ones that have
you've
been
even seen
charged
in
are still open.
Discord. Yeah, you've seen it. You've seen it in Discords where people do NFTs and memes and all those and create these things, and they do a rug pull on it. They've got their
Yep.
inciting friends, and they collect all your money, and then suddenly they sell it all, and it's gone. It's worthless. There's nothing backing it up.
Yep. Well, and that's like, there's also like however many not official exchanges as well, like on
Yep.
telegrams and discords, yeah. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's really, really the Wild West. I mean, that's not even the
Yeah.
Wild West. It's like you're
Yeah.
down
That just
a dark alley.
yeah.
And
Yeah. You have no chance of succeeding in those. I mean, just this afternoon, just this evening, just before the stock market closed, or as it closed, Nvidia jumps 4 or 5%. You know, a $2 trillion company jumps 5% just based on some news. I made great money on it, but
I
if you
imagine
didn't
it's
catch it,
fun.
yeah, if you didn't get in the first 3 minutes, you were toast.
Yeah. Yeah, check my stocks. I've actually done very well with stocks. Uh,
Cool.
I've done
What
better with
sector do
stocks
you?
than I have
What
with.
sector do you specialize in?
Um, I haven't per se specialized. I don't know if I'd say I specialize in the sector. I've only really done what we've done down on the trading floor.
Okay.
Um, in terms of
Cool.
trading, and even so, I still I'm on my
I've given you
I
guys the tools that you don't need me. Day trade the world is going to give you all the information I have. I
That's been
discovered that,
fantastic.
and it was like, okay, once you do the Weeble, the high movers in the morning, and then turn into day trade the world, you've got 1,600 people active at any given time on that channel. I'm a few seconds ahead of them, and those are the few things I could pass on. But for the most part, after about the first half hour, they're way ahead of me. 500,000 people subscribe to those guys,
Oh yeah,
and
and they've
there's
got
active
quite
users
the
always.
team, right?
Yeah,
So
1,600 users active at any given time.
yep.
And all their traders are 10 to 15 years plus trading experience.
They do a really good job of both
Uh-huh.
entertaining and
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
delivering information in a concise and fast.
Yep.
But like and they explain the concepts really well. Definitely like
Yep.
that. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
You watch that for a year and you follow them, you should easily make 25% per annum, and
Yeah.
that's comfortable. And
That's
they will
been
admit mistakes when they make mistakes.
that's definitely helpful. Like because I want to, yeah, I'm looking to take a prop firm test coming up here.
Uh-huh.
That's basically once my season slows down. Um,
Right.
I'm gonna try to get that done so I can do that for the off season.
Yep.
And yeah, that's like gonna be super. I mean, even just what I've learned with you and
Uh-huh.
with those resources, I think that'll be really really
Yeah.
helpful for me. For
You've just got to be able to stick to the fundamentals, buy the good stocks, and whatever you trade and make great profit on, just stick it aside.
Mhm.
Your Apples, your Microsofts, your Googles, et cetera, NVIDIAs. Watch out, try to read as much as you can of news stories. Every night, I spend for every hour of trading, it's almost 6 hours of research. Dbloc is excellent provider of simplifying the information, etc.
Yeah,
And I
for sure.
imagine he does not actually trade a lot. He just watches, and when finally something comes along, boom.
Right, he's got his time when well, and that's something I'm learning is definitely I think
Patience.
overtrading is a problem for me.
Oh yeah.
I've got
Oh
to
yeah.
work on. That's where I lose my money, right? Is which is it's funny. I was one of the guys that I watched that he's there's a forex trader that
Mm-hmm.
I've been learning about like the Clubex traps
Mm-hmm.
from is he's kind of got the opposite. He's like it makes sense the way he's saying it too. Is he's
Right.
saying like don't let the last trade stop you from making the next right trade.
Right.
But I guess it's a little different with forex as well. I don't have experience actually trading it, so
Right.
but it's like their school of thought is very much like, you know, don't forget to take the next trade just because you had a bad last trade. Like you got to shake it off, and I think
That's
that's
true.
also important. You know,
I always
but
tell people that just made, let's say you made a ton of money on something. Okay, now go to your kitchen sink, wash your hands, walk around your desk 3 times, and then sit back down because it is an
yeah,
emotionless task. There's only really about 40,000 traders in the world, professional
mm,
traders.
I
So that tells you kind of how limited the field is because people get wiped out. And again, they don't have enough money. Nobody has enough money.
yep,
Some of the biggest people in the world with billions of dollars lose all of it, period. The Hunt
but yeah, and
brothers are a perfect example of it.
I'm sure it's very
Oh,
if
they'll bust
it's
your mom.
if you lose $1 million in a day, it's
Yeah.
or over time even,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's very hard to justify getting back into it. But
I mean,
I
that's
guess it
why
also
that's why there's not 24-hour trading in any of the major markets. It just
yeah.
it doesn't work. There's not enough people to do it.
Mm.
So we do our 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever it is, and you have your 4 major markets, and that's it.
Yeah.
You got your subsets, your Saudi Arabia, your Australia, Africa, etc. But they're just they're minor players. Always will be. New York, London, Asia.
Yeah.
You try trading
Um,
the Chinese market, it's all numbers. There's no stock names because nobody speaks Chinese. But I don't advocate playing the Chinese market at all. There's too much false information in those things.
yeah,
I haven't touched the Chinese market in a decade.
a couple of the indicators I started looking at
Mm-hmm. I only use
must
2
be
indicators: volume, and ultimate oscillator, which is a robust RSI. There's only 2
yeah,
I use. Period.
actually just so I'm gonna use that for stocks. I feel like that's
Uh-huh.
yeah. And uh s- I have found like there's some that I'm interested in that are about
Yeah.
like market correlations, and they show like
Uh-huh.
live in 3D the market correlations between
Okay.
different
Uh-huh.
like commodities and you can
Right.
kind of put whatever symbol in, but
Right.
that I'm interested in just kind of like watching
You'll
over
find what
time
works for
and
you.
looking at
Some
stuff.
people are gold traders. Some people just do precious metals. Some do agricultural. Some just do oil stocks. I'm a tech specialist. That's what I grew up with. You know,
Mm.
I know the major names. I'm one of those backdoor people you never heard about. But Microsoft bought our company. I know Gates and those guys. I despise Gates.
Yeah, I definitely like I gravitate towards tech, but I'm still, in terms of
Mhm.
as a trader, I'm
Right.
still trying to learn kind of
Yeah, yeah. Find
what
your way.
really makes a difference, because I come from the consumer side where it's like, you
Yeah.
hear about this, that, and the other, but that generally does not change,
What
the
what
price of the
what
stock as
what's your
much as
job?
people think.
What's your job in life?
I'm a audio video guy, so
Okay.
but
So you
I've worked in many
I would
fields.
I would say specialize in that. Definitely do the research on that. Talk to people in that field all the time. Hey, what are you experiencing? Who's coming out? Oh, I just heard about this company doing this.
Well,
Get a
so
group together like that.
I've done a little bit in that. The only
Hmm.
problem I've run across is like the bigger companies that do
Hmm.
is
Hmm.
is it's hard for me to follow. So a lot of times they're owned by like they're a subsidiary of a
Right.
conglomerate that is
Hmm.
owned by a private or is managed by a private equity firm. So like a lot of times the only way you have like you can't buy a stock directly in Disguise
Right.
softwares, for example,
I got you.
which does all the media service. But you can buy, I think it's like Carlton something that is the
Hmm.
financier. You can buy stocks in them, but it's
Okay.
kind of hard because I think that they're like I just don't understand really like what's going on at that end of it. Um,
Not yet.
not yet. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So
And
you know, go with what you have the most knowledge on. That you're ahead of 99% of us. And if that's your specialty, then just start breaking it down and take 6 months, take a year, and then get to understand and then watch it and look at it and like, okay, now I'm getting a good feel for this. These are the companies I want to invest in.
yeah, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at
And I'm
now. Is I'm
sure you
trying to just.
interact with other people, wholesalers, manufacturers, suppliers,
Mhm.
users, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Well, and I think as I open my business, that'll sort of
Yeah.
kind of
Hmm.
change that dynamic a little bit, and I'll be seeing a little
Just
more
retract of,
interfacing more
oh,
with the
that
back
item's
end.
on back order. This company just can't fill its
Mhm.
orders. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
this is not one company, but another company is like bends over backwards, and they're people on the phones when you have trouble, or very helpful, and okay, we can work with you. That's a company I want to invest in. I mean,
Yeah.
I got a direct call when I was selling computer supplies over the phone, and I actually they stopped the floor. We had 90 people on the floor selling we were a black market for computer equipment, and then the CFO came on the floor and he says, we just had a call from Mr. Packard of Hewlett Packard, and he called to bust us because we were illegally selling these Packard calculators, which were $700 for a calculator.
Mm.
And he said somebody in here, he called about hydraulic uh, type of calculator, and the salesman steered him. He was looking at the wrong thing, and steered him towards something else that was cheaper and better, et cetera, et cetera. And he has made us the sole provider of Hewlett Packard calculators for North America. That was
Huh.
me. He came on the line and I said, "You don't want to buy that. That's not for you. You're looking at something that's more for geothermal people." Like, really? This is
Mm.
Mr. Packard of Hewlett Packard. Like, okay, we were going to bust you. We were going to have the feds come in. That was funny.
He saw the value.
You're
That well, that's
busted.
that's a
You're
really
busted,
good.
boy.
Say again?
You're busted.
Yeah.
Mm.
But he was just so happy. He was like, okay, these guys really know their stuff.
I will say if you have the knowledge of like an owner or a CEO of a company and like that,
Oh,
because
I
I am
was
a
just
big
a
firm
young kid.
believer if
Yeah,
if
I was like 23 years
things.
old.
But you learned about them, right? And so, like,
Yeah,
I'm a strong believer that things do come down from the top. So
sure.
if
Of
ownership
course.
is yeah, and but if they're sharp and like to have that level of interest in an
Right.
individual through that experience is pretty impressive, honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like the after hours in this this because we get in discussions on philosophy, etc. And there becomes less and less. You know, the market's closed, so let's discuss something. And I like the fundamental aspect of the more senior approach to trading. Is guys, slow down. You don't have to. You don't have to go down. I use this example all the time. Two bulls on top of a hill, looking down at a bunch of cows, and the young bull says, "Oh, let's go get us a cow." And he says, "Let's run down and get us a cow." And the older one just says, "Let's walk down and get them all."
It's nice to hear both you guys again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
it's
you
good to hear
go.
from you
Hey,
as well.
Sly, what's up?
Yeah, not too much. Been keeping busy.
I was
Anything
missing you, brother.
interesting going on in your life?
I met a girl from Thailand last week. So I'll catch up with her next week.
Wait
Well,
a
she's
minute.
a lady, not really a girl, a lady. So yeah, she's a good
Okay.
friend.
My wife is in Thailand right now for the next few months, so I got to get
Yeah,
that clear.
yeah. No,
As
my
long, as
friends.
long as she's a lady, not a lady boy, right?
I
No,
understand.
no. She's probably a good friend. She's got a lot of. She used to run hostels in Bangkok, so she said if I want to travel there, she's got lots of contacts with Andy. Yeah, 'cause
That's
I'm either
awesome.
Country.
I'm planning on that or Vietnam later this year. So
Mm-hmm.
I
Hey,
hope
Fly,
you can.
you know, we've all seen this episode before, right? Like,
yeah, I
be
know.
careful, mate.
This is a brand new version of me. I'm not into that. To be honest, yeah, no, I'm not going there for that kind of business. To be honest, no, I'm a
I did
reformed,
have.
older, more mature Fly.
I did have a bit of an experience with an individual the other day. I don't know what was her deal, but she was it started to give me like a little bit of like I was starting to hear some of the stories you told me, and I was like, oh, maybe I should be careful. And I'm glad I did. But no, I hope you keep that friendship because I'm definitely going to utilize it in the future because I would like to also go to Thailand, but I don't know where to stay.
Yeah, it's always good to have a reliable contact before you get into a new country if you're planning on a bit of an adventure. But yeah, it's always a bit hard
Yeah.
to get your feet somewhere new. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I've got some contacts in Baten, and actually, I've just found out that I have contacts on kind of like two sides of the like big. I guess I don't know if it's a political. I don't know if they're considered political or monarchical, but there. So, which is interesting. I know I can go there, but like I don't
it's
really know
pretty
what I
cheap
want to go
to
see
fly
there.
from where I am. It's not too bad, probably 500 or 600 US return, so pretty close.
Mm.
As long as you're not drinking alcohol, you avoid 99% of the problems that you get into when you're traveling.
Yeah, I like to drink, but I don't know. I'm not that crazy about it unless it's something spectacular.
Yeah,
Like
that's it.
if you, yeah, I try to keep it to that because it keeps me out of trouble. If you got something that's a really expensive bottle or something I've never, you know, uh, or like the other half is if you've got like the moonshine from the hills, that's what I want to drink. But that's a little dangerous. But I guess at that point, I'm already living risky, anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just don't drink when I travel at all, so just don't do it because if I'm in unfamiliar places, it's too easy to mess up. But just me. I just want to do a bit more sightseeing and adventuring before I can't. So go see some new places. Apart
Yeah,
from
I think
that,
it's
not much.
I think Thailand. Let me see if I can find. There's a place I want to go see. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a 1,000 Islands or something like that.
Yeah. I'll put my judgment aside until I've been somewhere. I don't know. I usually like to just explore, find out, and when I get there, you always book stuff, and then you find something else you want to do instead. So
Yeah, I have a friend that's Thai, but I've seen like videos of him there, and that's why I want to go there. It just looks beautiful. I think it's the Similian Islands, something like that. And it's just I mean, maybe it's because I haven't seen it in general, but it's like they just have these really crazy shaped islands. It's like uh like rocks that stick straight up out of the beach all the
mm.
way to the sky.
Oh, there'd be
And
some attractions. Yeah.
yeah, I definitely want to see that. I like my two things is I want to see like the actual place and like what it's like, and I want to see the beautiful like nature that yeah I don't get to see when I'm here. I guess.
I'm in Thailand right now on the bus in the very beautiful mountains.
Ah,
I guess
beautiful.
I'm jealous. Happy for you, I should say.
I want to save all that money from takeaway food. It'll be much cheaper over there.
It's definitely like one of the motivators is just vacationing in the States is just so expensive.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
It's unenjoyable almost because you pay premium and the service and hospitality can be underwhelming sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't mean that the price is underwhelming.
Nah,
You
or
know,
you'll pay premium and they'll just slap the plate on the table and walk off, and then when you travel, you have like 7 people singing to you while they put the plate down. Slightly different deal.
yeah, and like places in Italy where I could afford to almost buy a town, but here I can barely afford like a shoebox, you know? So it's crazy how that works.
You want to do it before your US dollar dumps too much.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why I'm trying to accumulate Bitcoin because then, but as the
Doesn't
US
matter.
dollar dumps. Yeah, right?
Touche.
Ideally, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, always risk, but I'll take that risk.
It's impressive to see Bitcoin. I mean, I just logged back on 98,800 or something. Nice work, Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yeah, we like landed right underneath that kind of target that
Yeah.
range target that was set. But maybe that means we break higher.
Thought it was going to struggle at 97 more than that, but it dealt with that pretty easily, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the VWAP and a few other things, I feel like we're gonna retrace a bit before or correct a bit before we hit that target, but I guess we'll see. I would have made a lot of money off of it, but I didn't pull out quick enough and I was overexposed, so I ended up eating into my money, but I learned valuable lessons.
It's funny that I know when I've done well before, I expected everyone else did, and then realized that they didn't. But most of the time, when it goes up, I'd get wrecked. It's like, oh no, it's going up. There's trouble. It's because you get overzealous and you can put
Yep.
more in than you want at the top, and then it retraces, and you're trying to chase your unrealized gains. And yeah, everybody makes the same mistakes. Unfortunately, at the top, they fumble it.
Well, and then like I looked at it and I was like, man, I could close these three, and we're not quite at the top, but I'd be up like I would have turned 500 into like almost 1,000, right? And then I was like, oh well, you know what? It's coming back down. Let me give it a little bit of time. And then I realized my risk ratio was like at like 0.1%.
Yeah,
So then I had to put
exit.
shorts
Yeah.
in, to balance or to hedge, right? And I got out of position in the wrong way at the wrong time, and
You're not alone, to be honest. Like I said, I've seen it happen over and over again. That the exit strategy is the difficult one often, because you either
yep.
get, yeah, well, it's hard to see that peak number and then come down. You're like, oh, I'll wait for it to hit that peak number again, and then you always remember the last high, and you forget to get out with a reasonable profit. Yeah, I know. It's like you kind of have to exit before you're comfortable exiting, and then walk away, and then close the screen and go away for a few days on a decent exit.
Yeah, that's what I realized is if I had either exited when my intuition told me like, "Hey, you're up, take the win," or if I had stuck all the way through to with my conviction, right? Um, I like I probably would have made it just off of my conviction, like up to my target, because it did end up hitting my target. Like it hit. I had it at like 90, 99, 399, and it hit my limit order when I got up there, but by that time I had already taken like such a loss on the basically the fake out
Yeah,
before it topped.
that's the one
Yeah.
thing I struggle with spot. It actually makes your take profit markers harder to enter because you've got to put in a trigger and a sell limit.
Yep.
Where on leverage they do make it a bit easier to put those stop losses in, but you're then forced into market positions. So, but a limit's a take profit should technically be a limit on futures. You've got to double check all that stuff, but it's better to have it programmed in before your emotions start kicking in.
Yeah, so I think with at least with BTCC, I believe if I set the take profit ahead of time, and as long as I didn't open as a market order, if I open as a limit order, and then I
Yeah,
set the take profits ahead of time, it considers it a limit. But if
yeah,
I close by hand, then it closes as a market, and
yeah. I
that's
actually was
even the
assuming that a stop loss was always market, but you might be right. If you're opening up a limit order and your stop loss goes in, I have to double check, but it's something that we don't really read into all the time, but it makes sense. But it's just like when you're on spot, it does make it trickier because there's no such thing as a TP and a ST, like a
yeah.
SL and a TP, which is just a level of complexity that some people
Well,
don't get
so
across.
on Kraken, you can sort of set it because you're really like. So I believe with them, I have to if I'm setting a limit order, or it might just be specifically a take profit stop loss order. But there's ways to do it with Kraken. I know that with their desktop.
It is
Because
like
like
does come down to experience though. Like if you have a take profit in there and then it hits it based on some news event and you're like you wish you changed your mind, then you're finding yourself jumping back in. But you have to be so you have to be so tight and so practiced to be able to actually take profit when you said you were going to, and then be able to
yeah.
pivot and make a change based on market conditions without getting emotional about it. Is there's a pro and con to everything, but I think the more often I think range trading kind of helps that if you're used to taking profit regularly instead of always going for swings, you can like build your skill up in like executing those take profits and then re-entries. But it's definitely a
Yeah.
muscle memory sort of job. It's tough work.
So I think a lot of like kind of where I'm at now, and a bit of it is that I feel like I'm trying to catch up, right? So I've what I've been doing is like now I'm trying to set it up so that I bought I bought these bags like low enough to where I have some runners going. And every time I do that, I end up like getting shook out, and then I'm like, oh, there goes my runner. So I'm like really trying to get something set up low enough to where even if you know, it retraces, you know, 10%, like that bag's still open, my margin's fine.
Yeah,
Is like a, you know what I mean? And that
you can
way,
end up.
if it goes up to
Yeah,
100, 101, 150, like I've still got a bag from back when, you know what I mean? That's like kind of where my mindset is. Um, it's just been hard because each like then I get like as soon as I see a really good opportunity, then I get like over aggressive.
yep.
Um, yep.
But you kind of
And so
have to be
now,
aggressive, right? Because like we go down 50%, but then you got to go up 100%. So if you're like, oh, I lost 50%, now I'm going to take a 50% profit, you're still down. So depending on how
yep.
you calculate it, you kind of have to be aggressive because you will take losses. And we get told greed's a bad thing, but at the same time, it's just, you know, you never know until the trade's out and you've spent the money, whether you did the right thing or not. You're always questioning yourself. It's psychologically very difficult, mate. Very
Yep.
difficult
I'm
game.
getting closer though. I'm like each time, so like basically I've pretty much wrecked myself for the last like pretty much every time. Like the other night I was doing really good. I had I was on whiff. I had wrecked myself and then but like not completely. I had like wrecked like 50%. And then I
Mm.
recouped that and was getting back up above. And then I fell asleep without putting stop losses on. I woke up and my bags were fine, and then I fell asleep again without putting the stop losses on again. And then like when I woke up again, like my entire bag was gone. So then I was like, all right, well, you know, I had some more money to put in, so I put more money in, and I was like, I came up off of Bitcoin, but that's where, man,
It's
if I had closed it out at that point instead of being like like I think it's I have to manage the balance between being greedy and being aggressive and like also being smart. Yeah.
yeah, it's
It's
so
like
hard
I was
because
so close.
it's so hard because you get rewarded for taking risks. So you like you keep getting this reinforcement. It's like, oh, I'm going to do really stupid, risky things, and well, that paid out better than ever, and it kind of leads you down this path of wanting to take more risk and then blaming yourself for not taking enough risk. Sometimes it's such a hard psychological game. The only way I actually managed to, I think, the times where I were actually able to walk away is when I did it on a time basis, and that's why I keep following London session. And like I'll try and trade at the start of the week. If I don't have the capital available, I'm not going to try and jump in halfway through the week. And I try and close out by the end of London lunch or afternoon and walk away. And then I don't like I can sleep, I can schedule my time, and I'm not getting dragged into that emotional wave that kind of kicks in when the FOMO other people are FOMOing in and stuff. So I don't know. However you work it, it's really hard to walk away at the right time, and because you'll never well, you can get the bottom, but most of the times I've found the bottom of a trade is when I've paid for it. I've bought the bottom, I haven't found it, and it's swung in the right direction. But it's such a
Yeah.
mental game because if you can get your mentality right, you can be a lot more profitable than people that are just deciding it doesn't matter or throwing another $20 at the problem every time. I mean, not
Yeah.
too many people walk away from this game on top all the time. So, but buying the bottom isn't always the answer. You know, you can be buying into the green as well, waiting for the right time and taking out a chunk of it. So, whichever strategy you have, there'll be a pro and a con to it. It's
Yeah,
tricky, man.
yeah, for sure. I'm just like I should say because I'm really not trying to buy the bottom. I'm just trying to buy like low enough. Because a lot of times I'm catching the end of the movement, and it's good. You know, I'm making profits, but it's like small gains, and it's because I was really revenge trading is what I was really doing, right? Like I was
Yeah, well,
like,
that's what you said
I
before. You're
wanted,
trying to play catch up,
eh,
but
yeah,
that's once you've lost your money, it's gone. It's you can't account for that and say, oh, you got to change your attitude. And around as soon as that happens, you're like trying to chase something that's not there anymore. It's like getting stuck
yeah,
to a particular entry point when your focus is the profit, not on revenging mistakes. Yeah,
and
it's a
maybe I
tricky
see it
game.
like texting my ex. You know, I'm pretty good at not doing that. Too stubborn. Like
Yeah,
sometimes I just gotta walk away, let it be. And like it wasn't good.
Yeah. Yeah. Taking profits like texting your ex. Don't go back and try and take more.
Sometimes you gotta be happy with what you got in the moment, right?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, generally I am. I'm definitely I that made it sound really bad on my end,
No,
and
it's
no,
100%
I'm
the
not.
point, mate, because if you start having stray thoughts when you're trading, it will reflect in your trades. You will make bad decisions. You'll make desperate decisions or revenge decisions and all those things. That's all like depression, anxiety stuff. We're not in the moment. It's definitely to the point. You know, when you're trading, you have to use your intuition and be on point. Otherwise, it will reflect in your profit. So it's a dangerous game to play when you're not in the right frame of mind.
For sure. I'm definitely learning that. Um, although I will say, I think I'm generally calm. It's that I think that I am over. I'm a mix of I'm not confident enough, like my TA. I'm not confident enough in my TA yet, but I'm also overconfident in my ability uh to beat down a problem until I win. You know, it's like that's like the best way I could describe it. I guess is that's what I
Well,
feel
it's
like. It's
depends if your whole attitude will change if you're in the green and you're trading overall. And if you're in the red and you're trading overall, your mentality will, unless you've got a really strong mindset, it will definitely get to you when you're underwater. Your trades will always be out of desperation. And then when you're above water, it seems easier as long as you don't lose it. Like, it's one of those things. It's a really tricky game.
Yep.
That's what fascinates me about it, to be honest. It's unforgiving as well. It's like you make a wrong move in life, often you've got like a second chance, but on an exchange, there's no takey backsies, and it's all your
yeah,
fault.
no. Yeah, but I look like a bit. I'm definitely I'm a bit crafted in the fire, so like I like that about it, right? Like that's what makes it real, I guess, to me, and what makes it so engaging, right? And
Uh-huh. Too
is
many
is
yeah, too much bubble wrap and it doesn't feel real anymore. It's like, being in a blow up sumo costume wrestling or something.
right. Well, yeah, exactly. Like and like a lot of the things that have propelled me in life, or propelled me beyond the narrative of my position, right, or my demographic or whatever you want to call it, has always been like I tend to run into the fire instead of away from it, um, that like I out see my own limits, and this is like kind of the first thing that really like it's shown me not only my limitations, right, but like my weaknesses to a larger extent than most things have
Made
in
me
my reality.
realize
And
that we're only ever about 2 or 3 steps away from great success. You can be
yeah,
anyone, anytime, and you make 3 good decisions in a row, and you can be in a completely different situation. I mean, that's, so I don't know, like it made me think about things a lot more. Like that, there's not a big gap between where you're at and where you want to be. Sometimes we make those divides sometimes in our head.
right.
So,
And this is it's a challenge I enjoy, but it also like it's I think it's the first time I felt truly like I thought I was smart until I entered the room. You know what I mean? And then I realized like how not that I'm not smart, but like how much that there is that I can still like that I have barely wrapped my head around in the past.
there's
Especially when
certainly
it comes.
some great minds that have gravitated to this channel. Yeah, it certainly
Yeah,
is.
yeah, absolutely. And
Maybe they,
I love that.
maybe they make it look easy, but I think the people have gone through a fair bit to get there.
I'm sure. I'm sure. And that's sort of like that's kind of what I'm telling myself to keep myself going too is like, and like, uh, any losses I'm sustaining now are with 10 times the knowledge or maybe access to knowledge as some of the losses that people took to
You
learn
have to
what
be
I'm learning.
careful with that. You have to be careful with that mentality because we do write it off as a tuition fee, but you do have to start learning not to lose money and manage it until, because some people will think it's a merry-go-round or a lottery, but until you do take it very seriously, that losses are very important to minimize those losses and actually start making gains and treat it like a business. You really do have to be careful getting into that trap of, I mean, yeah, we pay our tuition, but I mean, yeah, you don't want to pay too much
Yeah.
tuition. It
No,
can be
I
pretty.
agree.
A lot of people
Yeah.
won't come back before they've finished paying their tuition. So
Yeah. I also, at that point, it would just be better to go to school, right?
well,
And
like I mean, the over trading thing, I've done it for sure before. 10,500 trades in a year for just on a couple of cryptocurrencies, like 30 a day. There was no need to make all of those trades. And there was probably a handful of that were really good and half of them that I actually nailed. And it paid for all of those over trades. So I don't know. Like I'm not giving financial advice or trading advice, but most investors or swing traders or day traders, they have brief moments of success and then many years of trials. And the day trading itself is a smaller job than some of those larger investments and positions. So just taking it seriously that an entry is where you're entering, why you're entering, and when you're exiting and why you're exiting, and what you're going to do after that position. Those things are so important. It's easy to forget it.
yeah. Yes, sir.
The best
My
trade is no
entries are
trade.
getting better.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's good. Good. Good.
Yeah, my entries are getting better and my exits are still like that's really my weakness now is I'm realizing that I am reading it much better. I'm generally entering better. Even with my revenge trading, like I'm still when I am revenge trading, I'm generally like at least waiting to kind of let it play out before I re-enter.
Well, there's two ways to look at revenge trade. Like whether you're trying to chase a loss, or you've calculated that that wasn't the bottom and you're buying lower. And if you're trading and managing those positions, that if it swings back, you'll be back at where you were pretty quickly anyway. Like you're not down per se, the coin's down and you're expecting a move back up. You're back in the same position or you're at a better position down low. I mean, but if you're trying to catch up on 3 years of losses or 6 months of losses or calculating all of your losses and then trying to get that back in a short period of time, yeah, we can word things any way we want. We can justify it to ourselves. But sometimes that revenge trade is literally you've missed a move and you want to get in at a better position. So yeah, it's a lot of fear in it, whereas, but I don't know, you're
I'm
better off
trying.
greedy, not fearful sometimes.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it like I try to separate it day by day. So like if I or like buy when I put money in. So it's like if I'm revenge trading, I'm not trying to recoup everything. I'm trying to recoup my losses in that period or that session that I've been trading, right? Like um not the whole thing because I know if I do that, I'll way overextend, and it's just going to be a cycle of putting in money and either losing it or
To
getting
be honest,
unlucky
like
win,
if
and then
I've
going
made a
around full
loss,
circle.
that can be an indication that I'm exposed too much and I need to go back to basics and step it down a bit and not try and recoup that and actually realize that I was over leveraging myself or overexposing my positions, trying to back it down. I think it's hard because if you're going up in a position, you want to then keep multiplying that instead of taking the position and then moving back down the ladder again and starting again. It's like a humble way to sort of get in and out, but it's tricky. I think it does look like the market maker does play this on the weekly basis. Like they come in at the start of the week with a plan during the week, and then they try and close it out by the end of the week. And then there's obviously your monthly targets, and then you're down to the daily. But it is seems to be important to really have a look at how the week is intending to play out. It's just very easy to get like caught up in an indicator oscillating and think that this is the next best entry when you haven't got the right timing on it. It's a
Yeah.
tricky game. It's a tricky game. That's why it's so fun.
I mean, yeah, and you know, that's why I like the challenge so much. But I will say like I still ended up wrecking myself, but the amount of time it takes me to wreck myself is much longer, and normally it's like now I'm more getting gains before I wreck myself. It's just I'm getting greedy. I get greedier as I get greedier, and that's kind of the problem. Is
Yeah, that's the
like
multiplier of greed
yeah,
that you need to be greedy like 1 or 2 or 3 times and then stop and then get ungreedy and go back to humble again. And then get greedy
yeah,
1, 2, 3 max and then pull back, get humble again, because otherwise you just end up so high up that greed ladder. You're
yeah,
risking so much, and then you're risking 6 months of of income for no reason at all because you see an oscillator down on the 5 minute. It's like, what's going on here?
yeah, and
It's
that's kind of been like it's. I think a lot of it is I've been needing to like playing smaller bits, taking less to take more over time because like if I look at it from like in the short term, like yeah, like I made a great gain here, I made a great gain there, I like might have 3x my money, but then I ended up losing it because I like it's like I wasn't happy with, or it's like then I was like, oh well, this is an opportunity now that I can take this and turn this into even more. Instead, if I had like pulled out my win, right, and set it aside and started with the same amount, like I'd be up a lot more than if I had uh you know done what I did, which is where I was like, okay, double down. You know what I mean? It's like that's like I what I needed to do was like
yeah.
stick with the fundamentals that I have now that's
No,
been
I exactly know
successful.
what you mean. Like
Yeah.
when is enough enough? Like I've asked it so many times and no one can answer the question. It's like whatever leverage you're on or spot position, I'm up 50% today. Is that enough? Am I up 1% today? Is that enough? I mean, but it's so hard because you'll see things happening as they play out. Like if you were to have a predictable strategy, say I'm taking 2% a day, well then you should program it in a robot. But then we don't not able to put all the variables that we're thinking at the time into a robot. It's such a craft, mate, to know when enough is enough. It's like I've been up 6,000% in the position, 8,000 or 2,000. I find that's on 200x leverage or whatever, but you're up 2,000%. Is that enough? And that's generally being the point where things get pretty bad. It's like, yeah, I'm definitely up enough. But there is no direct answer to that. You need your TA and your targets so that you can at least sleep at night on your decisions and what you've actually based it on or
Yeah.
timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I have found successful is like a lot of times. So if I have a decent entry, right, and it's like it's not an entry where the market's going to go down 5-10% overnight, and then this asset that I'm in goes down 20% or something, and I get wiped. But like some of it's like I feel like I caught pretty much the bottom of whiff, and I had a runner going, and it was doing great, and then I really ended up messing myself up on BTC because I'm like, oh well, I have 500x leverage on this, so I'm gonna really make my gains here. And really, what ended up happening is I really get liquidated here.
You're on
um,
cross, so you've got a lot of strategies available to you. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I kind of ended up. Well, it's personal to me because if there's too many buttons to press, it's slow for me to make the moves. But even on cross, I tended to back off back to just Bitcoin and remove those chasing the the starry, glittery alts, and that's why I'm specific. I mean, I actually would prefer to have more dry powder at the moment and trade, but I'm very keen and focusing on the M2 and the dominance because I'd like to see the alts and Bitcoin kind of moving together, and potentially the alts lagging behind Bitcoin, but not much, like a few minutes, because I've traded before, especially on cross, because you can grab so many altcoins, but I try and position my Bitcoin and watch that, you know, even better watching the NASDAQ and the other markets. And then those other alt positions might become a little bit more obvious at the time, but there are times where dominance is so high that Bitcoin goes up and the alts go down because people are selling their alts to jump into the Bitcoin positions. So it's, you know, it'd be really nice to be trading if you are doing cross where the alts follow Bitcoin, but just like about 5 minutes behind. So you can sort of maneuver yourself into unrealized profit in your Bitcoin and give you a bit of headroom, and then take some of those alts to maximize profit taking even more. But it only works when the markets are right and when dominance is right and when it's alt season and all those bits and pieces, and then you can have that strategy, and then later that strategy will completely ruin you. But if I don't see the point of holding altcoins on leverage for extended periods of time because they're so volatile. I mean, you're already leveraging Bitcoin by buying an altcoin, and then you're leveraging on top of that, and then you're exposing yourself for an extended period of time. You're opening yourself up for a lot of risk.
Well, so for me, what it is my position size, just like the amount of capital that I have, makes it hard to get into positions safely for Bitcoin, right? Like my risk ratio is just too high. Whereas like um, the alts, I don't really play around with too many alts, but I found like with and a couple others that like I've been more successful than not.
You can know the if you watch a coin for long enough, you'll get to know certain price action on it. Like you'll know
Yeah.
price points. You can see it on the chart. You just draw a horizontal line and try and get as many of the wicks or the candle tops or bottoms to touch your line. And these points, there's a lot of price interest and have great support and resistance. But if you're not watching Bitcoin, all that can go out the window if Bitcoin does something wild. So having your TA on Bitcoin is like so essential. Like I
Yep.
know that there's like alt plays where you can read Twitter and this and that, but if Bitcoin goes down 10% in a day, and there are
Exactly.
days where the volatility's up and the down move's a lot more likely, you just got to be aware that, you know, even NASDAQ or whatever, like if NASDAQ or stock markets are going to do something really crazy, it's going to have a flow-on effect. So if you get too focused on one altcoin, I mean, the only, you can push those altcoins around. You can make candles on them. I've made profit that way. I've made profit on Doge and Bitcoin, but most of my TA positions that are not just based on like certain price levels on Doge or something, the actual TA that is usually on Bitcoin. TA seems to play out fairly well. And on leverage, if you are doing that, there's plenty of volatility in Bitcoin on leverage or large spot positions. You don't need to go too far down the ladder to get movement.
Yeah, no, and so like that's kind of basically how I've been doing it is most of my TA is on Bitcoin. And then I'm looking at like with WIF, I know when it hits kind of around that like anywhere between 30 and 50 cents, like depending on basically the price action
Yeah.
there, is a good enough entry if I'm seeing it looking like it's ready to rebound and if Bitcoin's on a macro up. And if dominance isn't, like too thin on altcoins. Um, but also it's been
All
interesting
I
because
can
like
say
I
is
have
like you need to anyone that's trading, and I'm not again. I don't want to sound like I'm dishing out a whole bunch of advice. I'm just sharing the experience that I have is that got to sit back and let opportunities make themselves obvious instead of trying to find them all the time. And using TA as an excuse to actually not get in. It's like, all right, the TA is not showing me any option. I'm not getting in. But, you know, sometimes the moons align. Someone says something, you see something, some opportunity happens, and it becomes a lot more apparent. And those are the times where your intuition, if you haven't ruined it by making bad trades over and over again, can kick in and you can be a bit better than a robot. Have to let it happen. But don't lose money.
I mean,
don't make excuses for losing money like, oh, it's tuition or I keep getting wrecked. It's like, if that's happening, need to tighten up the bolts a bit.
Yep.
It
Well,
will make
I'm
you lose confidence.
really what it is I'm like I said, I've been a bit overexposed and I like if I had had the same position and had had more margin for it, right, with the same amounts, I'd be fine. And would have been very successful. Wouldn't have had to question, like I wouldn't have had the same
Yeah, I mean,
questions
I had
when
the
it
same
shook,
thing, right? Like,
you know?
sometimes you want to, they say it's time in the market. So you kind of need to be in the game to play the game. You can't win if you're
Yeah.
not in the game. So you want to be exposed, but you need to manage that exposure, like when you're sleeping or at certain times of the market or certain volatility, like pulling out before a power conversation. I mean, it might be a great time. You think you're going to win. You can have some exposure through that session, but when it gets really unpredictable and there's chance of downside risk, you need to reduce. But you kind of hope at that point where there's something becomes more obvious that you're in a position where you are exposed, but you may not always be. You know, sometimes you nail it, sometimes you don't. But you keep in the game, you keep managing it, you keep reducing downside risk, and then you know some of your unrealized profits that you've invested, you're able to expose yourself more at the right times, and then but you will never get every one of them. And the longer you do it for, and the longer you manage your risk for, then the more chances you do have exposure to those times where it goes nuts and it doesn't come back again and stuff like that. But it only happens like rarely, but you got to be humble enough to just take. Anyway, I don't want to sound like a lecture here.
It is what it is. I mean, and like, I appreciate, cause it's I appreciate being able to kind of like reflect my experience off of, you know, greater wisdom. But yeah, like each time I'm getting a little better at it. Like
I don't know.
I'm
It
figuring
can
out
just be.
more.
It's like any problem. Like everyone wants to learn a new language, and I want to do it in 3 months, but some things take time, you know. And I can only base it off my experience. Like I lost in spot over years of not knowing what I was doing. I got lucky and I made it in leverage trading, but I did have a lot of trades and a little bit of experience. And what shocked me was when I did make a good move at one point. I thought everyone was with me, and I realized that a lot of people were still like not in the same position, and that actually made me sad a little bit. I was like, oh, I thought everyone was going to benefit on this move or that move. But it only happens through experience, you know, like reading it in a book or having someone tell you over and over again doesn't always help. I mean, that's why exposing yourself the risk down and then just playing the game for long enough, you'll start to get a better feel for it, and you'll get a better mentality around it that you're reinforcing the win. You don't just keep reinforcing loss after loss after loss until your brain sort of basically doesn't listen to itself anymore. But you will have those times where, okay, like my convictions paid off. I did the right thing. It moved out, and then you can see other people's experience firsthand. And yeah, that's just a time thing, I guess. And people said it frustrated me before. Still frustrates me. Like, oh, you shouldn't trade until you can do paper trading for 4 years and never have a loss or something crazy like that. But like literally, it just comes down to your personal experience and time in the market, and whether it's time sitting on the bench in the market or time exposed in the market. It's not something
Yeah,
that you can.
Well, like that's the thing. Like my paper trades are great. My paper trades are in profit. They're doing well. Like if I
'Cause you
traded,
have no fear.
if
No
I had the
fear.
volume to trade with it, you know what I mean. But exactly, it's not. It's also not the same as when it's actual money. And so it's like I really, at this point, like I'm not just like comfortable with the losses, but I am like I'm happier at this point to be in the game, learning and experiencing it and
So when you
feeling
paper
feeling
trade,
the
you're not
fire.
even thinking about
Yeah.
your previous losses because you break even on a paper trade. But like
Yeah.
when you go back into real money, all of that prior bad experience that you've had is you've got to unlearn those things because they can stop you doing. That's why taboos can be so dangerous in a way because you're like, this didn't work for me. I'll never do it again. Although that might have been the thing that you do need to keep doing. Like it's so hard. But paper trading, yeah, it's hard. And then you go to a small amount, like you put a few cents in there and you do the right thing. And now I can feel it, whether it's leverage or whatever. But and then you miss a big trade, and then you're like, oh, why am I wasting my time, man? Like it's the confidence, and it's taking it seriously. And man, I don't know because anyone that's even the best traders can end up underwater pretty quickly in this game. I mean, it's amazing how people deal with it sometimes. I guess the whole point is investing and trading you shouldn't be doing, and that's a big should, with money that's been earmarked for something else. I try not to let trading get in the way of my other goals in life now.
Oh, Doge is taking a big jump up
Yeah, well,
right
look what
now.
Bitcoin's done, man. Yeah. You see, those are the trades while we're talking. Bread and butter trades. Doge will follow Bitcoin. As long as Bitcoin keeps behaving and doesn't wreck everything shortly. It is Thursday.
Yeah.
There's going to be profit taking for the weekend so people can sleep on the weekend. Man,
yeah.
might be easier for us to build a crystal ball sometimes. Just build a crystal
Yeah,
ball.
certainly. Well, it is funny because it's like, there's a lot of ways you can choose to gamble, but I will say that I feel like this is like poker, and there is more things that I can do to mitigate my risk than playing blackjack. Um, but it is cool, like, and
It's
that's sort of
gambling,
kind
or
of the metric,
you can make it gambling or investing, but there's
right?
all in between as well. I mean,
And
most day
I,
traders lose money, even professional day traders, and it's not where the big money's made. The money's made in investing, and then the second biggest is swings, and then the smaller profits are day trading. So, yeah, it's what you make it.
right. Well, and then there's sectors where you can make a little more money because it's like certain things.
It's
Although,
funny
like
because I don't
it's
like
it's
I
like
don't like I don't actually like gambling, but I found myself very attracted to finance and trading. But I don't like
yeah,
gambling. I'm not a gambler because I've done the maths and I'm like I'm set to lose this game. I think that's why I was fascinated with Texas Hold'em because the aspect of it's random and gambling, but it's a lot more of a skill and patience game. I think probably some of the better traders are people that are good at fishing. They're willing to sit there with a rod out there for like 12 hours to catch. I've met some fishermen that were pretty good at trading. It's a patience
I
game.
actually adds up a lot. Yeah, that's a really good analogy too, because yeah, that
It's
is what it
definitely,
feels like a bit.
you can't force the trades all the time, though. Because you
You
kind
know,
of feel like some people want to make a wage a day, like, oh, I want to make $100 a day. It's like, oh, get a job. Trading doesn't work that way.
yeah, no, certainly.
I think that's one thing around here. Then people do share don't just come on and brag about every win that they have. Like a lot of that's kind of a bit difficult to learn from somebody who keeps bragging about every win they have. We learn from our mistakes, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it's not always the right way to learn, but I definitely learn more from
It's the only way to learn.
harms, if you will, or hardships, I should say.
It's the only way to learn is to make mistakes, mate. Nobody learns from not making mistakes. But if you don't learn from your mistakes, that's the problem. Hold, I got my deck set up as well. I've got it hooked up to my computer. I haven't started using them much, but they're all wired in. I'm back for the high again, 99,200. Whoa. Go Bitcoin.
It was an alarm for Bitcoin going up.